Hello and welcome back to the HSEL Nationals 2024, the LAN Championship for High School Rocket League. That's what we're starting our morning off right now with. I'm Data Taco. Joining me is Orbital. Orbital, how you doing on this wonderful Saturday morning?
I'm doing all right. I'm getting pretty swole over here, standing up, making sure to stretch, and hopefully getting some good games in because, I mean, this is going to be a good day. Once again, we are closing out that group stage, and teams are hoping to move on into the playoff bracket, and that's going to be pretty tough. So you want to make your mark here. You want to make sure that you get a good position as well, and hopefully they do so.
And right now we're actually going to be starting off group stage yet again with a red group. It is Putnam Science Academy from Connecticut and TEC Connections Academy over from Massachusetts facing off, going to be able to play to see who's going to be able to win that red group. So of course that's an exciting matchup to be able to get into, but I also want to shout out the people that actually kind of make this stuff really accurate and be able to see all of these wonderful matchups actually come to fruition, specifically gaming concepts. So if you are an educator and you would like to elevate your teaching toolkit with gaming concepts, there's fundamentals. You can foster healthy gaming practices, impart basic technology know-how, cultivate hands-on troubleshooting skills while equipping students, importantly, with a tech-focused perspective on college and career readiness, something that every student should really have coming out of high school, much like the students at this LAN. Empower your students for success in the digital age. Check out gamingconcepts.gg for more information. And while they're doing that, they can load up that webpage and these players can load into the lobby because it looks like, Orbital, we're pretty close to starting up our first best of 5.
And I mean, they're excited to get underway. I mean, these squads have been running pretty dang well throughout the Midwest Fest space right now. And I think that's really, really fun. Getting to a LAN environment, being able to sit down and actually play against an opponent prepares them for collegiate if they are headed towards that direction. Now, of course, they are in high school, and I'm sure they're looking to rep a certain school later on. But I myself am hoping to see these players move into their freshman years, see them really kick things off. And, of course, a dub on the board at this grand finals, at these nationals, could really be that mark to push them into the eyes of so many teams.
Yeah, particularly today, I'm looking at Swaz, and of course, he's the one that sets up the assist right off the rip. A beautiful flip reset, baiting in Bluey, and he just could not reach.
It's just that easy. It's just that easy. And of course, under 8 seconds is a really nice goal. Of course, at the same time, I always like to say the early goals feel very conditional. They feel very opportunistic. And I love opportunities because you do put yourself up 1 goal, you're +1, and all of a sudden you don't really have to worry about any future ones. Right now, though, Putnam, for their own sake, are sitting there going, we want one more. We want to have another, of course, Tekka, a squad that is currently sitting at the top of their group, saying we aren't going to let this one fly by without some sort of contest.
Yeah, Tekka played phenomenally yesterday again. To remind everybody, these are 2 teams are at the top of their group, but apparently someone needs to wake up a little bit right now because Tekka is not ready for these short passes in the midfield. Right back into Oxy. And he's going to bury one just barely below where Bluey can reach.
Okay. I may have said it was opportunistic the first time. Putnam is like, yo, can you put some respect on our name, please? We are also 2-0 in the current standing. We are literally tied at the same pace as Tekka, and this is just our chance to storm forward. At the current moment, both squads do have 2 wins under their belt, and they both only lost 1 game, so this is that kind of earth-shattering series that could, really determine who moves on, and that's what we're going to be really curious about. Tekka, as you mentioned, trying to wake up right now, trying to sprint down the right side of their field lane. Of course, Carlos trying to prep it right in the middle, but no teammate is there to help out, and Putnam, with all 3 corralling around the ball, just easily defend that one.
Swaz trying to make his impact again, and look at him be able to get his goal, which means everybody on Putnam represented with a goal. Right now, the aerial dominance is so overbearing coming out from Putnam.
And this is getting a little bit out there right now. Putnam are running away with this game 1, and granted, this is a best of 5 for Tekka. If you're trying to wake up, thankfully, you have that game to do so, but no one actually wants to have to give away a game 1. No one wants to have to sit there and say, okay, we got to use a game to wake up. Honestly, in every series, you want to be fighting your hardest. However, do we always see that? I'm not too sure. So, we'll see if Tekka can wake up. We're still in the first half. There's still plenty of time to play for, and considering how fast the goals Putnam threw down, you can always look for another. However, that's a nice little pass towards the middle. Shot off the top ropes, though, and it's not going to go in.
It's unfortunate. You can't score every goal, even though it seems like Putnam basically has been 75% shooting in game number 1. I mean, this is a team that came in, many people are saying, is one of the top seeds for a reason, and they're certainly showing it within the group stages, but being able to play the other 2-0 team in Tekka, which really had kind of like a dismantling going up against a lot of other teams. They were just taking teams apart all throughout their play yesterday. it's really alarming to be able to see just how incredible the Putnam offense has been. The demo nearly leading to yet another one, but Louis will be able to take a deep breath and send this one back to mid.
At this point, you just really have to congratulate Putnam for their aggressive offensive style. It's been all in the face. Even when that ball lands on the other side, it never feels like Tekka have even the start of an aggressive slant. It's always just Putnam like, yo, let's rush, let's continuously be in their face and never give them a chance. Blue, of course, looking for a chance ball in the air, but not really going to have it. Instead, really drop back down towards that ground. Of course, no real boost to have. Great save there by Swaz saying, nope, listen, I like that big fat goose egg that you have in front of your name, and of course, that might just stay there.
Longer clear down, yes, as you said, the goose egg. It's not necessarily on the shot column. They do have one shot, Tekka, make that two as Nuclear tries to put that back across. Carlos will also reach and try to shadow this touch from Oxy, and yet Oxy just dances by him, almost seemingly on no effort. It's so smooth from Oxy. Look at the 45-degree flick to the backside.
As easy as you breathe, you throw down another. And Taco, this is starting to get into very dangerous territory. Putnam, you know, we talk about how long it takes to score a goal, and we talk about how long it takes to kind of get your own system down. At this current time, 2 minutes to score 4. I always like to say, 20 to 30 seconds on average is how long it's going to take you to get a goal down. Tekka have done nothing of the sort in the first 3 minutes. Putnam in full control right now, look like the dominating team. They could ride very, very slowly. They could go at even pace and still look so strong in this game, number one.
I think the one thing to keep in mind, or at the very least, if it's any copium material for the side of Tekka, is that they understand that, yes, this game has not been going their way, but they just get one, maybe have a little momentum to work with. And as I said, Carlos does it. Air dribble over the last defender, just baiting in that challenge just to tap it over the top.
Oh, man. It's just Tekka going, okay, we're finally waking up. We got a minute 30 we can throw down. This is doable, by the way. I mentioned earlier, 20, 30 seconds. It's doable. It's not impossible, but Putnam, I mean, like, they scramble so well for this ball, and Oxy's like, yo, let's go ahead and get another one in if we can. Of course, trying to dribble straight through the mid, not really going to have it. Ball high, and Bluey's just there to hang it. Are you kidding me? A freebie, if you will.
The longest hit you can imagine, and that is why sometimes you have to have someone back minding the shop. At the highest level of Rocket League, those high Grand Champ lobbies, that SSL lobbies, typically, yeah, you want to protect against the air dribbles, kind of these slower ball plays, but you'll never forget that sometimes hitting the ball really hard is just some of your best strategy to work with. And now suddenly, the game is somewhat in a toss-up. 1 minute, 2 goals. It's gone from improbable to fairly doable if they could just get one more and allow themselves to actually have a chance in this one. Bluey, sidewall, redirect, not able to quite wrap around that one. The pass middle comes into Nuclear. That could be a shot, but not able to get the power that he's looking for.
Oh. You know what? That demo, that's Tekka just like, yo, we got to slam it down. We can do this. We can do it. Shot off the backside, and middle is being covered. Is there a defender to be able to hold it? And Swaz once again gets a nice save. Punting it out and away right now, just playing keep away, and this is the right way to go about it. We mentioned it's doable. If Putnam are able to defend, though, everything else goes a little bit awry. 25 seconds. This feels like it is going to be done. And Tekka, they fought back valiantly. They were able to throw down another goal or two, but Carlos says, I'm not done yet, off the backboard, and teammate tried to put it in, but Bluey is not able to follow and finish. Nuclear still waiting for an opportunity at this point with 10 seconds. I think it's pretty much good. A whiff there in the mid as Putnam breathing a sigh of relief. Only 2 goals to Tekka's name as Putnam take game number 1.
We'll say, this is exactly what we wanted to see out of Putnam from the beginning. They're scoring all the goals we have all the momentum, but like any good team and any good opponent, Tekka able to not take that one sitting down. They were able to slowly kind of whittle away, erode the defense. I think they found some decent success, which is crazy because when we're looking at this game and how one-sided it's been, the shot count actually is in favor of Tekka. Near the end, they actually have now beaten them by 1, a +1 differential, despite basically being locked in their half for the first 2.5 minutes.
And I think that really throws into the fact that, hey, those early goals really did make a difference. Those opportunistic moments, you can't be sleeping when it comes to these nationals. These players are here for a reason. And these small goals that we mentioned at the beginning, if they didn't go through, by the way, those first 2 early goals, I would think was under a minute, it would have been a tie game. We would have gone to OT, and hey, you would have had a chance for Tekka to be able to maintain, a pretty strong game lead. Unfortunately, you did sleep through the beginning, and now you got to fight back from 0-1. It's not impossible, by the way. Very, very doable. It's a best of 5. Anything can change in game 2. Still feels a little bad. Took a little bit too long to wake up. Now we hope Tekka is running on full power, hoping their engines are warm.
And so going into game number 2 on Forbidden Temple, I think that's exactly what we're looking for, Orbital. Usually when we have games that are a bit one-sided, the coaches and the players are able to kind of take that 1-minute break in between and then restart everything, but it doesn't help when Kazu gets all of that 50.
That's, So what did I say earlier, Taco? How do we deny these opportunities, random straight 9 seconds. First time it was 8, so it took a little bit longer, but still Putnam go ahead and put up a +1 on that board. Looking to roll out another, but Bluey's like, okay. Can't let that second one go through. We don't want to be in the same situation that we were in game number 1. Let's play a little bit more evenly. Let's get that ball under control.
It's a tough one to be able to give up because you are specifically off of the new game. You want to be able to get the reset, particularly because several times yesterday we actually saw a team really just get taken to task in game number 1. And then game number 2 starts and it's like a completely different series. It's almost like not necessarily they figured out their opponents, but they're a lot more comfortable. The nerves have gotten out, and also the adjustment period of Rocket League of knowing how fast a team's going to play, how consistently they're going to implement team play has somewhat been exposed. And I think now you can kind of settle into something a little bit more even. But now that there's a 1 goal, it's almost kind of throwing that momentum out the window that they gathered at the end of game number 1. Hopefully, doesn't let them tilt them too much. In fact, they're all really close to each other right now. Bluey has to retreat just to make sure Kazu can't get that immediate shot, but Swaz is there instead for the pass. Oxy, no power, and Carlos and Bluey can now move forward for a counter.
I love the fact that you mentioned that it is time to figure out in game number 1. It's always like, hey, we're going to go ahead and try and figure out the opponent and everything. I always like to say game 1 is a litmus test. I got yelled at by Nerdy, by the way, before about that. To just, no, don't litmus test. You kind of have to. Sometimes you haven't played against an opponent. You got to figure out their gameplay. Granted, right now you mentioned that 1 goal, and it's a good challenge out. Tekka seems to have found a little bit more of a rhythm, and that first goal feels like an anomaly. Hey, it's not too bad. You let that one get away. It was a 50-50. It bounced a little bit weird, and we just weren't really prepared. At this point, we have defended appropriately. Now let's get our offensive moving once again and get those shots on our record. The more shots that you take, at this point, it's quantity over quality, but quality can win at points. Kazu looked for a shot on goal, but Nuclear was able to defend. Goal is wide open, though, but Swaz says not as open as you think. Let me go ahead and get that save.
It's important to be able to at least just get some shots off so you can build your confidence, but apparently they don't need too many. Putnam, when they're moving down the field, a slight counter, but it's a little bit slow pace, but anything is scoreable when Swaz able to get that last second touch over Bluey.
And that feels good. You knew that an attack was coming out from that, and Putnam just said, send it. We'll go ahead and take it away. Very, very nicely done. Yes, it's a little bit slower to reach 2-0, and this is still in doable territory, but Putnam are putting up a really strong showing of we deserve to be first in our group. We deserve to be playing for that top spot. They're going to let it roll back, play a very long field angle. That's going to be high in the air. No challenge to be made just yet. Nuclear a little bit of a beat behind, and because of the defensive boop, Oxy is allowed the goal. Putnam put a third pretty much cleanly.
Oxy looks like he's in free play today. Not only get the first touch, but then be able to extend even further. But of course, you have to shout out Swaz for being able to chase that one down. Not for the redirect, just to get the singular obstacle out of the way. Final defender really could not keep a ball, or rather an eye on the ball and on Swaz at the same time. It's good communication. And again, rotations locked in for Putnam. They looked phenomenal yesterday, and apparently that has not changed, even when playing the other top seed in their group.
Granted, you think about it a little bit. Second, you sit there and go, okay, how do we want to win? How do we want to play? There is a 1% in the back of the mind going, okay, even if we lose here, if we beat the rest of the members, we can move on in the group. But you don't want to think like that. You don't want to be sitting there going, we are going to aim for second best. You want to be aiming for first, and Tekka are waking up. Carlos goes ahead and throws one down. This is not under 2 minutes this time around. Instead, 2:15, 2:13 left on the clock.
And the TC Connections Academy getting their first goal of game number 2. And the fall wildcard winner is going to be able to slowly get in here. So even though these teams look a little bit lopsided at times, you do see the moments where you're like, wow, no, I see the gameplay here for Tekka. It's like, I understand what they're trying to go for. And then slowly trying to bring it together. I think they've really fallen victim to a lot of these counterattacks. They're just not able to get some of the touches off. They're getting bumped and bullied. And so if they're able to clean those up, maybe play a bit safer around the midfield and back line, I think they're definitely competitive in this one, but it's just so tough because any slight mistake you make, open up a shot, kind of like that one from Swaz, and Putnam able to congregate again in the corner, trying to generate another attack. Swaz looking for a double hard angle. He might even have it if not for the crossbar.
Oh, that feels bad. That feels bad. Maybe even dropping it down for a teammate. Putnam, though, looking for that fourth, not really going to have it. Challenge, though, in the air. A little bit of bump on the edge. That's going to set it right in front of goal once again, but Oxy, the goal does not come through. And that feels bad, but of course a kickback the other way as Tekka are going for long balls now. Just, hey, what opportunities can we have? A good demo by Carlos denies any heavy team play coordination right there. Another demo behind us. Carlos is on a warpath right now. Very, very angry about the current state of the game, but that's a steal away. Kazu with the tackle and the goal. Said, nah, you ain't gonna do that to us. 2 demos behind. You get revenge for your teammates.
It's always nice to be able to take advantage of that, but it's also a great awareness from Kazu. No boost in the tank while they're moving forward, and sometimes you notice the defender taking too long, and they're kind of just twiddling their thumbs, waiting for a clear, but you don't want to give them that time, even if you don't get the shot and right into the net. Sometimes it does force an awkward angle for you to follow up. None required on that iteration. Eerily similar scoreline. Here we are, 4-1 at a certain point from a game 1, and now into game 2. It might even be more. Voxy gets this redirect. Nuclear had to save that one, and like every touch from Putnam turned into goal. They have 11 shots on this game, and a vast majority of them requiring a save or at least a thought about jumping for it from Tekka.
That's difficult to think about. I mean, they've been fighting so hard, and it's crazy to kind of watch this angle. This is group stage, by the way. I love this. Very physical, very in-your-face gameplay right now, and Putnam breathing a sigh of relief. Only 22 seconds left. At this point, you're pretty much safe and secure. You're going to play keep away for the last about 18. Not too worried, even if there is a score, as that's going to be a ball put in. Nuclear's like, okay, I'll take that one.
I'm not entirely sure if this is in. Oxy just drops a whoops in the quick chat, understanding that they probably did not have to hit it that direction. They had all of the far corner to look at, but either way, sometimes when you play fast, you will make a mistake, even as phenomenally as Oxy has been played. He's got 2 goals for his team, and let's just count that, I guess, to a net +1 for now. Either way, doesn't really harm his team's chances. Final 10 seconds, unless we get something here from Tekka in the final moments. I don't think they're gonna have enough time, especially not like that. The dunk down secures Putnam, the fall 2023 national runner-up, able on to match point.
And there has to be a moment where we do like to see the likes of Tekka actually wake up to what's going on. Right now, it feels like Putnam are running straight out the gate, 60 miles an hour, 70, whatever you want to say. There is no stopping them. And I really want to hone in on those first goals. Those first goals are very, very pivotal, I think, to how Tekka are trying to get into this mindset. You mentioned it before. You want to try and read your opponent. You want to try and keep an eye on how they want to play. Are they playing fast? Are they playing slow? Are they playing more, I want to say, measured? Or are they playing just kind of outright aggressive? At this point, all that thought goes out the window when you get that first goal. At this point, there has been 1 per game within the first 10 seconds. You need to find a way to stifle that, whether that be don't charge so hard off the mound, get some of your defenders, get back, play safe. I know that sucks to lose a kickoff like that, but that first goal really sets the whole game for a loop, and Tekka cannot have that happen.
Yeah, I think it's especially tough for really the mental reset that comes in between all the games of just saying, okay, well, let's restart. Oh, man, it's a goal immediately. Okay, well, okay, fine. Let's try that again. And then it just like, it kind of frustrates you. You kind of shoulder sag down, you lean forward in your chair like, okay, well, this is a frustrating way. But to be honest, I think when you look at group stages, Tekka is still pretty much secure in being able to get out of this group as one of the top seeds, so long as everything else goes according to plan. At the end of the day, this is also, you have to think about it as just good practice. You're looking at this team. This is a team most likely that you're going to be able to go into the bracket against on opposite sides and be able to say, okay, well, we know somewhat what their strengths are. Yes, we can adjust for it. And we've even seen some coaches actually be able to tweet out, I believe the Westwood coach actually finished their whole day of playing for their team and then immediately just went into VOD review because that's what's required. It's a national championship. You want to make sure you're 100% ready. So I think if teams, even if they're struggling to be able to true counter these games, I think being able to know what the team actually plays like and having this VOD experience is by itself a hyper valuable moment.
And also how quickly they want to shift strategy. You mentioned VOD review, and that's one of the big things is what's the playbook that the opponent is running, and I really like to dive into that a little bit more. There is something about Rocket League that, yes, it's like soccer. You're just running around, you're kicking a ball. That's what anyone outside of the game will see. However, in the game, you have so many things ticking between the players, between your opponents as well. It's a 3v3, but it's so much more than that, and I love the fact that you brought up the coaches because we'll get to hear from them as well later on. I believe we have some insight coming in from them from some of the winners, and that's what I'm very excited about because you get to hear how intricate this game can be. Hey, are you going for a two-man push? Are you looking for a long ball or anything like that? I'm saying some of the more basic stuff out there as well. There is so much of a deep dive, rotational value. How hard are you going to push? And not only that, how quickly do we start targeting another player? And when I say targeting, it's something to really watch for. It's, hey, is a player currently hot on the opponent? Do we need to focus them? Are we going to change our game style from play as a team to target one player, disrupt their game plan, and then take it away? There are so many little pieces of the puzzle that I really hope to see come out, especially for Tekka, who are currently down 0-2. I know you said they're secure, but as I like to say, you don't want to be aiming for a comfortable position. You want to be going for the first position.
Being able to get in and then have to play the top seed from another group in bracket is not really the destiny you want. You want to make sure it's easy as possible so that you can get as far as in that bracket as possible. But in order to be able to be among the best, you have to beat the best. Putnam certainly in that conversation. One of the favorites, I'd have to think, to be going the distance here, and they're certainly playing like it. No mercy inside of the Putnam Science Academy dojo. They are going straight for the jugular right off the rip on every single game. Oxy nearly getting it done on the double. Has just going to be able to help top that over the top, and Carlos, not for that challenge, probably would have allowed a third.
I mean, this is also a little bit of dead ball. I would also like to point out Putnam have actually subbed in a player. I believe is that HGZ or Has in there. I'm not sure, but I think that was. They were not playing earlier, so this is going to be a little bit of a swap up. Putnam going ahead, changing up play style, keeping Tekka on their toes, and I really like that call. Another straight ball, airs on the side into Tekka's save range, but Swaz is going to try and carry this one. Of course, heavy defensive rotations, and we mentioned it before, Tekka denying that early goal. Hey, that's a big step in the right direction.
Oh, wow, as well as that one has us to turn immediately on that one, and there's a reason it's such a difficult read. No one anticipating the absolute atomic strike coming in from Nuclear from downtown.
That is a perfect goal to have there, and we mentioned those errant strikes, those opportunities to arise. Feels good. Putnam, of course, utilizing that four-man roster to a pretty good extent. Sometimes, it slips away. Granted, this is how quickly a game can turn around. What a carry over the side, though. Nuclear getting past one defender, can't get past two. They're going to have to roll back blue with almost a full head of steam there, looking to boost their way into a good position to hold. Tries to take it into the right corner. Nothing more to it, though, as Has saying, listen, I got subbed in here in game number 3. We want to end it here in 3. Good defense there by Swaz.
Good shots as well. Solid power from Tekka, not just tapping it towards goal, but really just leveling one at the defenders, forcing them to deal with it. And now, with that one goal lead, this is the first time Tekka's actually been able to enjoy playing from in front in this series, and that's something certainly important to think about, especially when in this group stage match, they might have to reverse sweep. Bluey with the goal line save. Can they get it again? Everybody playing for the touch, and it never comes in. Has with the easy red carpet finish.
I don't know if that was red carpet or a stumble at the red carpet. That was one of the two. Everyone tripping over themselves, and finally Has kicks the carpet down the stairs, says, let me go ahead and put my mark on this game. It took a little bit, but they got it, and now tied at 1-1. This is something that Tekka were wishing they could have done in games 1 and 2. As soon as the goal goes down, you score the tie one, and all of a sudden Putnam are just like, yo, it's back to a 0-0 game. I don't know what you're talking about. The first half doesn't really matter. We're going to be playing this one like we played the earlier rounds and look to get a clean 3-0 on the board.
I do like that from Nuclear. Swaz start dribbling the ball forward, taking their time, and then slowly just get escorted out into the middle, away from the ball. Something it's always nice to play disruptive, kind of like Oxy setting up that reset on the defense, able to squirm their way out of it. Now, how's he going to deal with this one? The answer, he simply will not. Bluey with a 45 flick into the open net.
Oh, that feels so good. Listen, it was a mad scramble. Putnam, they were like, yo, we got this one. The ball drops dead, and all of a sudden it's a flip in. Bluey says, thank you very much. A stray opportunity is another thing that I like to talk about. Tekka, they, in game number 1, had a massive amount of shots on goal, and the quantity was not, in that revealing position. This time around, taking those chances, saying, hey, I have an open line, let's go ahead and run it as quickly as we can, making use of those spots, making use of those chances is so pivotal in them coming back in this series. Right now in a 2-1 position, it's not great, but it's the first time they've ever had a lead right now on the day. Swaz, though, says no chance on this one. 2-2 is the score with 2 minutes left.
A player known for how dazzling the mechanics can be goes simple on this one, cut inside, and then knows Carlos most likely to dive at this one, plays for the low 50 and will win it quite easily, and that's a nice setup from Putnam. It's what you're kind of expecting out of a star striker on your roster. Now it's right back into somewhat of an even game state, obviously, but in terms of actual back and forth, the shots neck and neck, the saves neck and neck, and they're going to continue to be that way. Swaz will not be fooled by a simple flick.
I mean, at this point, I'm getting, very confused by it, mostly because we've had situations where the shots just narrowly hit that goalpost and it doesn't go in, whereas some stray ones do, and the defenders are just kind of, they're always just also chasing that ball so much more. Right now, Swaz on top rope looking for that backboard, but it's going to be denied out by one of the Tekka defenders. But that's a ball hang out has that sub coming in here in this game number 3, looking to try and take that challenge. Off the wall, Oxy goes, tries to bounce to a teammate. No one else is there. No boost either to finish up that rotation. Now a minute left on the clock. Tekka really need a goal. They don't want to go to OT. They don't want to feel that extra pressure. They're going to try and chase it down the field, of course, carrying it from side to side, up the wall if you can. Bluey trying to get those boosts up, wasn't able to get a max, but is now at 100. Nuclear, though, seeing that ball chance out, 50 seconds left. Is someone going to take it?
As certainly would like to, but actually overplayed that read. Think was maybe trying to play the block on a potential Tekka clear, but that didn't come in. Neither will that flick from Carlos. Zoxy stands in the way, really back and forth action. It's a really a few seconds of buildup. It's really just immediately going down the field, trying to take advantage of the defense. Maybe just splayed out a bit too wide, kind of like that one from Oxy. Not going to get it. Carlos, low shot. Swaz will have that save again, as Billy will try and steal a mid boost, or corner boost rather. Does not have it, but the attack still persists.
Oh boy, this is looking at dangerous. I mean, Putnam at this point, there's no real stress on your back. If you go ahead, go to OT, it's like, we still got 2 games in our belt. We're not worried at this current moment. But Tekka, they don't want to have it go to OT. You want to go ahead, give yourself a little bit of a sigh of relief. You want to head to game number 4. That ball, very dangerous getting touched on the ground, and if it does, we're going to OT. There we go, first OT here on the day. Let's see who throws down best. Kickoff to go to the side.
Tekka being able to outshoot their opponents yet again on this one. That's 11 shots leading into this overtime, so they have to think they have momentum on their side, but momentum doesn't mean anything without a solid finish. Somewhat of a double commit in the corner, but doesn't really matter, as this one will still be clearable so long as Haz gets that pre-flip, and he does, all the way back for Carlos to gather across his own goal face, really playing with fire in OT.
Oh man. This is where things get a little bit brutal. And of course, watching that one, that's gonna streak right in. It just drops behind. I thought Putnam were more than ready for it, but it looks like a defender was just a little bit slow. And Nuclear pushes this to a game number 4.
Really solid flip reset, and then getting that one extension. You can almost tell the front post defender felt like they had everything covered, and as you mentioned, it looked all covered, but sometimes that extra little acceleration on the reset is all you need to be able to bamboozle 2 defenders there. And despite all their efforts, Putnam not able to close it out in a full sweep, but that is exactly what we're expecting out of the national championship. There are adjustments game to game, and I feel like Tekka felt like they were confident enough to make it to this point, and now that they actually have a game win, now they have something actually under their belt to build from. It will help somewhat the group standings, albeit this game is mostly going to decide group winner, but now they actually have something to plant their flag and say, no, we're in this series, now we just got to do it 2 more times.
And for them, it was going back to, I think, a little bit more defensive style. We saw them, not chasing as heavily for those opening balls or anything like that. It was a little bit more, okay, make sure to adjust where our teammates are. Keep eyes on who's in the defensive position. There were no errant goals coming down. And when we saw that, it goes right back to game number 1. No errant balls means it was tied at 2-2 for quite some time. It was that moment of, hey, you aren't going to get freebies anymore, Putnam. You have to start working for your goals. And granted, Putnam did. Don't get me wrong. Putnam actually worked for it. That's why it came so close. But for the first time, it was Tekka getting a lead each time. 1-0, 1-1 to a 2-1 2-2 situation. So Tekka starting to find their own mojo. Let's see if they can continue here, as there's the benchmark that I wanted. No goal in the first 10 seconds.
It's really the one expectation we have about some of these games at this level. But, you know, who knows? Someone just starts off with something unexpected. Usually it's Swaz with an air dribble like that, but not really going to make that one happen. Everybody on the side of Tekka just wanted that out of their half with not much boost. It's going to be hard to maintain a solid offense, but Carlos certainly trying their best, along with Nuclear in the backfield. That's a nice 50 win. Might be able to set up another one, but Kazu is not going to be dealing with any of that foolishness.
Nah, listen, we gotta lock in. We gotta play hard here. Swaz, of course, carrying in that mid, just watching the ball kind of get jostled around. Oxy chilling out here and having a little bit of fun. I think that was a rotation as well. Yeah, Oxy coming back in here. That's going to be a little bit of a kick, and I'm wondering how that 4-man rotation actually works out. Who actually decides to step in, and what's the call? I'm always very interested at that. Right now, though, Tekka seeing a little bit of an open net. Of course, still covered on the sides, but getting those offensive fights going in. A nice little bounce out of Swaz says, no, you don't get to continue. Your return this time is ours. And still a kick back, as that's going to be a demo. Of course, no one else can really follow up. And that'll be Bluey to go ahead, try and take a shot on goal. 0-0 so far as a minute and a half goes by. Good clear coming out there.
Nuclear able to launch one more, and there's only so many times you can take a lap around the back third of your opponent's field until something does break or you run out of boost yourself. Doesn't seem to be a problem here until Tekka not getting this touch. Swaz able to hop on top of it. So now Kazu maybe starting up something. Oxy lurking in the middle. Can they get on top of this one? Bluey certainly can. Oxy going for a double. No contact. Swaz thinking about it. Might act on it, but probably just watch the chaos unfurl. Let's double commit. Low boost. Trying to take that low 50 again, but this time not finding his reward.
I love the idea of swapping to that slow pace, that very, very just controlled descent, saying, okay, we played fast pretty much for the first 2 minutes. We have to find something else, and then the change of pace can do wonders here, as that's going to be 2 charging up for the front. Kazu was waiting for an opportunity to chase in, but realizes, hey, I can't get greedy right now. We can't go for a 3-man aggressive play. We have to have someone on defense. That stray ball, Tekka can take it over. I really, really like this, though. Putnam, remember, for the first half has pretty much been all on defense, has only just started their offensive maneuver. Dead ball there in the middle, though. It's going to be a slow flick. Not really going to have any extra bounds. And the pace has slowed down immensely, it feels like right now, Taco. It feels like everyone's just almost playing a little bit on their tippy toes. High into the corner if you can. No pinch to come through. Follow up behind as Zato's going to slowly roll it down. A save! Bluey! Bluey is able to scrape it out of the goal line and keeps it at 0-0.
Nuclear, the only one with boost on the side of the field, and yet it's not going to bother Carlos somehow finding the pace to be able to leap high enough to get that save. It is still in the Tekka half as Putnam trying to really apply the vice grip, and yet they're taking too long to set it up. Nuclear gets a 50, and that'll reset things just enough, hopefully, for Tekka to get some resources in their tank. Bluey not going to get that clear along with Nuclear, so again, they're right back into this brutal rotation right now. These slight exits out from Putnam aren't even necessarily giving up on the attack. They're just kind of refueling for the next one as Swaz finally will lose a 50 and will go into the blue side.
That felt very, very dangerous. If there was more boost, I wonder if that would have been a harder attack. However, hard kick to the quarter side. Almost a hold there as Carlos looked for that secondary. Not going to have it, though, as Putnam are still chasing one of the quietest games we've had so far. Remember, about 5 goals in every single game prior. This is vastly different. 0-0 might all be decided in a singular goal here. However, minute left on the clock, plenty of time to play for if Putnam can do so, though. If they can find that stray goal, they can breathe a giant sigh of relief, because at this point, those early 2 games almost don't matter. Let's see what they can throw down here. Chance ball on the left side. Carlos trying to round it out around that corner. Boost into the middle. Good defensive play by Putnam, disrupting that play before it even starts.
Swaz might be looking for a little doink instead. I think they were just a man of singular focus, looking for that demo instead. So he will try and take this one back and pass into Kazu. Problem is, not a lot of boost, so he'll just call his own number. Faking underneath Carlos. A low touch, but Nuclear will not be fooled by this one. And we've typically had some pretty decently high-scoring games, but as the series has gone on, I think the defense has tightened up, gotten wise maybe to the antics of other teams, and Both these squads shooting identically, actually. Both teams have 9 shots so far going into a potential OT, if not for potentially a mistake here. Nuclear coming all the way across, won't be able to wrap this one around, but he has reinforcements slowly charging in. That's a slow shot. Carlos with the catch, he can't get around to it, and I don't think they're really gonna care. They don't want to give up a counter. They want to take their chances in OT.
Ooh, a little bit of a diversion there. Tekka making sure they get that second touch on the ball, but a chance on high. Kazu, no. Kazu, you can't end it right there. That is a no situation. Tekka, they were looking to make a play pretty much off rip, but with the high punt, it did not work. And now with 15 seconds expired, once again, Putnam feel like they're on the aggressive. You mentioned how it was pretty much tied at 9 shots each, but this time around, Putnam full out aggression, saying, hey, screw whatever happened in regular time. Let's try and get our own offensive goal.
Ooh. A little bit of double commit in the middle. Oxy will hit that one really high for Blue. He does not have it. Kazu can end it here. And even though it scrapes the post, it still finds its way in. Putnam dropping the GGs in chat. They've taken care of business.
And Bluey, that hurts. Bluey was there, by the way, just misread where the ball was going to go. If there was just a slight change in their trajectory rolling up to that ball, it would have been vastly different. We would have still been in OT right now, but because it was dropped, feels kind of bad. Putnam very well played. And overall, an amazing series. I got to say, for our first one on the day, and we got, what, 7 more to go, I'm excited.
Yeah, and being able to actually close that game out is solid to be able to see from Putnam and Tekka. And I will say, Tekka, even though that's a rough way to lose, just that one clear, and you just barely miss it. You're like a pixels off on that read from Bluey. They still put up a valiant effort. Putnam is one of the favorites coming into this. Definitely one of the favored teams in the group, obviously, as they have just basically won it, getting their 3rd win of this group stage. I think they can take that and be able to kind of digest it and then figure out what they want to do potentially if these two teams meet again. However, GG's to them. They put up a valiant effort. Sometimes Utopia on map 4 just doesn't go your way to bring the series the distance.
Sometimes you got to be brought down from euphoria. Sometimes you got to meet the ground and go, okay, now we try and ride it right back up. Right now, though, we are going to go to a short break. Get ready for our next matchup, which is Divine Child versus Franklin High School. And I myself am going to be very, very excited to see it. But we also want to get a little bit of a glimpse into the insight of some of the coaches that you mentioned earlier, running these teams up, saying, hey, what are they going to bring to the table? Let's see what they got to say. We'll be right back with some more HSEL action in just a bit.
Is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
Hello, my name is Devin Nederazic. I am the head coach and director of esports at Putnam Science Academy. I have inherited our 11-time national champion Rocket League team. One of our players at the tournament is Gavin Oxy Lovasco, and he's currently on the starting team of Akron Rocket League. Our Rocket League team competes in 5 leagues simultaneously, and then currently we are invited to HSEL Nationals. I think it's a really amazing thing because for a lot of our students, this will be the last time they play at the high school level. So for them to get this one last experience to travel will be amazing, right? The students at the high school level don't get to participate in LANs and in-person events as much as a collegiate or a pro player would. And for them, I think, this event could be the make or break for their decision to actually want to play at the collegiate or professional level. And I think for our students, especially being so far away from Kansas, this is like one of the best opportunities they could have right now. So our team is very momentum based. I've noticed a lot of our competitors, their team rosters are ranked very sporadically. Meanwhile, all of our players fall within the top, either top 80 or top 2,000, top 3,000 players and the Rocket League leaderboards. We have SSLs and GCs across the board, and for us, it's a big momentum game, right? It's all over the mind space. Having our team's skill is never really an issue. It's more of just being in a healthy mind space, getting enough sleep, getting enough food, and having that rigid schedule that I've given them to kind of give them that extra push they need to win as a team, as opposed to our competitors, which we've seen have oftentimes fed one player or fed 2 players back and forth. We just need to build momentum and keep going as a team. By the end of next week, we'll hopefully be 13 times championships till then, which will be nice.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom. It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using gaming concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort. And how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Antonio Gonzalez, and my school is TECA, Tech Connections Academy. We kind of were a new team. We didn't really have any prior knowledge of each other, and we just kind of came in and we qualified. It's great. It feels amazing, honestly. It's going to be an experience playing and even just kind of going around KC, just having fun for the days that we're going to be there. Just as a new team, not having any prior experience, especially for me, this is sort of my first time playing in a competitive environment like this. It would be amazing to win. I mean, even if I didn't win, it would be amazing to get like second or third. That would be amazing. I feel like even just qualifying, first time being here is it's just an amazing thing to say that I did.
My name is Haley Simpkins. I go to Interlochen Junior Senior High School. I am in 12th grade and I compete in Apex Legends. We took the fall season off because my team and I, we
They care. And welcome back to HSEL Nationals 2024. I'm here with the PSA Mustangs out of Connecticut, and with Kazu just hit the game-winning goal. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I feel like we can bring that energy to the bracket.
Coach, how do you feel?
Not surprised in the slightest.
Very nice, very nice. The Mustangs have been showing out here at Nationals. What's the secret? What's the secret recipe to doing so well and maintaining a cool head in this environment?
I think one of the things that makes our school very unique compared to a lot of the other schools here is we're actually a private boarding school. So they're not only teammates, they're all friends, and we eat and all live together every day of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just having that full round team chemistry is really good.
Okay, well, there you have it. Well, very nice work, fellas. I can't wait to see what the Mustangs have in store for the rest of Nationals.
That these Nationals could really be that mark to push them into the eyes of so many teams.
Yeah, particularly today, I'm looking at Swaz, and of course, he's the one that sets up
a squad that is currently sitting at the top of their group, saying we aren't going to let this one fly by without some sort of contest.
Yeah, Tekka played phenomenally yesterday again. To remind everybody, these two teams are at the top of their group, but apparently
down the right side of their field lane. Of course, Carlos trying to prep it right in the middle, but no teammate is there to help out. And Putnam, with all three corralling around the ball, just easily defend that one.
Swaz trying to make his impact again, and look at him be able to make that 2 as Nuclear tries to put that back across. Carlos will also reach and try to shadow this touch from Oxy, and yet Oxy just dances by him, almost seemingly on no effort. It's so smooth from Oxy. Look at the 45-degree flick. I think the one thing to keep in mind, or at the very least, if it's any copium material for the side of Tekka, is that they understand that, yes, this game has not been going their way, but they just get one, maybe they have a little momentum to work with, and as I said, Carlos does it.
20, 30 seconds, it's doable. It's not impossible, but Putnam, I mean, like, they scramble so well for this ball, and Oxy's like, yo, let's go ahead and get another one in. If we can, we're trying to dribble straight through the mid, not really going to have it. The ball high, and Bluey's just there to hang it.
Usually, when we have games that are a bit one-sided, the coaches and the players are able to kind of take that 1-minute break in between and then restart everything, but it doesn't help when Kazu gets all of that 50.
Look for a shot on goal, but Nuclear was able to defend. Goal is wide open, though, but Swaz says not as open as you think. Let me go ahead and get that save.
It's important to be able to at least just get some shots off so you can build your confidence, but apparently they don't need too many Putnam.
Deserve to be playing for that top spot. They're going to let it roll back, play a very long field angle. That's going to be high in the air. No challenge to be made just yet. Nuclear a little bit of a beat behind. And because of the defensive boom, Oxy is allowed the goal. Putnam put a third. Okay, how do we want to
just like, these guys are awesome. We need to be like them. And during our very second match in preseason, we actually got matched against them. And to be honest, we were kind of fangirling a little bit. And, all that VOD reviewing and practice and just studying, it helped us so much. And we were able to come out with the win. And it was just a crazy experience. After graduation, I plan to attend the University of Florida. I've already been accepted to major in biology. Through a grant at my school, I have completed enough dual enrollment courses through the local community college that I've graduated my AA degree already. So I'll be ready to hit the ground running in the middle of my specialization for my bachelor's. And after that, I hope to attain my master's in forensic science. There's a lot of people who have truly helped me, both academically as a competitor of esports. There's just too many to choose, but if I had to choose one, it would have to be our coach and sponsor, Mrs. Harvey. To put it lightly, she has no idea about what esports is or how it works, but she's just super optimistic and she's always just so excited about what we're doing and how we're playing. And it's really good for morale. And at the end of the day, she helps us de-stress and understand that we're sort of pioneering the way for our school. We didn't have esports until this year, but she's just been super helpful. She's amazing. And a lot of our success this year wouldn't have been without Mrs. Harvey. And it's really, really inspiring to know that just something as simple as playing a game could get people so excited and happy and just like ready to go. Yeah.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
So I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really displays their passion for esports because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, a platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today. This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Maggie Robinson. I am from Prosper ISD, and I am a CTE teacher and esports coach. If I'm being perfectly honest about this, I don't have to provide a lot of that support because these 3 just work together so fluidly, and Isaiah has been a phenomenal leader for this group of kids and has been for you've been playing for 3 years, right? So I think anytime you can bring home a national title, especially in a league the size of HSEL, it's a huge deal, right? So for the school, for the district, I think that is a phenomenal win. I think the one reason that they will be lifting the trident at the end of this has a lot to do with their relationship outside of the game. They are friends outside of, a game that they are remarkably good at. And I think that just helps them communicate with each other while they're on the pitch and playing. And I don't see this happening any other way than them lifting it up, to be completely honest with you.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
My name is Amy Doyle. I am a middle school teacher at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I am the district coach for our esports program. Yeah, so our esports program started last school year when I started teaching here at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I had approached the principal and said, hey, I would be really interested in starting an esports program here at the school. I think there's enough interest with the kids. And he was like, you know what, that's an awesome idea. Let's see how they like it. So for the first year, our team was a local team. We competed with students within our school district, and we had little championships, but we had enough students that it was taking multiple days to get through our championships in district. We had about 37 students sign up in our first year of esports, and all we played was Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League. So obviously there was this really strong interest in esports here, and I was really excited about that because I'm a big gamer myself. A couple of things that I'm super proud of with our program: it makes it so accessible for our students who wouldn't traditionally be involved in something with our athletics department. And those students have not only hopped in and participated, they have risen to the occasion and have been able to hop into leadership roles such as team captains for some of our games, which has been just something I've been unbelievably proud of with our students. A specific moment this season that I was particularly proud of was our Splatoon team made it into the playoffs for the middle school fall major, or spring majors, I should say. And they were so excited just to be able to play on the nationals. In the quarterfinal match, we met with the other team, and they said, hey, we're down a player because we're on spring break and they're not able to reach us. We know that according to rules, you guys could just claim the forfeit, but we're hoping that you'd still be willing to play with us. And my students were just so excited to play. They were like, yeah, absolutely. We still want to play. We want to have a good time. It was spectacular. It's the kind of joy and sportsmanship that I really love seeing with this program. I wouldn't be able to do this program without my assistant to the coach, Dr. Christopher Padaky. He wrangles in our chess kids because I cannot wrap my brain around that game, and he is phenomenal with them. I also very much want to thank Brian Ulrich, who is our school principal, who has supported this program from the very first moment of me saying, hey, I think this is something we should have here at the school. I am so excited this fall to officially launch our high school esports league. We have been rocking it here at the middle school. I know that the high schoolers are itching to get into the program as well. We'll be playing the same 5 games that we play at the middle school, which is Mario Kart, Rocket League, Splatoon 3, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, and chess.com. And then at the high school level, we'll play all 5 of those. Plus, we are going to be adding Valorant into our repertoire at the high school level. I've been plugged in with the video game culture since before teaching. This past year, I had the privilege of being able to present at PAX East about
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're back with more HSEL National Championships 2024. We had just seen our first series of the day, and now we're moving on to our second, but we're staying within the same group. The 2 teams at the bottom of group stage trying to fight for better seeding is going to be Divine Child from Michigan and Franklin High out of California. I'm still Dana Taco, and joined with me is still Orbital. How you doing after that first series?
I'm doing all right. I'm excited to see if teams are going to be really rocking it forward and make sure to get a little bit creative in their ways, because everyone moves on through the group stage, but you want better seeding, of course, and I think that is going to be very, very important for these players to come.
And being able to get into all these games and be able to actually solidify that seeding is so important. Again, no one being eliminated within group stage. Everything is just being able to be played out to be able to make sure that you're actually going forward into that single elimination bracket with a good matchup. Last thing you want to do is finish last and then have to play the absolute best team potentially in one of the tournaments between 2 of these groups. We have multiple tournament favorites because it is so even across everything. Everyone has different opinions on how that's going to shake out. But for the most part, I've seen these teams play yesterday, and they're both phenomenal squads on their game. It's just about who really counters each other. It's kind of hard to see who really matches up and who hard counters the other.
And that's the fun part. You do have to get a little bit creative. You have to get a little bit innovative with how you actually want to work and how you want to actually play these games out, because these are national players. All these teams are here for a reason. They made it through their regions, and that's going to be very exciting to see. Now, granted, as we're talking about creativity, I do want to shout out another one of our amazing groups that are here, Interactive Media, elevating student creativity with gaming concepts through, digital graphics to web design, as well as so many more dynamic courses, which allows students to unleash their creativity creativity across various forms of interactive media, as well as using industry standard tools and techniques to prepare them for the future. So, of course, if you are interested in getting anything going for your own students and such, or you want to empower them as well, go ahead and check out gamingconcepts.gg for more information and allow them to take a look at that digital landscape.
And yes, of course, thank you to all of our lovely sponsors and all of our partners here on the HSEL Nationals, because I've been really enjoying these games. Typically, I would say a couple of years ago before Rocket League and a lot of esports kind of more integrated into the scholastic level, you didn't really see a lot of games where you're saying, man, these teams are really at the top level. These are all top 1% players, high grand champs, SSL players. I've recognized a couple of players from kind of bubble play within pro play within Rocket League. So definitely really a lot of talent to go around, despite the fact that even though we're looking at Divine Child, for example, they were the champion coming up into the Nationals last year, and now they're competing just to get at the bottom of their group. And right off the rip, though, it's not Devon Child, it's Franklin with our opener.
This is why it's so contested. You mentioned that they were champions before, and listen, even if you're champions, there's always someone trying to run for your spot. Franklin with an early goal, fastest I think we've had so far on broadcast. Last time it was 8 seconds, this one was 6. Crazy stuff here so far. Divine Child, of course, looking to try and get a little bit on the defensive themselves in sync. Of course, Sync itself is looking to try and get a little bit of help there, but Coop with that first goal is looking for a second if he can. Little bump there with a teammate, but if they can challenge, oh, that's mean. That's mean. Sync is able to go ahead and defend, but those bumps are starting to become a little bit rude.
Yeah, particularly the post is also somewhat rude. Devon Child felt like they had a perfect shot set up and then gets deprived by that near side. Unfortunate effort, but at least it feels like they're getting into the flow of things. Maybe not necessarily the speed that they want to be going in, as a lot of these touches just getting tapped away by Franklin out of the corner. Little Welchie leaving it to Opbomb. Low shot. X-Sync will not be fooled by that one. Ball's still not out. Maisie has to reach for it. They will not have it, which means your boy Coop has to rescue the play yet again. Can he do it once more against Opbomb? Into the ceiling it goes. Gribster able to be met by X-Sync. Nice defense by Franklin defending their lead.
Right now, these challenges are kind of going every which way. Divine Child is, of course, looking pretty dang aggressive, which I like, but you can see where that ball is ending up pretty much. I want to say a good 60% of the time is on their own side, and it's just, okay, you know, they're a little bit annoyed at this factor, but I love the speed that you're trying to chase it. Gripster, of course, out of boost, looking to try and gather back up. But that's a demo in the backfield as Divine Child, they're kind of making some plays and opportunities abound, but you need a little bit more. You don't need opportunities, you need strong plays, and that's a good defensive hold. Franklin going ahead and saying, no, you don't get that shot as much as we got on yours.
Sometimes teams really get forced into playing a lot of defense, but some teams actually really like playing on the goal line. Right now, I've been seeing actually Franklin sit back and try to defend their goal line. They're doing it pretty well. In fact, they might have also been able to leap forward and get that shot off, but instead, it's not going to go through. All three players surging upfield for Divine Child. I think Gripster wanted to get more power on that one, kind of foregone placement. And unfortunately, that's not going to work out. But at the very least, it feels like Divine Child kind of got that cold water splash in their face off that kickoff goal. And now it's like, all right, well, let's actually get up into this game and start to force some pressure as they're certainly the ones starting to lean on their opponents.
And that's the best part. Again, only 1 goal difference. You don't have to sit there and actually be bothered. The reason that I think we talked about it last time so much is how heavily Putnam were really in that strong arm position. After that first goal, it felt that they could continue their aggression. But in this situation, Gripster's just like, yeah, it's just 1 goal. I don't know what you're talking about. Granted, you could be +1, but instead you're net 0. And it is going to be that 1-1 scoreline heading into the second half.
I do like Gripster being able to use their boost effectively there. Got that mid boost and then immediately goes for the air dribble bump just to make sure that X-Sync is fully aware that they not only have to get all the way above the ball, but then be able to get underneath it as well to be able to clear that and scrape that off the goal line. Unfortunately, you can only do some things well when you have someone breathing down your neck. Opbomb, Gripster, the nice little pass in front, and the blindside tap is going to fool the defender.
And remember, Divine Child have had 2 or 3 errant balls just kind of sitting off on the edge. This time around feels good. I mean, you can even see it sync. Was not in sync there. You got kind of crossed up. Your tires went 2 different directions. And it just hurts. You know, it's not that worst thing. You still have about 2 minutes, 20 seconds to really make something happen. And with these kind of 50-50s going the way of Franklin, at least at the start, maybe you can make something happen. Heavy taps left and right. As Divine Child looked to boost that one out of their way. Of course, Coop getting in the way of that shot, making sure to get that save. Now rushing to the flip side, 15 left in the boost tank. Of course, no one else is really able to help out. Gripster going to try and position it in right order. Right now, Divine Child sitting pretty happy with those 2 goals.
And you can see the dynamic duo, Op-Bomb and Gripster, really starting to come into its own. They're forcing a lot of pressure. In fact, you can also get a little hint of what's to come for this team. When you look at this roster, Gripster already using the MSU tag. Both these players going to Michigan State to play on their Rocket League esports team, so certainly something to look forward to. They've got the chemistry locked in, and you're seeing plenty of preview for all their potential collegiate opponents right now if they're tuning into the broadcast. And yet, despite all of that, Franklin doing valiantly. I think they had some nice pressure earlier, but now they're really starting to get forced up against their own half. But as I mentioned earlier, some teams, they really do thrive in those situations, still getting those saves.
And at the same time, you can use this first game as kind of that stepping stone because Franklin are now on a line. Coop goes ahead and throws down with the best of them. Nice little goal for themselves.
My, oh my, nice recovery as well. You can see Lil Welchie actually just waiting for that ball, saying, well, you know, they got the first 50. And sometimes your brain turns off as a defender. Not to say that he was unaware of the shot, but it's like you see the first 50 and you kind of assume that you're going to have a moment to be able to get your clear off. But instead, no, your boy Coop just does it by himself, just chases that one down like a bat out of heck. And that's a nice way to be able to get 1 goal, just being able to stay on it with a hustle play.
I think they're going to try and look to do a little bit more. Remember, we had an OT last time, and it was a little bit dire straits, but I don't think anyone likes to be in that position. So for Franklin, you've gone ahead and put yourself back in good position. But Op-Bomb is really just trying to send it as many times as you can. You saw the demo off on the backside as Divine Child trying to create a space and opportunity. Of course, a fastball straight through the middle is not really going to be met as Maisie is getting a little bit dancy with it. High ball towards that middle. Another chance ball on goal, and it is going to be a bounce out, but it rolls to the side. It's almost going to cross, but another claw out of the net means that it is still tied 2-2.
Unbelievable. That is not the lead for Franklin. They're going to still be on attack. Your boy Coop, not too bad of a placement, but it's going to be too far across Gripster to be able to fool him. X-Sync finding no one. Op-Bomb finding his teammate on the outlet pass. Coop should have that one read as that bounces down for X-Sync. Dangerous ball in the midfield. Op-Bomb will not take a chance. Could come down to a single 1v1. The high flick is not going to be the defender. And Op-Bomb able to clutch up, bring his team in OT.
I think that's twice, actually, that Op-Bomb was able to defuse those goal situations. It was, I mean, listen, that's not the second time we've also seen a goal almost met, and yet it does not fully cross. These are dangerous times that we're messing with. This is game number 1, but that's X-Sync to throw it out the loop, said Franklin from behind. We'll go ahead and take game number 1.
And I really want to shout out Coop here, just putting the ball in uncomfortable positions. Poor little Welchie, yes, that's not the touch he's looking for, but he feels like he has to get to it immediately because Coop that unexpected beat over that first defender. Sometimes you jump a little too eagerly. You're not able to actually get to the side of the ball, clear into safe pastures on the sidewall. So a little bit of mistakes coming in from Divine Child, particularly when you look at those 11 shots. At some point, it was actually 11-3 favoring Divine Child on shots. And yet we're finishing Franklin down the stretch, getting 5 more shots, bringing it a little bit more even, and obviously getting the winner in the end.
I will still stand by, though, that I think Divine Child are more than happy about this outcome. They fought hard. They fought very strongly. And yes, that OT, you're like, okay, not the worst thing in the world. It could be worse. Granted, you could have, a blowout in regular time and everything like that, and you had so many shots and never went in. But there are cleanup moments. If you're Divine Child, you're saying that wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. We got a little bit sloppy towards the end. We got a little bit complacent. And yes, the OT caught us off guard. You can still bring it back. 100%, this is a squad. If you had that many shots down, you were pretty much full court pressure the entire time. I have no doubt in my mind Divine Child are going to clean it up for game number 2 and say, hey, no more errant balls. We are going to try and take those victories. And this time it'll be us on that goal line playing for that last little push over the goal.
Well, sometimes when I've talked to parents in the esports community, especially in the collegiate sense, and I'm sure as high school as well, they always say watching games in Rocket League it's a fairly understandable game if you're a layman to it, but it's also still just so stressful to know that your kid is playing in these events. After that game 1, I feel like we really do need the cardiologist on speed dial in the area because that was close and it all the way through. All of those goals seemingly coming right on the goal line, coming through really close angles. You even had that goal line stop from Divine Child, which was crazy. So let's see if Forbidden Temple has a similar storyline cooked up for us.
Of course, we're just waiting for that first breakaway. Remember, these two teams played a relatively, I want to say, outside of that first 6-second goal, it was a pretty tame game until the end. So maybe we got to see that a little bit more. But As I mentioned before, I want to see Divine Child really kick things into high gear. They had such an aggressive start. They were all kind of in the face of the opponent. Just don't let Franklin breathe. Make sure to keep them on the back roads, keep them constantly moving, try and force them into lesser boost situations. That's going to be a nice little chance in the middle, but Op Bomb gets denied. And Franklin just kind of dancing this ball around, figuring out exactly where they want to go. Slows the ball down, but Gripster going to grab it in that midfield. I'm sure they're going to take it straight off the top into the corner, and Gripster, once again for Divine Child, throws down the first goal.
The ceiling double into the reset catch. This is disgusting from Gripster. Poor X-Sync. You can see him on the goal line thinking about when to challenge, but then you feel like halfway through setting up the reset, you realize, this is just simply going to get peeked right into the top corner.
It hurts. It hurts whenever you see that happen, but very nicely done by Gripster. You're looking for another, though, and that's just almost an opportunity. The follow-up is not there, though. Air ball straight out from that goal line. Divine Child had an opportunity to move it to a 2-0. Gripster, though, with a double demo, really denying any sort of offensive trait. And that's going to leave the goal slightly open. But a nice save by Coop. That still sucked 1-0.
Coop getting the bump, and I love it. The heads-up play yet again from him. Loves to go headhunting in that attacking third. Poor Gripster felt like he had everything covered, but the physical play from both teams starting to turn its head.
And I actually really like that. I love physicality, especially when things get to the nitty-gritty. For those that, play Rocket League quite a bit, you might be going, that's not fair play. It's fair play. It's 100% fair play. It's when the playbook goes out the window, and you're just like, okay, screw it. We'll get a look at demos 24/7. I love it, as that's a slow ball rolling off to the side. Teammate's not going to try and crush up. Gripster, of course, waiting for a chance. Going to try and bounce it off the ground, but it's a little bit too slow. Capped and caught by Franklin, denying that chance. Overall, right now, Divine Child looking for the opportunities, but Franklin seeing their chances more and more. I am loving this game number 2.
Does Op Bomb have a target on him or something? Yorwa Coop actually went for that ball after the first demo, and then the shot went wide. And then as Op Bomb spawned, you see Coop kind of just deviate a little bit from his path to get that demo attempt. He did not get it in the end, but ultimately I do like this one. If Divine Child is playing fast and furious, then you got to get right in their face, and no better way to do that than by going for the exit demo on every single time you go forward on offense. Even on the landing, they're getting some demos, so clearly there's no rest for the wicked here when it comes to Franklin's game plan.
So, I mentioned it earlier, I love when things get physical because things get out of control, as that's another dig straight out of that goal. It can get messy, but when one demo occurs, it tends to follow there's another in response, and it will happen pretty much every single game. But this is where things get crazy, is when everyone gets in demos and no one's in the goal to defend. Gripster, 2 now in this game, says thank you very much.
Well, there's yin and then there's yang. All the demos coming in from Franklin, met by the finesse of Divine Child, throwing the pass across and just switching up the defender. And really nice presence of mind from Divine Child. Typically when a team gets to get demoed, they actually become more passive because they really want to be able to make sure they're keeping eyes in the back of their head, toggling on that rear view camera, being able to see whether or not they're about to get hit. But other times it's just being able to say, hey, just take a deep breath, be able to play our game, it'll be fine. And right there, it shows with the patience to be able to get that passing play off. Meanwhile, Franklin, they're trying to go for another bump as they play kind of slightly rolled toward the goal line, but that will not work out. And now with Franklin having so much success early on, finds himself behind in the final 90 seconds. Coop with a double, not able to get the power or direction.
Oh, these little chance balls are starting to get a little bit dicey as well. Divine Child, if they go ahead and win this one, we go back to basically a best of 3. At that point, you're playing for all the marbles. Or at least some of them, I should say. Not all the marbles. All the marbles will be 2-0. That's what Franklin are aiming for right now. Let's see what they can do here. Welchie saying, okay, let's roll it low. Gets it past one defender. Gets it up on the ropes as a teammate there. Bomb trying to go up and challenge, make sure the ball's still in their favor, but no. It's going to roll away. Franklin watching the ball streak back towards their own goal is lazy. Trying to make sure they're full boost. They're going to be the main attacker here. Coop trying to set it off on the side. Denied once again by Op Bomb. With a minute left on the clock, Divine Child just trying to play this one smart. Don't get too fancy with it, but maintain your advantage.
Really a huge fan of how often I've seen a Divine Child have a clear, and instead of sending it all the way upfield, they'll hit it across to a teammate. So it's kind of like that hand-holding down the field, which is nice because it forces Franklin, when they rotate back, to slowly creep up, puts them in no man's land situations. And I'm seeing Divine Child here on map 2 get a little bit better to use that space. It's not really paying off with a lot of goals, but like their offense a lot more high percentage down the stretch. Now they just gotta hope their defense follows suit. Gripster gets bumped, still stays with it. What a save. Op-bomb with the counter. It's gonna be off the post. A deflection off a teammate. And somehow Franklin is gonna allow that one to go.
I mean, you were dancing. It was hard. Everyone was jostling for a piece of that one. You can see they're right in the mix. Stray hit closes that door. Divine Child looking like the stars here inside of this game. Number 2, 14 seconds left outside of a stray goal at the start. I don't think it's going to happen. Divine Child saying, okay, all we got to do is hold it down for another few seconds and we're going to be good. Of course, that goal is going to be made. Taco, Franklin are going to try and push us to OT.
Well, look at what we have here. We have a kickoff goal scenario as everybody going all the way back, kind of caught out in transition. And Divine Child have tossed this one up. It could be just a coin toss based on how this kickoff goes. X-Sync goes for the hard beat. In fact, Op-bomb with no more boost. Maisie steals that 100. Ball into the ceiling. Op-bomb, they have nothing in the tank. It's Coop gonna be saved in the end. Divine Child pulls out the clutch defense to secure the dub.
Breathe in, breathe out. Let the heart rate sink back down to a good state. My God. We mentioned it before. Divine Child, massive number of shots on goal in game number 1. I said they shouldn't be worried about game number 2, and I was kind of right. The only reason I say kind of, they were still worried at the end. They were absolutely still worried at the end. Franklin played very, very well towards that end, but you need to have that pretty much throughout the entirety of the game. These teams are going neck and neck. And I want to talk about really impactful point. They went from demos to finesse. That is not something I normally see. It is very difficult sometimes to kind of pull your head out of that. We need to run them down. We need to keep the demos going. And to draw back into team coordinated play, I really, really like that. For about 2 minutes, it was solid demos. After that, all finesse, right back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest part about being able to implement a game plan is that in between games, it's really difficult because everything resets, the other team adjusts to you. But even within some games, that does happen. I agree that Franklin was finding a lot of success with the demos, but then the moment it started kind of stopping in effectiveness, the utility, then they're kind of pivoted a little bit, started to play a bit more aggressive, and I really liked how at the end that kickoff was perfection. If not for that last save, we very well could still be playing in that OT, but instead, we're just going to be chilling and waiting for this next goal to go in to see who's going to be able to take advantage here on DFH. This has been one of the closer series that we've seen really all weekend, not just today, and I would love for that series to continue in this type of fashion.
Oh, man. I mean, Gripster has also been kind of at that forefront for the side of Divine Child. I think scored 2 in the earlier stages. I thought was able to get a hat trick at the end. At the current moment, though, the rest of the team is trying to step up, and I love the fact that you pointed out it is closer. This is where teams really need to start to kind of lock in, you know, really dive in and get those goals. Gripster, once again, forward striker position. Divine Child throw down goal number 1 of this game.
Yeah, it's not the best clear coming in off the backside. Certainly doesn't help, though. The X-Sync has nothing in the tank, and Op-bomb was screaming across the front of goal to get the bump. So really, it's forcing X-Sync not only to stay in place, but really just to lock the wheels and hope that that ball was going to be a miss. He was not that lucky. Is he going to get lucky again with Maisie? The fake away by Op-bomb. Nice rescue immediately, but that means it's 3v3, the third coming in to finish off the chance.
What did I say, Taco? I said Divine Child, I feel, do not have to be worried about that game number 1. Starting things off with a bang. Far more aggression and much harder offensive power. I want to say they're scrambling for that ball in a much more concentrated fashion. And Divine, I mean, they look Divine, if you will. That's another tap over, ball right in front of the net, but the third touch is not really going to come through as well as they would like. This time, Franklin are absolutely able to defend against that goal. But Gripster wants that hat trick so bad. No dunk to come through, though.
And he's doing it in spectacular ways as well, going for the ceiling reset, just being able to land and then immediately get the dunk. And granted, with all this offensive success, they can't forget about defense. X-Sync, I love going for the lead block, but unfortunately, I don't think the ball was set up even to get a goal, even if he had made contact. Coop trying to keep things alive. Op-bomb. Zero boost clear. Needs a little Welchie to bail him out again. That bounce down by Coop is going to opt for the boost steal. I don't really mind that, but I don't know if the rotations from Franklin are aggressive enough to be able to keep these attacks up. Everybody going back to their own half, and it seems like most of these offensive opportunities petering out, and even when they do, they're just glancing across goal, kind of like that one. Maisie might have an opening here. That's top shelf, and he's going to make it work.
you could see Divine Child seeing the dangerous path that could come out, and the defender just trying to get there in time. But a beautiful shot, Maisie able to keep this one pretty dang tight. And for Franklin, this is exactly where they were in game number 1, stalled out at a 2-1 position. No, I lied. That was game 1 was much tighter for Franklin, I think. So interesting to see either way. Right now, Divine Child still up 1 goal, looking to try and bring that to a 3 if they can. If they can, that'll be great. But Franklin, let's see what they got in the pocket.
And it's tough because you can tell the mental started to struggle for some teams, as it looked like really everyone on Divine Child in the last goal. I was convinced that they had everything covered, and then right the last second, 2 players on 0 boost both committed on the same near post play, and that's what made that pass so effective, completely undid the back end of the defense. So as we reach halftime in game 3, everything back up into neutral territory on our chances. Lil Welchie might have given one away to Coop, but fortunately for Gripster, no real power found on that shot.
Just got to play it a little bit slower, say, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to hold on to. I mean, you can see them, you know, a little bit of touch and go, but you mentioned it before, playing a little bit more safe and content, playing on their own side of the field and just not letting themselves get a little bit too out of whack. We talk about that game shift, that mental shift, that game plan change. Sometimes it happens in the blink of an eye. At the same time, someone's got to break away from it. Xing goes straight in the air, tries to challenge, ball rolls a little bit errantly, but a teammate's going to cover as Maisie goes back and gets a boost. Coop is almost completely out. Touch on the backboard, but a good little clear there is going to be held. Maisie now trying to get it back under control as we have 1.5 minutes left on the clock.
Wow, Maisie got a bump on 1, almost got a bump on a 2nd. That could have been almost a guaranteed goal from Franklin, but instead they're just going to have to keep on fighting here. Down the trenches, it feels like in a game like this where it might just come down to singular mistake or moment of team brilliance. The 1-2-3 passing, that shot was really far away from the target, but still had the pace to make it interesting. Coop, speaking of, with a nice save, keeping this one out. That's another clear from Maisie. Do they have the sidewall read? Opbomb certainly thinks so. They challenge, and you see these little bursts of speed just showing maybe the anxiety starting to come out from both sides.
For Franklin, that should be doubly so. They should realize that they do not want to lose this game. They don't want to be put down in a 2-1 position, and they need to get in the faces. They need to kind of find that errant opportunity, and you mentioned that burst of speed. Those opportunities are coming abound, but the boost may not be in their favor. I'm trying to keep track of how many they have. Maisie is the one that's mainly having, you know, that 60 to 20%. Opbomb, though, for their own, chasing with a pretty full tank. Let's see what they can roll out here. Opbomb, of course, 0 goals so far, but 2 shots in their own. Gets a 3rd in that scoreboard. But of course, right now, it doesn't matter how many shots you take. You got to get those dubs. 30 seconds left.
Gripster not able to get that deflection. Opbomb needs to get this one. Xing will win it over the top, but sometimes power is not what you need. Maisie sending it back again and actually playing the passive read. That's really well done by Opbomb, not hitting it across, taking the unconventional touch to the corner, completely diffusing the momentum and rotations from their opponents. Final seconds here, and it looks like Divine Child should have this one so long as they can just play for the clock, and your boy Coop is going to be your boy into the scrap heap. The demo, sealing the deal, putting Divine Child on a match point.
And it's a wild difference from games number 1 and 2. I would like to point that out. If you obviously were watching here, seeing this series, how quiet that end of the game went. And you saw a shift. You mentioned it before, the soft touch to gather that ball in the last 30 seconds or so. It was Divine Child saying, look, we've tried. We've had so many shots. It's 2-1. Don't get over anxious. We just need that dub on the board. Play it smart. Don't get crazy. Let it down gently, and we will take this one to bed. Franklin, for their own, they fought hard. They fought extremely hard. But now in Game 4, they got to kick it up a notch. They got to go a little bit harder into the paint if they so wish. And honestly, to me, maybe go back to that demo style. It worked out pretty well for a moment. We love seeing, you know, that physicality, and it threw everyone for a loop. Maybe got to get a bit more of that rough and tumble if you want to push us to a Game 5.
I think part of the difficulty with a lot of that Franklin is feeling is that I think they want to go for it. I'm seeing Maisie go through the back line and go for all these bumps and all these demos. But the issue is that every single time you do that, especially on offense, you're delaying the rotation back. And I think Franklin is feeling so much pressure that they're just so focused on saying, let's just keep the rotation tight. And I think that's not a bad adjustment, and finding that happy medium between really trying to make sure that their opponents in Divine Child are feeling the pressure, feeling that they're just nipping at their heels, they're going to be demoed at any time, while also making sure they're not giving away anything too easy, I think is a really difficult balance to strike. So I don't wish any team being in this position, but at the very least, Franklin has done some of the work. They have 1 game win. This is not a full reverse sweep. They just got to win the next 2, similar to our last series. Can they get it done? in that first step as we head to Utopia. Certainly with a lead demo, they could. Xing with a double, and that's a way to start off a game.
What did I say? What did I say? Get physical, get silly with it. Demo off the side, I think, stalled out a little bit of that defensive rotation that they wanted. Upbomb says, oh, yeah, I got to be in that middle of it. I was watching the explosions, the pretty lights. Very nicely done from Franklin to start things off. Remember, Divine Child in game number 1, I think we're chasing after them. So we'll see what happens here if Divine Child are able to even it up right away, or Franklin are going to pull away with a solid lead.
Upbomb able to set this one close. One thing he's really, really good at is staying right next to the ball. Notice how difficult it is to get those clears whenever Upbomb is beneath the ball. That's something that could spell disaster in the future for Franklin if Upbomb continues to kind of roam around in the sky. But at least for right now, we're not paying attention to Upbomb. We're paying attention to your boy Coop and Xing almost syncing up for yet another passing play and goal. Xing trying to do it by himself this time. Lead block. He almost gets that bump on the aerial defender, but instead, Franklin, I don't know what happened, what that minute between is right now. But
oh my
God. A completely different team. If not for that lack of boost from Maisie, could have been another one.
I wonder if this is also Divine Child getting a little bit sloppy here. They seem to be a little bit slower to a lot of their moves. Remember, they were the fast streakers. They were the ones that were roaming around the map so quickly. They were the ones on the field just chasing every which way. And with that demo coming out here, Franklin are still in their face. Divine Child look a little bit sleepy right now, and I'm worried because I don't want to see that continue onwards. I want to see them fighting for every single piece, whether it be over those boosts or not. Franklin, though, in good position. Xing, though, putting it back to a teammate.
I do like that play from Maisie. A lot of players, a lesser player perhaps, would go on the sidewall, try to get that awkward clear, maybe even throw it into the middle, but they take their time and take an air dribble. Granted, at the end, still loses possession. That means Gripster has an open shot, but does not have the boost to get above it. Deflection from Coop means that one will go to the corner. Xing certifying that clear, as he will also bump Upbomb. And those are the tiny physical plays I feel like that are nice to be able to just buy yourself some pressure. Even if it's not full-on demoing from Franklin, just being able to get in the way and be annoying, kind of like a high flick of air. Gotta be saved on the goal line. How many times has Franklin pulled that off?
Too many. Too many. And I think Divine Child's done the same. These have been so tight moments of goals that could make or break the game. We are entering into the second half, as that's going to be almost a tie-up. Teammate rolls in front, but Upbomb watches it get cleared, and now it's rolling to the other side. Divine Child have had about 3 opportunities where they could get a goal down, but it's not working. Instead, it's a shot right back on their own. Ball straight towards the top side, cleared out. Welchie watching a teammate carry that one out. And right now, Divine Child, they are saying we need to get things into gear. We cannot allow Franklin to constantly be in our face. Gripster finally gets a little bit physical, but Coop does the same. It's almost a 1v1, but Maisie can't really do much with 0 boost.
Yeah, right now, I really just feel like Divine Child playing reactive. They simply cannot touch the ball. Even worse, when you have no boost. Lil Welchie taking a little bit too much time. Coop sends it over, and Xing is going to be the poacher in front of the net.
Do you want to play a game? Franklin says yes, we want to play. Looking at a game 5 in front, 2 minutes left on the clock. Divine Child do have the opportunities abound, but a lot of their steam seems to be gone. However, chance ball! Are you kidding me? Franklin lose that opportune moment. Take a look at this kickoff. This feels so bad.
That's so rough for Maisie, and that is a classic goal to give up off of the kickoff. It's just a little bit faster than you can predict. You jump, and then halfway through you realize I simply cannot read that one. Few players really can. It's why kickoffs are goal-scoring opportunities in their own right. Divine Child given somewhat of a life raft to be able to put themselves back within somewhat of an attainable position, but in the final 2 minutes, you know Franklin are going to be trying to hold on to this lead with everything they have.
I remember what Franklin had to deal with the last time. Divine Child basically nullified everything that Franklin threw down in that previous game. They said, okay, 1 goal can feel like a chasm, but right now it's a challenge back. Upbomb trying to shoot that one towards the bottom corner. Not going to happen this time around. Welchie now with about 20 is able to make some sort of play in towards the middle, but the ball flies a little bit too high. Divine Child waiting for their opportunity to strike back as hard as possible. At this current moment, they're still saying, how do we want to set this one up? Franklin, for their own benefit, looking to try and get another goal on that scoreboard. They don't want to let this one go down to a 1-goal difference scenario.
Xing low on boost. Upbomb sends it high, double tap. Not going to be able to find that pass as Gripster was basically just waiting, queuing even for their chance to be able to hit that ball. as now Divine Child will reload. Op bomb sends that back up to Coop, who will deal with it on the first touch, but has to deal with Welchie. Lead demo, lead block again. Exing, they're tripped up. They simply can't do it. Op bomb's disruption leads to a 2-2 game.
What did you say earlier, Taco? These demos can be your saving grace or your misfortune. The bullying in the goal line allows Divine Child to tie things up. Sometimes you gotta disrupt the play to make the play.
That's incredible from Op Bomb, but Exing, he might get a revenge. That's a double tap off a
Woo!
reset, and it's gonna be deflected. Lead demo, Welchie got a turn, Exing is there!
Oh my God.
This game continues to swing back and forth.
I love it. I love Franklin. They sent it right back in the face of Divine Child. What was that? A double demo in front of the net. It was open. It was clear. Divine Child. All of their happiness swept away in one go. We are down to 30 seconds at this point. I'm assuming it's going to be a 4-4 score line. They're going to score so many more times.
Ooh, they nearly did it right there as Op Bomb going to be going for the in-and-out save. They will not make contact, but it's fine because they do maintain possession at least for right now. Coop getting the mid boost. Maisie followed up with absolutely nothing, and yet gets all the way through it. That's a miss in the backfield. Maisie leaving it to Exing. They're trying to be careful with it. They don't need any more. They just need to play defense. Welchie lobbing that one forward. It is simply too far away from that teammate. We're going to game 5.
What is going on here, Taco? What is going on here? We saw... It feels like we saw more goals in the last 2 minutes than we saw in the previous series, but I swear this game was so wild to watch, and I loved every single moment of it. You mentioned the chaos that can unfold with those demos, and I think it came off that kickoff. We saw the kickoff go by, and it seemed like there was a light under the side of Divine Child. They were like, oh, we actually have an opportunity. It's been so quiet the entire time, but we can look for that chance. Threw a couple demos in the mix. That lit a fire under Franklin then, and everything just popped off from there. Really enjoying this series right now. One of our first Game 5 scenarios. Honestly, Franklin have a little bit of the wind behind their sails. Divine Child got to start rising to the occasion.
And I also have to shout out Xsync, nearly getting points that if you combined any 2 members of Divine Child, Xsync basically had their amount of points. Going into Champions Field, 3 goals, 7 shots, 3 saves as well, getting it done on both sides. And I have to say, I have no idea how Game 5 is going to go. That's exactly how I like these games to be, because Franklin has the momentum, but we know the pop-off potential of Divine Child. Again, this is not for elimination. These games are for seeding, but that seeding could mean everything as we go into Championship Sunday. How is this one going to finish at the end of a instant classic here at the HSEL Nationals 24? Apparently, it's going to be Coop right off the bat.
Right back in first goal under 10. That's the theme here today, I think. Just the random errant goals that go in the opening 10 seconds. Game or series 1, it was 8 and 9 seconds. Here in the second series, it's under 6 for both of those. Very, very impressive stuff. Divine Child gonna be at a little bit of a loss. Remember, in the previous game, they themselves were kind of nullified until opportunities arose. They need to start manufacturing their own attacks here, though. A lot of balls are starting to kind of fall loose. I want to say in front of the goal line, they need to learn how to close things out and get those strong shots off. Oh, no. I thought it was blocked.
Gets the perfect angle. I think the defender probably didn't expect to have to be called in. This is one of those rare moments where your deflection is not going in the middle. I think Lil Welchie was waiting for exactly that.
That hurts. That hurts. In such a crucial game as well. Divine Child, you mentioned nerves, you mentioned those kind of situations that arise. Maybe Divine Child are not used to this kind of Game 5 scenario. However, Op Bomb is more than ready to go. Franklin letting that one through in a quick little slide. 1-2 is the score.
Truly a full team play. The setup coming in from Gripster, but off ball, Lil Welchie goes for demo, misses, and then goes immediately for another one. Demo's the player that would have gotten that clear. Sets up Op Bomb for an open net shot on that near side, and that's the type of response that I like to see from Divine Child. A lot of teams might hang their head and kind of just start to play a bit more careful, maybe get out of their play style, but no, they just get right back to work and continue on. In fact, it might even be tied if Gripster has their way. That's not going to be it. Little Welchie gets a deflection. It's going to deflect again off of everybody. This is pinball on the goal line.
These digs, these denials, you see these saves come down. I hate to say it, but this is awesome. I love every moment. My heart might not like it. I don't think my heart likes it any moment, but I am loving it right now. Divine Child, maybe a little bit frustrated, but you can see they know they're getting closer and closer to these goals. Franklin tightening up their defense. Long ball clear. Welchie carrying it in the air. Chance ball on the left side. Carried out by Divine Child. Can they get it over one of the defenders? Maisie's back on hold. Rest of the team is ready to go. No real problems abound just yet. Another clear to come out.
I think the biggest thing that I'm noticing out of Divine Child that I'm getting a little anxious about is that, yes, they are down. Yes, it is game 5, but they have 3 minutes. You do not want to push everything forward, go all in on really any challenge unless you know it's a high percentage play. And I'm noticing they're going a little bit too far up. They're going a little too wide, and also allowing Maisie just kind of march it right down Broadway. That one nearly going in on its own, but Oppom able to rescue the play.
Ooh, very nice steal of that Max, by the way. Very, very nice to fill up the tank and deny it away for an opponent, which actually I think nullified a lot of what that offensive could have been. Welchie now going to come down from midfield, challenge in the middle. Of course, nothing else is there. Quick little demo forces X-Sync to go ahead and go back to the same tools, and that's a double right behind it. Okay, everyone getting a piece of the pie here. Everyone sent right back to that starting zone. This is what I kind of like to see. Divine Child keeping that momentum up. A little bit of ball rolls forward. Teammate tries to power it forward, and what an attempt at a steal. Franklin looking for every opportunity to try and score a goal.
Almost a counterattack if Oppom could have been able to half flip out of that one, but it's fine. They'll get other chances. Maybe like this one. Pinch pass across. Gripster could be open. Really high flick. Gripster goes for it again. X-Sync sniffs out the danger. He gets a crucial save there as Oppom will off-ball calm that one to Welchie, keeping everything alive. Pass middle. Oppom passed her up around it. Calls his own number. Maisie and X-Sync. That is a double commit. Doesn't seem like it's going to hurt him too much as Gripster throws it right back in for X-Sync to save yet again.
Might as well just give it a shot at this point. You are just looking for the stray hits. Look for a chance at finding that goal, but Coop looking to roll one in. Defender's just there in time. Divine Child sprinting for that one. X-Sync, though, seeing that demo go down, looking for a chance once again. Baiting themselves if they can, but a slow roll in. Dumps it over one defender, but not going to get the second. And now they're going back on defense. Divine Child, their window of opportunity is starting to close. They were up in a lead for a while, but can they do another slow roll? Not going to go in.
Gripster gets a heavy touch, but somehow gets past one. And gets
Oh,
over
oh,
Lil
oh, the
Welchie's
bomb.
trying to get there, but the third player swooping on in. It is your boy Coop yet again. Really, I can't even say just him because everybody on Franklin is getting the most clutch of saves, but they have to keep it up for another 70 seconds. They're going to lose one player, Divine Child, on the attack, but it means that the attacks are still somewhat lethal. The shots can keep up this level of venom. Another brief deflection. This is going to be a tense final 60 seconds.
I don't even want to know how tense it can get right now, Taco. This is going to be spicy as all heck, as it's going to be a slow roller back to that corner. Divine Child have actually tried 3 times now to get those slow rollers in. Maybe they're prepping for something big. X-Sync, of course, wants to send it off to that side. Franklin fighting for every little piece of the pie. Lil Welchie, though, staying in their own right there out of boost. They need to get back and get some defensive ends. Of course, this does leave the goal a little bit open as that's a chance ball at the corner, but the goalpost is that 4th man running. And Franklin are not able to seal that deal. 30 seconds left, and we're still looking at a possible OT.
Gripster jumps for this one, opts not to go for the catch, maybe just overthought that one. Either way, we'll be able to touch that ball forward again. Oppom lurking as third. That's a hard angle. They're going to hit that on the near post, not on target. Boost seal from Gripster. In the final 15 seconds, it's going to roll all the way across for Lil Welchie. Absolutely nothing in the tank, so he's going to throw it to a teammate. A deep prayer in the final seconds, trying to get this dub to close out group play. X-Sync brings it to the ground, and Franklin will be your winners for the last game of Red Group.
I'll be honest, I thought we were going to OT. I don't care what anyone else says. I thought we were going to OT. The number of goals that was being scored in the last minute in all of these games was so exciting. Well played to both squads. Unfortunately, Divine Child, I think, falling a little bit further down on that leaderboard. As we mentioned, they will make it into that bracket stage, but you might be facing off against the first seed on the other side, and that's a situation you don't really like to be in. Franklin, though, clawing back with a mini reverse sweep. Solid stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, very well done from Franklin. And again, just to remind you about how often things can change in the esports realm. Divine Child coming into this game, or really coming into this tournament, was the defending national champions. And then 1 year later, they are the bottom of their group, just not really being able to compete against us. And obviously they're still doing well. They're very much so neck and neck in a lot of these games, but not to say that they're, washed. Their time is done. They're still in that bracket tomorrow. They're able to redeem, but that gives them a lot to think about going into tomorrow, just being able to look past this game tape, figure out where they made those mistakes, because you can see the glimpses of why this team is here, why they're obviously a national championship contender, but it's got to be such a bitter way to be able to finish out your group stage, coming in feeling like you're the big dogs and realizing the rest of the scene has really caught up. They're game planning phenomenally.
And that's what we got to watch for. I also want to see how far they have caught up, as we are now finished with at least the first 2 matches of Group Red. We are now moving over to the Gold Group, as we are going to see Prosper High School going up against Washington Connections Academy, and they themselves will hopefully be putting on a show for this matchup. Of course, don't go anywhere, though. We are going to take a short break, let our hearts settle just a little bit after that Game 5 and 5 games in that series, and then we'll be right back with some more HSEL Nationals here in the 2024 season.
To go around despite
Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Gavin Ma. I teach at Franklin High School of LAUSD East. I've been teaching here for about 5 years now, but we also ran our esports program 5 years ago as well. So we're glad it's been growing and getting more successful year after year.
And my name is Jesus Bobadilla. I'm in 10th grade and my rank is GC2.
My name is Ivan Demses. I'm in 10th grade and I'm like GC3-ish. I peaked SSL before and my in-game username is Xlink.
My name is Damien Aguilar. I'm a sophomore. My rank currently is Champ 3.
I'm excited that we qualified for high school esports nationals because we've never had this kind of level of success before. To be able to go to another state and compete, it's just really exciting, and it's never been done before. We're the first one in our district to do it, and LAUSD is the second largest district in the nation. So for us to be the pioneers into doing this event before anyone else, it's really exciting for us.
Our mindset going into this competition is just to have fun. We don't really care like if we do good or if we do bad. We're just trying to have fun.
We're like happy just to even qualify to make this land in Kansas City. I'm looking forward to play like two of our opponents, which are Waka and Westwood. I want to play Waka since we've lost to them in the playoffs twice in Game 7. So we want to get our get back, and then we want to play Westwood since they're like first in the Atlantic. So I want to see like how well we can do. Like if we can do well against them, then I feel like we can do well against any other opponents.
Winning the National High School Esports Trophy would just give me validation. All the hours we put into practice, all the hours I put into this program was worth it, because our program is self-funded. To win would just give us that validation, hey, that all the work that we put in is worth it, that, you know, our blood, sweat, and tears, that the kids also get a reflection of that to earn some scholarship money and get some recognition for their talents and for their hard work. So I'd just be very full of gratitude and also full of joy of the validation of the work that we put in.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing, to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
So I'm Coach Rudy. I'm a teacher at Westwood Regional High School. I'm also our coach and our manager. So the opponents that we're looking forward to competing against are all the West Coast teams. We've actually faced all of the East Coast teams from this tournament, from HSEL Premier, and then also other lands during the season. So luckily the group stage on day one will allow us to be able to get a taste of the field for all the opponents we have faced so far, and then see how we stack up against the other schools now that, you know, it's been a couple of weeks at this point since we haven't faced them. So we'll see how they've grown and we've grown as well, and then see how that transitions into the knockout stage. So last year we had a good group, but one of our seniors graduated, and so then we put in Dante. And, you know, these guys have synergy, being friends over the years and playing Rocket League all together. I truly believe that they can take it home, even if the off chance that we don't. The fact that these guys are all juniors, we still have another year together. And so it's really about making a name for ourselves and making a splash on the national scene and showing that these three guys are really a trio to be messed with.
My name is Colt Berry. I am the video game design teacher and the head esports coach at Stafford High School in Stafford, Texas. I've been coaching for about 3 or so years as an esports collegiate athlete as well as a collegiate coach. I used to play for Rogers State University in Claremont, Oklahoma. So I was a part of, I basically created my own esports club there. And then I was part of the first 27 athletes in Oklahoma to be the first on varsity scholarship in the state of Oklahoma. I did a survey of the students real quick. We did our first initial esports program meeting. And that's when I had probably 80 or so students show up to this initial club meeting. My director, Dr. Barry Allen, was like, you can just wait till next year to get everything going, just fill it out, fill the school year out, don't overrush yourself. But then I had 20 or 30 seniors, and I was like, I'm not gonna let these kids go another year without this program. So we built the teams, and my Valorant team was the one team I built, and these kids were they're all diamond and ascendant players, and I was like, oh, okay, I have a good roster here. And so I was a little bit different. So a lot of people are brought as teachers, and then they're esports is thrown onto them. I was actually brought in as an esports coach and a teacher second. So I was brought in with hey, we know your background in esports, we want a program here, we want this being built out, but can you teach video game design? And luckily, before I went to college, I was a business administration major. I actually took technology classes in high school for video game design. I had certificates and had an associate's in video game design at the time, so I felt very comfortable. I'm looking forward most for in the next school year is that we're now starting district wide. So basically, this year initiative was last year initiative was get high school off the ground and get them going. Our district is pretty small. We're a 4A division school, but luckily enough, we have a STEM school, a high school, an elementary school, and a middle school. So we have all the different ways that students can be involved. So my next big goal next year is that this year we pieced into middle school. Basically, we had a couple of middle school teams this year. So I'll be trying to bring in a couple more teachers under my coaching stipend and really fill out an esports director role is what I'm looking forward to, and creating a campus club at middle school, STEM, and high school, and creating teams as well as connecting those with pathways in video game design as well as video game curriculum to connect these students in not just esports, but in the curriculum that will help them, design video games and be in career fields of in esports and in video games, and even using video games to teach modern day curriculum like math, science, and things of that nature is what we're really looking forward to do. Yeah, so it feels pretty good. It feels amazing. It feels rewarding. I would say is my best word to describe the feeling. To be among the nationwide nominees for coaches of the year.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards. otherwise known as Castle. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining.
2 series down and 2 to go in the group stage. We're finishing up the gold group right now with Prosper and Washington Connections Academy out of Washington. One of our tournament favorites is Prosper, always not too close behind. They are top 2 in fall and spring. I'm still Daniel Taco. That is Orbital, as we're getting close to starting up this match to be able to see how gold group is really going to kind of come together in the end.
I really hope they give as good of a show as Red, because we are getting into those final matches. After this one, it is going to be, after the next 2 will be quarterfinals. So, I mean, these teams only have a little bit more time to really shape things up, really get things under control, and that's what I'm going to be watching for. We just had one of our first Game 5 scenarios, and I wouldn't have had it any other way, by the way. It wasn't just like that slow roll Game 5. It was a fiery Game 5 situation to run up to, so very excited to see what we get for our next 2 matches.
It's a 1-1 for both these teams, so they're trying to vie for the top tier end of the group, because Westwood is currently the only undefeated team in that group. So we're going to have to wait until series after this to figure out how it's truly going to shake out, regardless of the results here. But in the meantime, we do want to pay homage and credit to all of the lovely sponsors and partners for programs that make HSEL Nationals and other tournaments like them possible. Shout out to Intel, for example, because the High School Esports League is brought to you by Intel, much like all these other partners. Thanks to Intel support, HSEL is able to offer high school students across the entire nation an unparalleled esports experience. From cutting-edge technology to thrilling competitions, Intel is fueling the future of high school esports. You can discover how Intel sparks innovation and pushes the boundaries of possibility at intel.com. And as someone who's had many Intel components in their PCs throughout the years, I definitely can vouch for them, as well as working a lot of events that Intel has helped sponsor. So shout out to them making this possible. This has definitely been one of the more exciting tournaments I've been able to cast lately. These players are playing out of their mind all weekend long.
I mean, in the Scholastic scene, and it's something that we get to talk about not too often, but I'm sure, I mean, you and I have been around the collegiate scene for a while now, in just about every capacity. It's the idea that, you know, these players are getting better and better the younger they are, and that's kind of the fun of why esports is so challenging. I mean, we've seen it in regular sports, you know, kids picking it up back in their primary school days or anything like that, having the same with esports as well, and I'm excited to see what they can throw down here. As we said, 1-1 is the score for both these players, and that's what they're hoping to get a little bit further in that leaderboard. But of course, 0-0 to start off this series, as we get a demo right out the bat, by the way. That's okay. That's kind of mean. That's kind of mean.
A little bit, but we also have really a lot of no love lost between either of these teams, because coming into this one, yes, they are 1-1, but also a lot of pedigree on this team between the highest levels of HSEL. Snapalicious on the side of Prosper and Kalat on the side of Waka are actually 2 MVP candidates for the entirety of HSEL for Rocket League. So certainly 2 players that can pop off, but any good team knows they have a good supporting cast. We saw both these teams yesterday, and honestly, Mercy from Prosper and I would say Oscar on the side of Waka were kind of the stars here. So we'll have to see. Maybe that could be a repeat performance, or maybe these MVP candidates can really kind of solidify their candidacy in a game like this. Right now, a lot of pressure coming out from the Prosper defense, and yet they're still managing to keep this one clean.
Got to keep it in a manageable position in a very soft-spoken way. Granted, want to see that speed, and that's one way to do it. Snapalicious with the snappy goal. As we said, it was going at a nice even pace. Goes ahead and sends one in off the ground.
Really do like that from Snaplicious. You look at that replay, the last second they lean just to the left to be able to pinch that one a little bit closer to the middle. They know that defender has that save in the back post, so if you put it just out of their reach, it might deflect on in, and that time defender didn't even get a chance at it. Northward trying to give them defense no more chance on that quick kickoff, but I think they realized halfway through that aerial they just could not get the angle. I would say Waka fortunate to go away with this one only being 1-0.
Making sure you don't go northwest or anything like that. No songs to be sung here today. Prosper waiting for a chance to go ahead and put yourselves up a little bit further, but of course that pinch is good as all. Mercy says no mercy as Prosper take a nice little net goal this time around. When I say that, it means that they got a nice safety net to play with.
I really do like that double tap as well. That's a hard read as well. That is off of the crossbar and down. That is not just a basic bounce that you have to read. So well done by Mercy to get the first their goal for themselves and almost a second off the kickoff. Right now, Waka, they came in for some people in this gold group as a tournament favorite, and just being able to see them kind of hard countered in this game one is such an unusual sight. And I'm sure for all these players, certainly something they are not happy with, as they're getting their first game underway, trying to make sure they can get something started on offense, but unfortunately, gonna be turned away yet again.
Let's see what they can do, of course. Waka just, you know, giving themselves the best what for they can, but it has been just kind of those streak opportunities. I think Prosper are just individually playing very, very well. You can see some of these taps out. Waka are just like, okay, we can give ourselves a pretty strong chance, but the follow-up behind is really where I'm watching for it. Even there, you saw the midfield challenge. It didn't go Waka's way. Prosper are still playing very, very efficiently, I want to say. And with that demo to come out here, Waka trying to get physical again, but even though you send it there, Mercy shows none once again, and it's 3-goal lead for Prosper.
And Oscar, I feel like they're just feeling a little goofy on that one. Drops the whoops in the quick chat at the top left, just saying, you know, that probably could have been a read by me. He had full boost, but I think he actually tried to calculate that one on the slightest of clears, and it did not work out. So if you're going to have any little hijinks in your gameplay, might as well get them out during game number one and go from there, as right now Prosper certainly getting out all their shots. Only 4 that we've actually taken so far, and yet 75% of them have gone through.
That's huge right now. A little bit of ball rolling right in front. This time it's not going to be dug out of that net. It is going to go in as Collat says thank you very much. Of course, it's only 1 of 3 that you need, and that was one that I think you're going to wipe a little bit of sweat off your brow with.
Yeah, well. I mean, look at that one from Collat. That is, as we mentioned, the MVP candidate. So finally getting a goal on the board, and a spectacular one at that. Defense had no idea that was even scoreable from that angle. And I mean, I don't really like to write any teams off, so with the 2 minutes remaining, this is something where Prosper certainly cannot sit back on their laurels, especially with all these whiffs in front of the goal. That one coming down to Mercy to get the goal line save. Oscar trying to rescue with a double off the corner to extend, and yet they simply cannot. Vic has to take it all the way back.
And that's one that you're kind of upset about. You had the opportunity in front of you, and now it's Prosper to kind of sit there going, hey, we are going to live a very long time in this tournament, and we're going to continue onwards ever further. Of course, this is only game number 1. You mentioned before, game 1, you never write anyone out and say, okay, let's give ourselves the best chance that we can. Northward, though, how far can you go? You haven't had a shot on goal. You really haven't had too much. You want to get your piece of the pie as well. We got a minute 20 left here on the clock. Waka really need to get things underway.
Oscar getting the initial challenge. Solid follow 50. Problem is there isn't nobody alive that can help them. That demo cleared the way. Oscar on the counterattack, just barely out of their reach on the pass from Vic. Nice look coming through from Waka. Still not done as I thought. Collat was going to be able to land on this one, but instead it's Mercy down the side again, faking underneath, looking for a dish on the goal line, and he's going to bury it. That's the hat trick in game 1.
Mercy having a bit too much fun with it, just outrunning the defender. You can see there all 3 attempted from Waka, but we've seen that heart one too many times. And with a minute left on the clock, I don't think Waka can really come back from this one. They'll have to look at game number 2 if they want to get their path started.
Snaplicious, maybe just adding insult to injury,
Oh
maybe another goal, and yet it's just not going to go through. The crossbar, it can be a cruel mistress at times.
That hurts. That hurts. You're like, I want to get my piece. Nope, no pie for you. No pie for you here today. Mercy going to try and carry it past 2, looking to get past the last one. Of course, a good challenge come out, but a teammate's behind, and Snaplicious says, yo, let's have some fun. Waka staring down this 4-goal deficit, and Prosper all but thriving.
And Prosper has actually an unusual habit of starting off games and series rather really, really fast. Mercy, I believe, yesterday had a 4-goal game in game number 1 in their series, and now they're coming into this one with a hat trick as well. So clearly, they are nothing but not consistent. Now it's just about making sure they find the trick to do that every game of the series to really clean this one out. I know a win against a team like Waka, your fellow 1-1 in group stages, to kind of move ahead of them, move in that second place spot, potentially first, depending on the record of Westwood a little bit later. And right now, they're certainly feeling like they are championship contenders. 5-1, dominating the scoreboard and in the midfield. Now it's all up to Waka to figure out what they have to do heading into game number 2.
This is wild to think about as well. I know that you mentioned that the competition is pretty fierce, but this is way more than I think we were expecting. And Prosper really showing up here in game number 1. Waka kind of has to sit there and go, okay, what do we want to do? How are we going to play this one? Well, one, errant goals, one way or another, but you got to find a way to shut down Mercy. And this is what I mentioned all the way back in the earlier series. Sometimes there's a player that feels like they're being set up for success. Every single moment, it felt like Mercy was being gifted these opportune goals. This might be one of those situations where you do have to go to the drawing board and say, how do we shut down Mercy? How do we keep Mercy from getting these opportune positions and always having that right stuff? Instead of trying to disrupt the play, you just got to disrupt a player.
And it feels like that it has to be the game plan, but the issue is I feel like with so many of these, it feels like it's playing whack-a-mole, where it's like, all right, we have to stop Mercy, and then you might actually challenge them a little bit quicker and take some better 50s, but then suddenly, oh, Snaplish and Northward, they're getting all the goals. I mean, that's what was happening with Prosper in their series yesterday. It felt like every single time that one of the players would get stopped, then another one would step up, start scoring all the goals, getting all the saves, being able to generate a lot of interesting plays out of the midfield. So it really does come down to, in the past, I felt like a lot of these national championships, even in collegiate, felt like it came down to one star player, but there is no really a star player. Even the MVP candidates are the ones that are here because of the support from the rest of their crew. So going into game 2, I think that is what I'm expecting out of both these sides. The stronger team at the end of the day will come out on top, and it could actually start off here with Waka. Now for Oscar, maybe doubting that read in the end.
Of course, Verdun Temple giving them a little bit of leeway, maybe hit that gong, get a little bit of a theory behind it. Let's see what they can throw down, though. Waka, you mentioned before, needs to have a good start here and needs to kind of get out to a lead, but Prosper still looking very, very in front of it. A little demo to come out here. Northward said, I'm going to send you southward and put you down for a little bit of a time. And those demos early on, I really want to see those come out at right times, but of course that ball kind of sitting on the top goalpost. Mercy goes up. Of course, it was a difficult challenge to be made, and it falls right back to midfield.
Another somewhat awkward read coming through from Prosper. They're getting some touches to go their way, but other times just trying to chase things down. Oscar, more than content to just play for the 50. And now have to get some boost and hope Collat has an easier read than he does. Snapalicious able to beat that first one out. Oscar down the line. Northward thinks about it, but will leave to Mercy. Snapalicious lurking upfield. They're going to go for a demo. Collat is not there. Mercy from an angle. Going to bring it back to Snapalicious, but Collat, the two MVP candidates meeting each other in the air, neutralizing that attack only for so long. Vic was needed for the clear and does get it.
Just a nice little one. And again, in these current situations, Prosper more than happy to kind of play this one slow. They know they have the momentum. They know they have kind of that control. You can even see that dead ball kind of situating itself on Waka's side and roll right in. Prosper has never really felt on the back foot. Waka's every attack feels a little bit more long range. Of course, with that ball in the middle, it's going to be a challenge right there. Vic sends it off to that right side. Are you going to be able to collect? Maybe not so much. But who is going to be in your way? That's Northward, though. This in game number 2, having a little bit more of that spotlight.
You really can't hit it any better than that. Northwood getting the ground pinch shot into the top left to 3 defenders in the way, and yet they are just helpless to watch that one soar on into their net. 1-0 again. Prosper, second straight game with first goal, and now maybe have the floodgates open. Northwood certainly thought so. They drove for that one. Not going to find anything, so maybe a chance for Waka to reset, get something going, lead demo, and yet Northwood still evades and gets the clear.
I mean, can they do a little bit more, though? Prosper, I mean, last time they felt pretty dang strong. They felt very in control of the match. Double demo to come out here, though. That is a great way to disrupt everything that goes down. But Collat, can you get in the middle of the mix? The opportunity is now a miss. But Prosper is saying, okay, you want to play rough and tumble. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and get in that mix. Waka going to be realizing the full might of what Prosper has to offer.
Like that one from Collat. Not necessarily much he could do with that going to the corner, but did play for the 50 and got a boost steal. Might not help his attack too much, but those plays I think are what the side of Waka really needs to focus on. Just high percentage 50s, maybe even double in the setup into Collat. Leads to a 1-1.
You gotta love it. This is one of those plays that Waka have been aiming for the entire time. You're able to draw 2 to the top side, and you know, Prosper a little bit lost there. You could almost see the understanding reach in their faces as they were going down towards that ground. It feels a little bit bad, but still a 1-1 scenario. 2 minutes, plenty of time on the clock. Immediate from Northward, though, to go ahead and get that demo. The ball going ahead, getting cleared, but Vic wants a little bit more than that.
Glad that one's stolen away by Northward as Oscar taps one forward. There's a demo in midfield. How about a demo in the backfield? Northward left alone and yet still gets the temporary clear. Now, when the teammates spawn in with their limited boost and generate some assistance, Vic trying to get back to it, but the first touch letting them down. Doinks it forward to keep the ball into the Prosper half, and I feel like those are the tiny wins that you got to take if you're Waka. You might not be getting all the shots off that you're looking for, but really nobody is. Only 5 shots collectively across these two teams, and we're nearly 3.5 minutes in.
I really feel it's from those double demos. Those are coordinated strikes against Prosper. If you can't really beat their strategy, you just say, screw it, take out 2 of the opponents. And Prosper have to realize that. Another demo to come out to deny that follow-up behind. And it's just Waka playing roughhouse. If Prosper are not able to kind of figure this out, they're going to try and finesse it around. That might be the opportunity. The Demolition sends it a little bit high. Not going to have too much else to go with it. And Mercy has not really had those main shots on goal. Once again, Oscar more than willing to get in front of it as Prosper are looking for that second if they can.
Mercy, another dribble, well challenged by Collat. If you waited any longer, most likely going to be flicked around him into the midfield. Vic, no contact, but Collat will get the first clear. Deflection from Vic means that kind of a garbage time game or garbage play is going to be able to work into something instead of just basic 50s, especially with Mercy getting demoed. Collat over the top. Vic early up for it. Nice finish off the bar and
in. It'll work. It'll work. Waka may be dirty and may be in the dirt, but you got that goal that you wanted, and Northward just goes, man, I wish I were a little bit more north. Prosper down 1 goal. You got 35 seconds. Let's see if they can pull it off. I would almost expect double demos to come out ASAP from Waka to deny any sort of re-engagement, but that's Collat saying we don't even need it. Off the kickoff in 5 seconds, you take that goal.
It's one thing to cheat up, but then with only about 15-20 boost in the tank, being able to whip that flick across that last defender, that's why you cheat up, that's why you organize kickoffs, and that is why you never really give up. The offense really has not been clicking for either team, but now Waka has found their form. In fact, it's just an avalanche of goals here.
Do it again!
Again, a 4th goal coming in.
All right, now this is straight up throwing an answer right back to Prosper. Remember, Prosper ran up that scoreboard towards the end. And maybe this is also Prosper just saying, okay, listen, we got game 1. They took game 2. Well played all the way around. No big deal. Remember, this goes right back into a best of 3 scenario. I mean, you're not overly worried, but this is much more of that kind of one of the more favorited seeds coming into this tournament. This is the type of performance you were hoping to see. Maybe not in the final minute, but it's still good to see nonetheless.
Yeah, after all, Waka has been coming in with quite a lot of accolades within their trophy cabinet. This is a fall and spring premier champion coming into this tournament, so certainly someone who will not be taking a game 1 loss well. Mercy leaving the match, probably just change up the car. That's how you know you need to change something up if you need the aesthetics to be a little bit tweaked.
I know a lot of people like to dive into the proper ridges. It's like, oh, this car gives me this slight advantage depending on what I do. Now, there is a fundamental piece of the pie of, I like this car better. I'm sorry. I want to go back to comfort or anything like that. I want to see what it is coming out here. But honestly, well played from Waka. Really, really nicely done to go ahead and grab that one back. I mentioned it before. It felt slow. You mentioned it before. The offenses did not look very coordinated, but that's the type of game that you like to run away with and say, okay, now we're right back into it. You broke the mental of Prosper. Quite honestly, in that last, 30 seconds, we saw 3 goals go in. I think you did well. Can you put Prosper in that same position, though, or are we going to have another 3 minutes of pretty much dead time of everyone just trying to shoot errant goals?
That was the biggest change, let's say, from game 1 to game 2 is that we had a really, really aggressive game 1 where it was just Prosper throwing it down. And then game 2 felt like everyone was almost playing chess in the midfield. They're trying to figure out which way is the best way to break through that back line. And then eventually, just everything broke loose. You had that one goal, then back-to-back kickoff goals, and just everything was going wrong down the stretch for Prosper. But that's really what these games are all about. You're never expected to dominate anybody in a national championship group. You're expected to go back and forth, and right now, we'll see whether or not Prosper can strike right back. Snaplicious certainly wanted to. They're not going to get that first shot off, and Collat will take advantage.
And how far can you run down the field with this one, though? Snaplicious carries it right back in. Only 40 in the bucket, though. Not really able to do much else. Has to go ahead and pick up a full, massive hold there as that's a demo to come out. Snaplicious, that boost does nothing for you. Got to recoup now. And this is Waka, again, by the way, I want to say Waka is the only team that's gotten physical so far. We've seen the double demos, we've seen the singles, and Prosper's had like 1 or 2 throughout the entire series so far. It's quite surprising that Prosper is wanting to play a little bit more safety on their northward, though. Finally getting one of their own, but it leaves the goal undefended. And that means Waka take goal number 1.
Another demo, another goal coming through. Mercy and Northward both looking at the ball, but only through the ball cam. Both the cars facing away. No one's ready for it. And that's honestly the biggest thing I'm kind of worried about from Prosper is that you had pointed out over and over the double demos. That's not really something easy to grab, but it looked so easy for Waka because they were just headhunting, somewhat static defending from Prosper. They have to stay dynamic. They have to stay speedy. Kind of like on that setup, if not for Collat getting the save. And if Prosper doesn't figure this out soon, could be a very violent game 3 from Waka as they're trying to take the lead in this series.
Oh, that would hurt a little bit. I don't want to see it get violent, though. Maybe it does, though. We get a little bit of spice. Another goal block by Vic saying, nah, we're not going to have that happen here today. Another chance ball in the middle, a little bit too fast for their liking. Cleared out by Oscar on the top rope. A demo to come out from Mercy, though, as Mercy gets a double on their back own. That's actually huge. We're starting to see that physicality come out. We're starting to see that brutality. It's going to turn into a bloodbath here soon. And actually, I would really, really hope to see that Prosper need to get down in the dirt as well, start challenging Waka and deny them that kind of game plan in their back line.
Collat really trying to trip up Mercy by going on the inside of that play. And Mercy not only going to get away with it, but then get the outlet. Mercy actually one of the best players I've seen in this tournament at getting counterattack goals for a squad. Actually a ridiculous amount of goals yesterday from Prosper. We're coming in simply off of those kickoffs and into those counterattacks. Here could be another one. Lead block, early flick. Collat should be there for it. Deflection is heavy, so Northwood has to take that one back just to be able to play for possession.
That was a very, very tense moment, by the way. Mercy has been showing the best so far from game number 1. Looking to do a little bit more, though, in game number 3. Another defensive play here, though, and Walker really turning on the heat. His constant leveling of the playing field is working in their favor. We're starting to see more of that crown on the top of their head. Prosper have been left a little bit more worse for wear. Oscar with a really nice pinch on Mercy. Northward fires right back, but it steps down to a 2v2. And honestly, Prosper more than willing to kind of put themselves in that defensive posture. Waka trying to figure out how they want to threaten. That's a chance on the side. Oscar said, yo, let me make it happen. 2 goals out of 3 shots, 66%. Well done.
And right now, as we continue to go through this game, it is a team. That is what you need to rely on for goals. But sometimes you can just solo dolo it all the way into the corner. Really hard read by Oscar to be able to wrap around that one. Oftentimes, that just deflects across the face of goal, but instead it only rebounds off that back post and in. Prosper, what do you have to say for yourself? Snaplicious can't wrangle that clear right to him, and Collat will take that one back into the midfield. No boost. Leaves it for Vic. And honestly, Prosper, they have to feel a little bit shook. Game 1 was all them, and then since then, you've seen such a climb back into this series from Waka.
And it really has put them on the back burner. And I'm curious, because game 2 just spiraled out of control in 30 seconds. That's the wild thing. We don't normally see games have that happen, yet Prosper kind of let things fall off to the wayside. So I'm wondering if the mental difference is going to come into play here. You are on a pretty big stage, and it can't get to you. Don't get me wrong. I understand the pressure is on these players. But you gotta learn how to regroup. You gotta learn how to get things under control. You can see here Mercy with no boost in pocket is trying to play this very slow game here, but Waka's not gonna allow that to happen. And with 1:30 left on the clock, you gotta have some sort of shift. You gotta have one player really step up to that plate to start pushing for a couple goals.
Collat, really nice contact off the back wall. In fact, Northwood has to go all the way south to be able to get that save. Snaplicious combining with Mercy. Snap landing underneath it, but his tires get tripped up, not able to get the catch. And it seems like in Prosper, even when they get onto offense, it's like 90% there. And then one player just not able to get that landing, or not able to get that catch, or not able to get that flick. And you can see Waka really unperturbed by this. They're just moving forward, stealing boost, and everything is just in the flow state for them.
They are just vibing to the best of them. I mean, at this point, the longer the clock winds down, the better it is. Another ball flies right in front of the goal. But it is going to be Snapalicious this time to pick it up. Well done with 48 seconds. This is doable now. You see Mercy with that pinch saying, please, someone pick it up. Snapalicious right there to hold on.
Yeah, at that point, Mercy kind of underplays that one, goes really below the ball. I think probably to top shelf it just to make sure that's in across the defender. But if Snapalicious didn't get that rebound, I think at a certain point, Prosper's like, all right, GG, go next. Like, we're just not working out. It might be only a 2-goal margin, but it's not able to make it work. I thought that was going to be a save, but the defender tripped up on the near side.
And we've seen those errors come through before. You see it right there. A good meeting by Mercy, just getting there right before. Knew that it was going to be a challenge. What is going on here, Taco? I love this. This is why we love seeing the Nationals. We love seeing teams at the top of their gameplay, making it work. And right now in the Scholastic region, these are two of the teams that are vying for a better position, maybe second in their group. If they can, that is great. But will it happen? Ball rolling towards that middle and no one really there to help out. Good save though. Coming out from the side, Waka wants to try and push this out of OT range. Sprint towards that goal. Kalai can't really get behind it. This is difficult to say. Honestly, Taco, what a wild way to head to OT. Vic might just punch it towards that ground to send us to a little bit of a nail biter.
And this one has turned on its head in the final minute. That's a tough one to be able to cope with if you are Washington Connections Academy. Now they got to hope that they have the skill,
no!
They have the clutch, they have the size to muscle their way through. It's Colette, the MVP candidate, getting the dub.
There ain't no Kalei here. That's direct fire. Well done. Well played. Waka go ahead and grab it with only 7 seconds of OT and Prosper. I mean, they fought hard. Let's say it for what it is. They fought hard. And the last 30 seconds, able to put up 2 goals, able to make it pretty dang close, but at the very end, Colette was like, nah, we're done. I'm not dealing with this today. They go ahead and push themselves up into 2 games, and I give a lot of credit to their entire roster. Very offensive game. Those demos really got under the skin. I think at Prosper, we saw it. There were a reason why 2 of the goals that went in felt a little bit wonky when it was Prosper getting the demos.
Yeah, there's a lot of demos that kind of slowly starting to work into the game plan for both teams. But I will say from Prosper, this is a huge mental moment that you have to be able to cope with, is that you had yourself down the whole game. You're really struggling to get any offense going. And then you get 2 goals. You bring it to OT. And then right away, you just get the worst possible read. You go too high, it goes underneath, and it's full contact on that underneath read. It happens, to the best of us, but that's got to be frustrating to try your absolute best and then say, all right, fine. I guess that's just not going to work out anyway. So they're really going to have to bring it all together. And that's why the minute and the coaches and all of the IGLs in these teams are really important. Just to be able to gather your breathing, just take some deep breaths. It's fine. Everything's good. Let's just focus on the next 5 minutes.
Granted, you still want to have a little bit of that tension in your bucket. You don't want to be too lax and all of a sudden play at too slow of a pace. You want to have a little bit of that feeling in there. Hey, we're on a big stage. I understand that. Keep that tension, play well, and sometimes turn that difficult mentality into a strong point for your own team. There's so many little pieces of the puzzle that, in high school, we get to see that level rise to the occasion. That's also what some of these players are looking for if moving into the collegiate scene as well. Let's go ahead, throw it down with the best of them as we are headed out to play. And right off the bat, Mercy once again with a demo to try and slow things down. Going ahead and respawning right in front as well, as Prosper is just like, all right, let's get down in the gritty. We want to head to a game 5.
Gonna have a ball actually go right out to Vic. If not for Northwood finding the best possible position on that one. Could have been an early giveaway for a goal, but instead, Snapalicious will be able to, I would say, continue an attack, but more so they're just trying to start one in the beginning of this game. A lot of deflections, decent defensive positioning, and so therefore some demos are called for. There's the first one.
I'm liking this. I'm really, really liking these demo calls because it's Prosper this time. Of course, the errant ball landing almost right in the middle of Waka. Feeling like they get opportunities every so often, yet not being able to challenge it right away is a whole world of difference. So Prosper really playing on that nice edge if you will, floating on the edge of difficulties. High in the sky it goes as Waka says, nah, we're not too worried about it. For right now, 0 goals to be held. But of course, time will tell if that changes.
Wow, Oscar going for probably a dunk onto the defensive clear, and yet when no clear comes in, everyone just goes flying by it. But that's really the margin of error that we're dealing with in this series, just trying to constantly play for that soft touch. Mercy, what a play on the finesse, but it's just too slow. The next player could not catch up.
This is dangerous. This is very, very dangerous to think about. With so many goals kind of being left to the wayside by how close they can be, both teams have to be feeling a little bit desperate. The frustration will build up over time, and eventually a mistake will happen, and that's a situation that you do not want to occur. You want to be in a very good position. I think we got a Rule 1 on the field. I love this. I hope we get a camera angle on this, because I don't think it's down to a 2v2, quite honestly.
Yeah, for those of you who might be a little bit newer to Rocket League, it is long-standing tradition that when 2 cars meet bumper to bumper, then you are forced to stay in that position until a goal goes in. So we are a temporary 2v2. It is Oscar and Northward just exchanging pleasantries, some polite conversation on the right wall up until they get bumped. So we are now back into regular 3v3 action. Bit of a cardinal sin committed there, but eventually it's going to happen.
So, listen, it's Nationals. You can't allow that to be too far gone. I think both teams are like, all right, listen. It went on long enough. We got to break the rule at this point. We'll accept it. Gentlemen's agreement to say, okay, we're good to go. Now, what is going to happen from there is that big question, because we're now back in that 3v3. Is everyone right back in that same tone? Is everyone right back in that same kind of game plan scenario? Back with 3v3, have a lot more space to work with, have a lot more players to maneuver with, and as we enter into the second half, this dangerous side will come out. Prosper going on the offensive, but Waka defending very expertly.
Collat getting another clear, but to be honest, I'm looking down at the boost. Really only Oscar has anything in the tank. Granted, it's not a problem with Vic. It's another dunk over the top to be able to throw it back in. Oscar, pass middle to Collat, not able to wrap around it, or so I thought, off the post, and if not for Mercy, that's a goal for the lead.
Dangerous spots, Taco. These are getting spicy right now. I'm scared to see who really comes out with that lead at the start here, and either team is going to be up on the run. Snapalicious snaps one behind Oscar and sends him back into the respawn point. But how far are you going to go? A little bit of slow roll. Mercy not really going to have anything. I mean, we're just waiting for that last opportunity. Both teams playing excellent defense here and denying, and that's what I like to say. It's not a drop. It's not a missed shot. These are well-played defenses.
Ooh, Mercy almost beating one on a 50 there and then being able to set up an opponent for a shot, but the precision not always quite there. Oscar, try number 2. Collat leading the way with a block. Northward trying to recover, and he just cannot.
Taco, this is going to come down to the final minute, isn't it? It's going to happen again. Why do we even play the first 4 minutes? Why do we play the first 4 minutes? Just put us in a minute left. Why? Like, Waka going ahead, grabbing that one. Prosper is now going to turn on the engine. Either it's a kickoff goal or not. I don't know. Demo straight out. Snapalicious says we are going at it.
Ooh, Northward actually fell off their near post, so they're not able to get there. So Mercy had to turn around and be able to rescue this one. Might mean another attack start up from the Washington Connections Academy. Snapalicious, though, that's a hefty clear. Vic should have the clear going forward, but he opts for the catch. Mercy, therefore, gets the next one. Now poaching on the sidewall. Back middle. Who wants to take a chance at it? Snapalicious, there's nothing in the tank. Northward behind him with 100, but it's only so much they can do. Another Rule 1 between Snapalicious and Oscar. What is happening?
It was only for a moment, I think, or are they still in it? I think we have someone just kind of... No, they're still there. Oh my god, it's rolling. It's rolling. It's rolling! Rule 1 keeps Prosper alive! Are you kidding me? Mercy takes advantage of it. Oh my god!
That's unbelievable that they actually endure. That's the first time I've ever seen a Rule 1 come into play, get broken, and then a different Rule 1, but same player on Waka both times, so they're just really going to be lacking for points in total. That's an unfortunate one to go, but respect to the players for keeping it. I know they'll probably wish they didn't. 1-1, anything could be happening. Prosper trying to keep this series alive. Mercy over the top, that's out of contact. Snapalicious looking for bump. Mercy, can they get the double? Yes, they can!
From game 1 to game 4, Mercy showing up when the team needs it. That is twice now that we have seen an excellent goal come through. And I mean, Prosper needed this piece. seconds left. A hard roller to the upside. Waka going to try and keep it in the air if they can. Of course, that demo is going to cause some problems. That's the final shot on goal. Snap Alicious puts the icing on the cake. 3-1 as Taco. We are headed to a Game 5.
We knew these teams were even in the group stage, both at 1-1. Prosper is actually % in game wins coming into the series. It's only natural that we have to go the distance in the group stage. Again, winner of this goes ahead of the other, finishes above them in the group. Massive implications for seeding, how the single elim bracket on Championship Sunday is going to look, but I did not expect it to be this back and forth in the manner that it is happening. Just a bunch of shenanigans in game 4 leading us to game 5.
That Rule 1 is just like one of those that you got to kind of tip your hat to. I mean, respect to the players who are keeping tradition alive more so than trying to play for placement. I respect it. I respect it a hell of a lot. Now, granted, how to make use of that opportunity is a whole different story, and we have to point that out. Sometimes you respect it, sometimes you mess around, but in a 2v2, the scenario comes about that you have to have a lot of good communication. So the fact that we didn't even get a score off the first Rule 1 is very impressive to me. Both teams playing at an exceptional level. The defense is strong, so is the offense here and there. But I'm excited to see what Game 5 has to give us.
And right now, I would say normally it comes down to like 1, 2, or 3 mechanics. I don't really know what is going to happen in this one because we've had teams go, okay, we're just going to really go hardcore on demos. That's kind of like Waka was really leaning on a little bit earlier in the series. But then over time, it's more actually, no, let's just wait for these solid 50s. Let's go for off-ball demos. Let's go for lead bumps just to threaten things. And let's go for solo plays. Let's be able to open things up. It feels like every single team is just reaching deep into their bag and saying, all right, let's just throw everything at the other team. May the best team win, as it should be, as we head to Champions Field for Game 5. Again, winner taking the lead in this group, finishing above the other. Massive, massive implications. Let's see how it unfurls.
And I think you were mentioning before, grab every piece of the puzzle, and it goes back to that chess that you were talking about. One of the big things is learning how to piece together which strategy goes best against the opponent's strategy. How do you start making use of these, these playbooks? And when are you going to change the play? I think that's a big part about it. When are you going to find those opportunities to really make it work? As we see a very nice defense come out here, Prosper still on the offensive. I'm waiting to see who pulls out that rook against the pawn, who is able to find that opportunity.
We're just trying to clear it out of the half. That one is not going to be successful in the second iteration. Oscar with Vic cheating up. That's 3 players are on the ball, which means Collat has a wide open setup to maybe set up the pass. Vic and Oscar both waiting for it, and Collat fortunately pinches that one backwards and away from the center. The last thought that I thought that would occur. Meanwhile, in the counterattack, it's going to be Sapalicious with the simplest of flicks for 1-0.
Of all the goals to come through, I was not expecting that one. An attempt at a demo to come through, and it was just read just a little bit wrong, I think. Prosper go ahead and keep themselves in play here. Granted, after those earlier games, I think they're bringing a little bit of sigh of relief. For Waka, are they going to have the same opportunities, though? Are they going to have kind of that streak opportune moment where they can just hardcore press towards that goal? And is it going to be a 2-man play, or is it just one? We'll see who decides to step up.
I am seeing a little bit of a worrying pattern right now from the side of Waka. A couple times there will be Prosper throwing the ball in the backboard, and I'm seeing a double commit. Someone's already on the backboard. That should be calmed out by the teammates, but fortunately that is somewhat of the pressure coming to the situation, as well as the impulse to play quickly. And that's where you really need to trust in the communication, trust in your teammates to get those reads. And if anything else, Waka just needs to hold on to hope that you have 3.5 minutes. And even if you're down by 1, doesn't mean anything about how this game is going to finish. I think we've already shown that a lot, Orbital, in the final minute of how close these games have been.
I don't even think it's that. At one point, I was just saying, screw the first 4 minutes. It doesn't matter because all they want to play is in that final. And I think that's still fair to say. I'm still waiting for Waka to really come online and just say, okay, we can finally get off of the bench. We can finally start playing the game because we made it as close as possible. But for Waka, at this point, it's just trying to clear that ball. Prosper have been very much on that forefront, very much in their face, and I appreciate that one. But Snapalicious also sitting on massive amounts of boost. I like this control pacing that they're looking for, trying to change up the pacing, trying to play a little bit slow and fast, keep Waka off guard.
Ooh, Vic actually diving past it, which means Mercy able to go over the top. Collat lurking in the backfield. Does Northwood pay attention to it? Fairly quick enough, as that will only have a deflection on the clear. And right now, it's difficult for Waka to even escape their half at sometimes. Even when the demos aren't coming in, there's just these weird rotations from Prosper cutting in front of the ball, making it really difficult, I feel like, for Washington Connections Academy to get their clears. So clears like that one coming in from Colette are really going to be worth it so much more than ordinary touches. Vic, yet another one in the midfield.
And I almost want to say it's not even weird plays. It's just Prosper almost going man-to-man. It's just, hey, who can have that opportunity? Because at some point, you got to break that streak, and that is it. Mercy, with a little bit of mercy given by the game, is able to sneak past the defender for a second goal.
And Northwood gets the assist on this one. It's a weak shot, but in fact, that actually worked out better for Prosper. I think both defenders were tensed up, almost like a batter, trying to tense up for the fastball. Then the changeup came in. They had no idea how to handle it. 2 minutes remaining, 2 goals to the good, maybe a third. If Mercy can get this angle into the ceiling, trying to roll that one down, Snaplicious will turn away. Try number 2. Mercy pre-flip. Vic has it all covered.
They're going to try and play it a little bit slower here. Waka just need to take a deep breath. Hey, it's not over. We know these games come down to the wire. You don't need to get spicy with it. Don't get too crazy just yet. You need to go ahead and ensure your own pace. As we mentioned before, Prosper is playing very aggressive in their face, denying those clears and denying any set of play setup. How do you break through it? Waka need to evaluate the game, get ready for this last minute and 15 if they can, because that's going to really spell what happens. Big demos in front. No one else there to pick it up, though, so Prosper can't get a third.
Prosper doing really well of knowing just how far forward they need to go and also how much space they're being given. Waka, the issue of being so far back is the impulse becomes, let's clear it out of our half. Let's really just be able to reset everything. The problem is because Prosper's playing so deep on their own rotations, they're just throwing it right back in. They can barely afford any time Waka on the ball. As you can tell, they're more so just playing reactive, chasing this ball around. Prosper, this is their game to lose, especially if they get one more. Snaplicious into the open net.
When all things go boom, the goal will speak for itself. You saw it off on the left side, left the goal wide open, and Prosper with 3. I hate saying this because I want to say a 3-0 is going to secure it, but we've seen how quickly these teams deny that fact. Prosper are going to look to close out the series if they can, move up to second place, but Waka are going to try and deny. Can they score 3 in 35 seconds? I'm not sure, but we'll see if they can.
It would have to be the collapse of all time from the defense based on how Prosper is playing. They've only made 2 saves all game because, frankly, they haven't really been needing to play a lot of defense. It's more about clock management at this point. Colette going to get met solidly. Vic trying desperately chucking this one upfield, and yet they can't even get the double. Mercy trying to deliver the final blow here. Flip reset, back post. Snaplicious joined him, but at this point, it's stat padding more than anything else. There's just not enough seconds on this clock. It's Prosper going the distance, taking a dominant Game 5 victory. They will finish the group 2-1 and likely lock up seed pending the results of our next series.
Wild stuff to watch for, and honestly, I was not expecting any of this. Honestly, the earlier games basically spelled out, hey, 30 seconds is where the game really kicks off. Minute left is where we see a lot of those goals. To have it end in a very, I almost want to say, quiet 3-0, I think speaks to Prosper really stepping up to the plate. We mentioned the mental battle that they had to go through after some of those losses earlier. They fought back hard. They fought back extremely hard, and no knock against Waka. They fought their hearts out too.
Waka doing really, really well. And I think the one thing that we do notice when it comes from a lot of teams in Game 5 is once they start losing some goals or maybe the gameplay isn't going their way, I feel like it can really get to you. And I started noticing that when there were some double commits in the backfield, maybe they're just clearing the ball over and over. Those are the moments I feel like in between goals where you have to be able to say, hey guys, let's just get back to our game plan. We're solo playing it well. We're keeping our boost control. If we're playing a lot of defense, that's fine, but we need to make sure to tighten up. And I feel like Prosper handled that really well. They were constantly putting them under pressure, rotating just as aggressively as they needed to. And I think that's why Prosper came out on top here. Doesn't mean much for Washington Academy overall. They might go down a little bit in the groups, but as a reminder for everyone watching, this is just for seeding purposes going into tomorrow. So no teams going home quite yet, but certainly a win would help your chances of getting a slightly easier matchup.
Of course, and I think we do want to talk to Prosper's coach about how that match went down. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break here in a bit. Before we get ready for our final group stage matchup between Westwood and Cedar Falls, a game for matches as well, and a match for the seeding, but behind it, a little bit more to the table. But we'll throw it to a quick break. HSEL Nationals 2024 will continue in just a bit.
And we're back with another post-game interview here at HSEL Nationals 2024. I'm here with Coach Maggie Robinson from Prosper Esports.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. We just came off a win, so I'm even better.
And this win in particular has secured you the number 4 spot going into the knockout stage. How does that feel?
Great. I'm super proud of my kids, and that was a hard-fought match just then. So we went the full 5.
Yeah, Prosper's really been showing out. In terms of competition, who do you think is going to be your biggest threat going into the knockout stage?
So I can tell you I know who they want to see, right? They want to see Westwood again. And then PSA is a favorite as well. So I think, though, they definitely want another shot at Westwood.
And they just might get that chance. Well, it was good talking to Coach Maggie. I appreciate it. And we'll kick it back to the casters.
Is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Maggie Robinson. I am from Prosper ISD, and I am a CTE teacher and esports coach. If I'm being perfectly honest about this, I don't have to provide a lot of that support because these 3 just work together so fluidly, and Isaiah has been a phenomenal leader for this group of kids and has been for you've been playing for 3 years, right? So I think anytime you can bring home a national title, especially in a league the size of, HSEL, it's a huge deal, right? So for the school, for the district, I think that is a phenomenal win. I think the one reason that they will be lifting the trident at the end of this has a lot to do with their relationship outside of the game. They are friends outside of, a game that they are remarkably good at. And I think that just helps them communicate with each other while they're on the pitch and playing. And I don't see this happening any other way than them lifting it up, to be completely honest with you.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
My name is Amy Doyle. I am a middle school teacher at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I am the district coach for our esports program. Yeah, so our esports program started last school year when I started teaching here at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I had approached the principal and said, hey, I would be really interested in starting an esports program here at the school. I think there's enough interest with the kids. And he was like, you know what, that's an awesome idea. Let's see how they like it. So for the first year, our team was a local team. We competed with students within our school district, and we had little championships, but we had enough students that it was taking multiple days to get through our championships in district. We had about 37 students sign up in our first year of esports, and all we played was Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League. So obviously there was this really strong interest in esports here, and I was really excited about that because I'm a big gamer myself. A couple of things that I'm super proud of with our program: it makes it so accessible for our students who wouldn't traditionally be involved in something with our athletics department. And those students have not only hopped in and participated, they have risen to the occasion and have been able to hop into leadership roles such as team captains for some of our games, which has been just something I've been unbelievably proud of with our students. A specific moment this season that I was particularly proud of was our Splatoon team made it into the playoffs for the middle school fall major, or spring majors, I should say. And they were so excited just to be able to play on the nationals. In the quarterfinal match, we met with the other team, and they said, hey, we're down a player because we're on spring break and they're not able to reach us. We know that according to rules, you guys could just claim the forfeit, but we're hoping that you'd still be willing to play with us. And my students were just so excited to play. They were like, yeah, absolutely. We still want to play. We want to have a good time. It was spectacular. It's the kind of joy and sportsmanship that I really love seeing with this program. I wouldn't be able to do this program without my assistant to the coach, Dr. Christopher Padicky. He wrangles in our chess kids because I cannot wrap my brain around that game, and he is phenomenal with them. I also very much want to thank Brian Ulrich, who is our school principal, who has supported this program from the very first moment of me saying, hey, I think this is something we should have here at the school. I am so excited this fall to officially launch our high school esports league. We have been rocking it here at the middle school. I know that the high schoolers are itching to get into the program as well. We'll be playing the same 5 games that we play at the middle school, which is Mario Kart, Rocket League, Splatoon 3, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, and chess.com. And then at the high school level, we'll play all 5 of those. Plus, we are going to be adding Valorant into our repertoire at the high school level. I've been plugged in with the video game culture since before teaching. This past year, I had the privilege of being able to present at PAX East about my experience of bringing video games into the classroom in esports, which was just phenomenal. So it's something that I'm very obviously passionate about, and I love sharing that passion with my students.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
Okay, my name is Vic, also known as Vic, and I'm GC3 in Rocket League. How it feels to qualify, it feels great. I'm really excited just to be there. We worked so hard to just get to this point. We've put so much effort into it. We're just really excited to be here. My mindset coming into this is obviously that we want to win, but I really want to make sure that we're able to focus up and we're able to play correctly and just execute correctly in this environment and get everything down right. My expectations for this competition is for us to win, but we just want to try our absolute best. That's our expectations coming in. I want a top 4. That's my expectation. I'm looking forward to playing Tekka because I know their players personally, and I want to show them what we can do as a team. Definitely. Another team that I'm looking forward to playing is PSA, because I want to play against the best, and I feel like they're probably closer there. Winning HSEL Nationals would mean a lot to me, but that's because We worked so hard to get here. We've put in so many hours within the past 3 years. It'd definitely be a dream come true for me and my team. For school, it'd definitely be making history. Because we're online school, we don't really have sports for them to win trophies or anything. So we'd kind of be their first set of sports athletics trophies. The number one reason we're going to be lifting the trident is because we're the best.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had, this group not have, persisted and, kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Den, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
My name is David Truesdale. I'm from Little Falls High School inside New York, and I am a senior. Being one of 5 finalists inside the HSEL honors program is one of the best moments of my year. Being able to get that email and understanding that all the work that not just me, but everyone inside this program has put together and being acknowledged for this means a lot. As a school, something I'm incredibly proud of in our esports journey is getting the esports program approved. We had a lot of pushback by the district, and being able to advocate for myself, Mr. Snell here with me being able to advocate for me, and having teachers I've known forever being able to help me push this through and get this organized meant so much to me, and is the biggest moment of the year. So a few years ago, I had thought about the idea of creating an esports program at the school. And it always meant a lot to me growing up, watching Shroud, watching all these esports players play their favorite games. And I wanted to bring that teamwork, that energy to our Little Falls Public High School. It is I believe the second biggest club at our high school. We have had a lot of success. I think every single team from every single game that we participated in, we went to the second round, which was remarkable, especially because we were such a small school, and seeing the fact that necessarily not for individual skill, but we were able to build a team that was able to compete. And well, I would like to recognize Mr. Snell right in here next to me. Without him, he came to our school recently, and without him, I wouldn't be able to have this program. We were just talking one day, and he showed me his plans for this esports program, and it worked so well with me and my plans for this esports program. We were able to contribute together to push through, the boundaries that naturally occur when you're trying to create a new program at the school. So it's wonderful. I'm looking forward to going to the University of Buffalo. I'm going to try to pursue a psychology degree, and I'm really looking forward to joining their esports program. It's a very great program at that school. I would like to continue to provide for communities that I join, whether it be UB, whether it be my hometown of Little Falls when I come back. Continue to provide to these esports programs to ensure that kids continue to be able to collaborate with others and to provide a space for kids to continue to grow and achieve.
My name is Jaden Gorham. I teach and coach at Hebron High School. I'm primarily a chemistry teacher teaching honors chemistry, and then on a whim started the esports program during the very tumultuous virtual COVID year back in 2019, 2020, and the rest is history. I know with how early esports is on the national stage and how everyone is viewing it, that everyone and every teacher and coach is trying to start this thing and work with their kids. Everyone is hitting their own unique barriers. I've certainly hit barriers, and to be named one of the 5 finalists is a very validating feeling. Name of the game is just try to get our kids represented and try to get them involved in as many ways as possible. And so everything I've done has tried to get as many kids involved and feel like they can be included in the school's culture. And for a lot of these kids, this is the first extracurricular they've ever been a part of. So it's their first opportunity to get to wear Hebron on their chest. And I've always tried to paint the picture to my kids that, listen, you're one of the first iterations of kids that gets to do this. And so everything that you guys are accomplishing, it's bigger than what Hebron is doing. It's for high school esports as a whole and esports as a whole. And so it's just trying to push past our own school's borders and our district's borders and even our state's borders just to try to get as many kids involved and represented as possible. So during the COVID year, I was a full-time virtual teacher. And man, you don't get into teaching to lecture to a computer screen, I'll tell you that. And so we had really, really large class sizes where I would have 50 to 60 kids in each class. And our district didn't have a webcam requirement or anything like that. And so really the kids would sign on, and almost assuredly, 90+% of those kids are turning on the lecture and then flipping over to the other side of their bed or other monitor, looking at Netflix or whatever they were viewing at the time. So I'm sure they were tuning me out. And so just trying to connect with those kids, man, it was such a weird time.
And we are back one more time to close out the group stages here for the HSEL Nationals for Rocket League in 2024. This is the gold group. It's Westwood from New Jersey. It is Cedar Falls High from Iowa trying to close this one out. 2 teams at the top and bottom of the groups respectively.
And that's going to be really dangerous to think about. Now, granted, remember, everyone's going to go to seeding. However, you don't want to end up in a lot of tie situations, so I know for this match, I am expecting teams to come out with a lot of fire to see what they can throw down.
And Westwood actually on quite the warpath right now, 2-0 in the groups. And this is a team that came in top 6 at Nationals, really aspiring to get even further. And I wouldn't say it's not too surprising. They have Nick DeVick on that squad, a player that is actually one of the top 100 best players in the world for 1v1, typically very high on that leaderboard. So a lot of mechanical skill. Yesterday, we got to see a little bit of it in group stages. I'm sure we'll see even more of it today. But Cedar Falls, certainly not to be able to write off by any means. This is a team that, yes, is struggling a bit in the group stage, but we've seen a lot of teams really struggling to be able to get through this group stages. This is national championship after all, the best high school teams from across the nation. So after all, even if it doesn't go your way in group stages, doesn't mean anything about how this series and how the quarterfinals a little bit after this series is going to go.
And that's a scary thing. Everyone's getting better and better the younger they go. I mean, I'm 31. Whenever I was doing, any of these esports things, it was always like, oh yeah, no big deal, no big deal. But now it's like you're practicing at a younger age, and that's kind of the fun of it. And to help cultivate that, there are so many leagues popping up, not just in the high school or in the collegiate side, but also in middle school. And we really want to shout that out. The MSEL or Middle School Esports League is also a way for those in middle school to look to hone their craft as well. You're able to play your favorite games as well as make new friends and develop valuable skills for the future by joining this league, learning about teamwork, learning about communication, also good sportsmanship, all within a safe, secure, and structured season. Really does help appeal to those looking to move further a little bit earlier on inside. So make sure not to miss out on all the action and find a school. That way you can get involved as well. Go ahead and visit msel.gg and start your esports journey today, or start that special someone inside of your family, the little one that looks to show a lot of potential.
It really does feel like Scholastic is applicable at any range. I can't wait to be casting third graders against each other in the future. But regardless of
that
how
are like
it's
10 ranks higher than me. Yeah, I got that.
Let's not even go there. These players are cracked from a very young age, especially in a gaming family. All these players in a gaming family kicking off the final game of group play of the national championships here for HSEL. It is Westwood on a tear, trying to make sure they can finish out this group 3-0, playing up against Cedar Falls.
And then a big part about this, I think this game one will again kind of showcase why we are in this position. To start with, one of the big things that I am desperately looking for is Westwood. I mean, as we said, on a little bit of a war path to 0, pretty nice game score as well. We want to see them. I know we mentioned that anything can happen, but you still want to put your mark. I mean, you are first seed, and you just saw that Prosper is, of course, gunning for your position. You don't want to let them get out of hand. So you need to get a dub here. You need to show your strength and show why you deserve to be here in that first seed position. Westwood, of course, taking things a little bit slower, if you will. A demo out the gate, but of course, in this first minute, nothing really coming of it.
We're seeing some initial pressure from Westwood. It's a team that plays incredibly quick. That is one thing that I will say about a lot of teams, because it seems like it's kind of a given if you're playing the Nationals, but even beyond all of that, Westwood is so hard to pin down. Kind of like this one, quick little handoff to Nick DeVic, but not gonna be able to find Hader. A dent able to roll that one, which is a little bit surprising for Mocha, but still able to break past that first layer of defense.
I mean, Vic trying to go for those tightrope moments. A dent sitting there looking to try and get a little piece, but that's gonna be a Reiki to go ahead and steal one away. Cedar Falls making the first move here in game number 1.
Really solid recovery from Reiki. Actually used that boost to boost immediately down to the ground to get those tires to dig into the turf so they can recover and get that shot off. Sometimes that's the kind of what solo plays look like. It's not always those high-flying mechanics, just being able to recover from getting bumped, getting 50, and immediately turn it into something. Speaking of turn it into something, Jaduko off of the kickoff.
That is... It was a chance. Let's be honest. It was a chance. It streaked off. It was looking back towards that middle, and Jaduko just went, yeah, that's mine. I don't care what anyone says. And all of a sudden, Cedar Falls is like, okay, yep, we got a game on our hands. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. This is going to be that big test. Kickoff goes a little bit on the slow side, but Cedar Falls is going to be the first ones on that full attack.
That big double tap. Dent was a little bit late to it. Not going to harm their team whatsoever. As Reiki will try and chase things down, rescue the attack. Mocha will send to the corner. Actually does get the beat over the top. Where's the third? Nick DeVic taking their time on the air dribble. Actually fakes it underneath. That's that ones mentality talking about a little bit earlier. That player so tricky on the ball. Certainly is never scared of being able to take those solo opportunities away. Maybe Jaduko can follow in their steps, looking maybe for a bump, or no, just the finesse on the air dribble off the bar and out. A Dent going for the follow through, but Reiki with the in and out save gets it clear.
And it was a weird bounce. That's why a Dent, you could kind of see, was ready to actually do a follow-up, but wasn't able to fully clear. It's just, it bounced at an awkward angle, bounced a little bit too high, and in a weird situation. Honestly, well thought out play from Westwood, but at the current moment, Cedar Falls throwing just enough of a wrench in the plan to deny any further aggression. Of course, on their own, has been showing some fierceness as we enter into the second half. Mocha in their own, though, a little bit lower on the ground, has had a save so far, but nothing else. So we'll see what they can do here. Question marks abound as that's a slow roller around, and Mocha's like, okay, no goal scored just yet.
And they follow through as well from Epic and Mocha in the corner, making sure they shut down those passes. No, they need to do so in the middle as well, because that is the end result. Jaduko getting his second after a nice setup by Nick.
This is what we were mentioning. Westwood starting to bear their fangs a little bit, and Epic had jumped just a little bit too quickly as well. Floated down to the ground, said, ah, crap. This is something that you don't want to deal with. Epic, of course, waiting for a chance of their own. This is going to be that interesting point. Cedar Falls tries to round it around one of the defenders. Not going to happen. Westwood on the offensive.
Epic with the hit off the side wall will attempt to keep possession. Problem is then a bit closer to it. And now you do have Cedar Falls in that awkward position where they're starting to give up some more and more shots, and it might turn into a bit more of a watershed moment for their opponents if they're not careful. As you mentioned, very quick, a lot of demos, but could leave them open to a counterattack. Reiki taking a fast angled 50, and maybe they just not calculated that correctly.
It hurts. It hurts to see there. You don't like to see some of those opportunities go amiss. But as we enter into the last minute and a half, demos coming out on both ends. Westwood and Cedar Falls sending one or two back to that respawn, back to that short end. A little bit of speed, but that opening was what Mocha wanted. Only shot so far here in the game. The goal is all you want. 100% so far on the shots.
That's a tough one. Jaduko being able to be trusted fully by a Dent and being able to get that sidewall read, or so he thought, then bounces back middle, and a bit of a giveaway, giving away to Cedar Falls. That's the second goal for them, tied right back up, and Honestly, this is something from our group leader in Westwood that's a bit unconventional, but you have to think their offensive firepower can make up for it. Once that one back, not the most solid of shots. Jaduko making up for it with a backflip also off the bar. Reiki with a roller back to mid.
Oh, man. Are we actually going to get an OT in game one? That would be insane. Nope, 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 nope. Vic was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I set this goal up 5 seconds ago. Beautifully done for Westwood to take control back in this game.
Like I said, one of the more mechanical players in this entire tournament based on that competitive pedigree. And if you don't jump off that ceiling, you just let yourself fall, you always have that flip. It's so difficult for the team defenders to read, even with 2 back. You just have to watch that one fly yawn in. That's a bump actually on the player on offense that nearly resulted in an accidental shot. But either way, Cedar Falls doing well in this game one to keep things within reach, but 45 seconds remaining with all the pressure going down for Westwood. Have to think next goal based on this kind of trading mentality could be going to Cedar Falls and they just generate one more kind of awkward moment for their opponents. This could be it. Reiki over the top, but Dent just barely getting that backflip.
I like this idea of just get the bumps in, get the safety down, don't try and get fancy, make sure to get yourself in a good position. Westwood saying we just want the dub, we don't want to get silly with it. Of course, on this chase could be big. 14 seconds left, and if Cedar Falls want anything to happen, they need to start punching now. Goes ahead and collects it. Epic goes high, challenged by Jaduko. It's going to be a challenge that brings it down to the ground. Ball rolls in front, though. Good challenges all around. Dead ball kind of in the middle, but it touches ground just in time. Westwood are not going to be scored on, and it will be game one to the first seed group.
It's hard to position knowing that could happen because you simply don't, but the third player just slightly too far away. If they just had more boost or maybe they were at midfield at that play started, all 3 players from Westwood knew that they had to save that and they all jumped for it. So a little bit rough at the end for Cedar Falls, but it shows that if that play was just a little bit different, heck, if a bunch of these plays were just slightly different in terms of positioning, the boost management, we could have been seeing potentially a win for Cedar Falls, or at the very least, potentially a goal going into OT. So Westwood, despite being at the top of the group, still has to hang on by a thread in a game from time to time.
And you mentioned it before. That's why this is nationals. The scores don't always tell the whole story. You have to watch the games themselves to really get a good idea of where everyone's standing. And quite honestly, you can see Cedar Falls is still very much a threat. They are still sitting there looking hungry for a victory of their own, because if they also win here, remember, it's not just Westwood that's going to possibly fall down into second place, so there might be a tie to come out. That's also a possibility of a tie for Cedar Falls to move up in the bracket as well. So all these little things kind of going into their minds. Everyone is jockeying for that position. Of course, right now, Westwood 1-0 in the scoring line. Want to push that to a 2-0.
And if nothing else, going into these quarterfinals, which will be happening right after this series, and switching out casters, and obviously switching out the format as well, done with group stages into single elim. Then at the very least, if you get a dub at the end of your group stage, hey, it's a good momentum to be bringing it into your quarterfinals. The mood's high, the defense is popping, and right now, the clutch plays continue to come on through. Westwood somehow gets away with that one.
I mean, there are also times when you do get to see that shift in mentality, and I think this might be one. I do want to see if Westwood can also look to be a little bit more I don't want to say opportunistic, more defensive, and then, applying attacks exactly at the right spot. Low bump in the middle, though, leaves Epic a little bit clear. Teammate play, though. Vic comes in from the side to deny. Seems everyone's still jockeying. I want to see Westwood have that strong defensive play set up and then look for those opportune shots. You can see there, it's going to be a streaker towards the right side of the goal, and Cedar Falls is going to try and carry it back. No one else, a little bit of juke on the side. Westwood still in control, though.
Mocha looking for a 50. I do like that one. In fact, he might actually be able to get the boost steal, but no, Jaduko actually steals it away. So instead, it's going to be Epic in the midfield trying to meet this ball with another slow play. He's going to be sent into the next zip code by that bump, and you can see the physical play and frustrations. Sometimes it's not enough to go past a defender. You got to go through him.
Got to be able to kind of mark your own turf. Say, yo, you're not going to get away with this. I am going to be your maker. A little bit of a dance there on the side, though, as Cedar Falls is just kind of fallen into place here. They're still kind of struggling, I think, to really get possession, but what they have done is starve out some of those boosts. A lot of members currently running on 0 and having to wait to get their opportune moments. It's a dangerous spot to play in with 0 boosts. I mean, so many lost rotations can come through. Cedar Falls, though, high punch to the side. No real chance as Westwood still hunting for their own main shots on goal.
Nick to Vic. Able to send another strong one down. Mocha can't handle, but Nick actually rushed the shot. Luckily, a demo and a follow secures goal number 1 for Westwood.
That was a fancy goal there. I mean, even the game was like, all right, you've been quiet for 2 minutes, cool. We'll give you a fancy explosion to send it on in. A dent happy about that one. Of course, in the same vein, 3 minutes, plenty of time to play for Cedar Falls. Is going to be looking to try and put one on the board for themselves. Will they be able to, though? That's the question.
Epic going to have to catch this one and actually gather it down. I don't really mind that one, especially with that 50 being able to propel it into the midfield. Mocha, however, I think that's the biggest issue I'm noticing from Cedar Falls. Their initial setups are pretty nice, but the issue is that without a sufficient amount of boost, they're kind of just throwing the ball forward and kind of hoping that they can move on forward. But with Westwood playing as well as they have this weekend, they're dealing with everything superbly well. They can't just rely on mistakes, Cedar Falls. It's kind of what was giving them a lot of their offense last game. But here on Forbidden Temple, it's really been peerless right now. Westwood hasn't been forced into making a single save yet.
Westwood are just chilling. They just do not care. They're having a time of their lives at this point. Even with only 1 goal, they're more than happy about the current situation. And I think a huge reason why there aren't that many saves is also because Westwood are challenging more in the midfield. They're really flying forward. They're really putting their best foot forward, and Cedar Falls don't really know how to deal with that. A little bit of bump move as Aden catches it midfield. Another pump back out as Cedar Falls is still waiting for their opportunity. This might be it. High ball, good defensive, but no clear just yet. A little bit of a roll back. Chance ball in the middle. No one to follow up, though, as Westwood keep it off to the edge.
Epic, that's an open shot. They try to slot that one. It's just not good enough.
Oh.
Dent able to touch that out. Nick DeVick able to follow it up with a solid 50 and a half even. Just be able to put that one all the way back out, and Cedar Falls has to just take that deep sigh and go back to the drawing board yet again.
This is a dangerous spot to be in, I gotta say. Like, Westwood are just, I mean, they're sweating a little bit. You know for a fact that last offensive maneuver would just sent them a little bit on the edge. They want to get one more score down. Minute left on the clock. Cedar Falls hunting, hungry for this goal, but they might be sent right back to the woods without too much to their name. And honestly, this run here could be the chance. Good defensive posturing, though. Minute left. Epic goes high. Are you going to have anything? A pass to the middle. Both miss as the ball falls to the wayside.
Dent was just trying to throw a hand up, just to be able to force some kind of deflection. They had no boost, more or less, when they took off for that one. And now they're going to be fully boosted up with the rest of their teammates. Pass across. Nick DeVick reach for it, and now potentially a fast break. Mocha, nice catch. How about a propulsion into the future attack? I would say Epic is going to follow it up, but even with 100 boost, I think Cedar Falls understands that the temptation of going as fast as possible can be somewhat of a letdown, especially for giving up an early goal, or easy goal rather, on the far side. Jaduko certainly no stranger to that one. He has been stolen away, but a nice recovery somehow from Westwood. We'll keep it at a 1-0. Another deflection from the goal. Mocha, can they set it up this time for Epic? Also denied.
All right, one more chance. One more chance. Cedar Falls are trying to go all out here, and I don't know if they got it. It's going to roll on the ground, punts it out and away. Westwood breathes a heavy sigh of release. It is 1-0 in the score, 2-0 series. But my God, did Cedar Falls make that close?
I have to say, Westwood, they are winning these games, and they're doing well, but 2 shots total, and at the end, Cedar Falls, with an explosion of offense, they went from about 1 or 2 shots to 6 in total. They were pounding the backboard. They were making sure to get on these shots, and yet Westwood still able to park the bus just enough to get those saves. And I think this is really what we were talking about. Even though Westwood is a 2-0 team, Cedar Falls is 0-2 in this group stage, it is coming down to individual moments that, if they go one way or the other, really decides all of these games. Well done from Cedar Falls, but it's weird as it is to say they might have to reverse sweep. It's entirely plausible based on how close these games have been.
Yeah, you can't be looking at this as Westwood pulling ahead by a mile or anything like that. That is not the case that's going on here. I love the fact that you mentioned that Cedar Falls are right beside them. Really, it's Westwood looking just like 2 inches behind them and seeing like Cedar Falls right on their tail. It is by a step and a half, and that is why we keep saying this. You mentioned it can be anyone's game. Reverse sweep is very much on the table. Now, granted, is it unlikely? Yes, there's a reason reverse sweeps are so rare. It can be difficult to win 3 in a row here. I can see it, though, and I wonder if all the previous matches for Cedar Falls has been this close as well, because maybe you just need a little bit more time. Maybe you need that best of 7 to give yourself a little bit more breathing room, figure out your opponent. But at the same time, that is something that you don't want to deal with. You don't want to be in this last game territory scenario.
And so, as we mentioned, quarterfinals are after this one, but in order to solidify the seeding, in order to actually finalize what those matchups are going to be, we have to get through this one, and we are nearly done if you ask the fans of Westwood, but we are just beginning, you would hope, if you're the fans of Cedar Falls.
So many things to talk about there. It's just, listen, everyone wants it to be over if you're a fan of either side, but remember, there's always that second chance. Once you move in to those best of sevens in the quarterfinals, which will be right after this, we keep mentioning it because it's going to be so hype. This is going to be that big chance. So, massive demos on both sides, by the way. That is about the, I want to say, 4th demo I've seen so far. In this game alone, silliness is abound with all of these players. Cedar Falls, though, still falling to the wayside as the ball rolls onto their side of the turf. They need to get a little bit more control over this ball.
Mocha, really like a soft catch. Problem is, Aden saw that coming. Nick DeVic with a decent aerial to be able to get up for that one. Even better that Jaduko getting able to go for that 50 on the air dribble right down in front. All the commotion in front from Cedar Falls. Not going to bother Mocha. Good presence of mind just to be able to slow that one down and take it into open space, get some boost.
How much more are they going to get, though? That's a, wow, Jaduko. What? Just, it feels out of nowhere, but read that one quite well. You can see the attempt at a hold for the team, but Jaduko was like, they're playing so slow. I can take advantage of it. Well done.
And it's a little bit of a rough one as we saw that play come into everything, because I saw Mocha get that boost. It felt like the positioning was fine, but that's really the issue, is that when you're trying to shadow on the near post, your momentum is moving toward the goal. So when you're trying to clear the ball out and then back where it came from, you just can't do it. Oftentimes it will bounce out into the middle if you're not careful. That's a tough one from Cedar Falls. Even the best players will make those mistakes, and now it's just about making up for them as we get into kind of the mid-game, entering 90 seconds into it. Nick DeVic trying to fake out on an air dribble, but it will actually be able to bail out of that one. Let Jaduko take care of the rest.
Let's see if they can do so. This is going to be that big test on that front. Westwood, they've been in this territory before. They won an entire game just last time with only 1 goal, but they don't want to be in the same scenario. 2 touch, easy use it. Jaduko putting up style points here. 2 shots on goal, 2 goals.
A more difficult double than it does appear. You need a flawless first touch because you need to be able to immediately respond. It is not a double all the way from midfield that you're setting up. You have to be able to immediately whip around, and apparently that is not a problem. The season 14 dunk master, the hoops main, getting 2 goals off 2 shots. Aden trying to join him in that. Can they put this one to bed? The double tap, almost a triple tap attempt. Not going to find its way all the way to the back of the net.
I am getting terrified here as that's a roller right in front again. What is going on here, Taco? There have been so many attempts on goal and so many balls that just roll right in front. Another great defensive hold, though, by Westwood as they keep their goal safe. Another chance to be had, though, as Cedar Falls is looking for another chance at the fight, but they need to go back, get the boost. You can see Aden hunting for it, but 71 in the boost tank, ready to challenge. Duco says, hey, I got our 2 goals so far. Let me get a hat trick if I can. Current moment as we enter into the second half. Westwood in controlling 2-0 lead.
Mocha, really far roll. That's a double tap back in front. If not for Nick DeVic, that was definitely going to be finding the back of the net. But again, they're going to have to keep on searching Cedar Falls. The ball is going around the goal. It's just simply not going in. Reiki and Mocha called each other off. Another deflection from Jaduko. Going to be yet another clear they'll find.
I mean, this is getting tense here. I'm not going to lie. I am on the edge of my seat a little bit. Are so close to Cedar Falls. It's rough to be able to sit in this position and say, hey, all we need is just a little bit more, but you can't be looking for just a little bit more. You need the whole pie. You need the whole kit and caboodle. This is a dent. Waiting on the back end as that's a streaker, though. Reiki needed an opportunity and finds it in what feels like a very unlikely manner.
Yeah, however, good vision from Mocha. Reiki was actually almost behind Nick DeVic, rotating back on the far side, but being able to know the ball will always move faster than your car, be able to find that teammate in open space, and now a glimpse of a chance from Cedar Falls if they could just keep this one going. That's a deflection for Epic. He can't catch up to it, and nearly off the kickoff, we found some response. Maybe Nick DeVic has a response of his own. Set up to Jaduko. No hat trick for him. It'll go back to mid.
Decide to go from here, right? This is dangerous dance. You only have 1:20 left. Ooh. What a roller, though. Mocha gently taps one in on the low ground, one that we haven't seen in a while. Well done.
Oh, even worse, the clear was coming in, but you saw Aden actually go above his teammate on the backboard. The 50 deflected then into the other defender. I will have to say there are more unfortunate things that could have been happening, but that is definitely at the top of the list. Cedar Falls given a bit of a preserver here. They are still alive in this game, in this series, so long as they can continue this offensive scoring streak. Reiki trying to make sure he can do just that. He won't get the ball, but he will get the boost.
That's more than enough to go ahead and stall out a lot of what's going down, but Mocha puts the icing on the cake. A demo into a shot, not going to land, but Cedar Falls still on the aggressive. Vic is going to try and clear it out, and they do. Now back in their own world. Westwood, though, says, hey, we got through one defender. Ball rolls a little bit tad to the outside. Can a third follow-up work? Hard pinch is not going to work, but a fourth follow-up instead. Cedar Falls with the defense position, breathing a sigh of relief. Can a tap work? Can you get around? No, you cannot. 30 seconds left here. Taco, this is going to come down to the wire.
It really will. It might even just come down to one goal at this point. It might be before regulation ends. Who really knows? Mocha, he wants to make it happen. He will turn and glance at it, but no challenge means he knew that was unlikely. Lead demo from Jaduko, not able to get the second one. And it's just breakneck pace. It's really, there's no such thing as possession. It's really just who gets the next touch. Because both these teams going a million miles an hour. Orbital, we seem like we're destined for OT, but anything can happen with these crazy deflections. Jaduko doesn't have that clear, but fortunately for him, it will hit the turf.
All right, net zero time. Net zero time. Westwood just need one to go ahead and push themselves into the victory podium. They will move on to the quarterfinals as the first seed, or I believe second of overall. Or is it first? I don't know. We'll see. We'll go ahead and get those numbers for you later. Let's go ahead and watch this ball roll out. Ball rolls right in front, but a miss by Cedar Falls. Let this one fall to the wayside. Going to go ahead and recollect on the back end. I mean, this is getting tense here, Taco. Either side feeling like they have to play defensive to make sure not a mistake goes by.
Nick able to take it far enough. Actually, a miss, though, on the clear. This problem with taking catches off your backboard with no boost. If it goes a little bit too far away, you're not able to rescue it. Mocha able to beat out Nick DeVic. Reiki needs to help out, but he's got nothing to do with it. A deflection into the corner means Epic is going to have to use any of that precious boost, and as he goes up the wall, a dent steals it. This is really the position Westwood wants to be in. Steal that boost away, take your 50s, and slowly progress, and yet their attack will still come to a close.
Oh, boy. Little test of time here. Minute gone by. At this point, you're already encroaching into game number 4. See what they can do. Reiki setting it off to the left side. Challenged by a dent. Forced to play at a little bit slower pace. Massive angling, though, as Westwood trying to get it out of this corner. Everyone jockeying for position as Vic has used all boost pretty much to clear that ball. Catching it for a teammate, but a third isn't there. Cedar Falls have another chance. Who is going to have that breakaway? I'm still wondering who that's all about.
Nick, half flip, goes for boost, actually calls it off the play and leaves it to his teammate. Dance past another one. Like we said, one of the best 1v1 players off this continent, and almost dance past the entire defense by himself. But now his teammates are here for support. Nick again on the ball, trying to play the fake, but didn't expect Epic to have that read.
Honestly, I love the fact that we do talk about those 1v1. Sometimes it does come down to that solo player. Just go ahead, step up to the plate, fight hard, fight like you know your team needs it. Sometimes you got to have that star to really stand out in front of the rest of the team and show them how it's done. You need that spotlight on you, and sometimes you got to wrest it away from the opponent. A huge jump down to the ground as that's a demo inside of the goal line. Reiki trying to create space, and no boost for a dent as you go for a very slow roller. Westwood on the very much defensive. Cedar Falls have had chances upon chances to try and score.
Pass middle, I do like it, a little bit risky. Jaduko was almost man-marking that pass. They were waiting for it to come on through, and even with the minimal amount of resources they had, still able to get that deflection, and it's plays like that are keeping Westwood's hopes of a sweep alive. High flick. Reiki, not the best touch. Jaduko is there. Nick DeVic will steal boost, turn around immediately from an angle, looking for a double. Epic will deprive him of that.
We are already far into 3 minutes here in this OT. I mean, at this point, it feels a little bit juggly, but it's so tense all the way around. Jaduko sends it to the corner. Can a teammate come pick it up? No. Shot defended against. Epic says no thank you. I want to continue finding Jaduko. Sends it high, though. Another chance ball. Good coverage. Den very, very safely cleared out here.
Oh, boy. That clear really getting away from Nick DeVick. That's a lot of space to work with. That's a lot of boost to work with. He doesn't get the double, but it's fine because a dent is there. If not for Mocha stepping in at the crucial moment. Attack not done. Jaduko for the double into the top shelf. Hat trick hero Westwood is going to be the top of the gold group.
I love to see it. It's not a solo play, it's a team play there. Westwood take it 3-0, but that was a narrow 3-0 to call for. My God. I'm excited for the playoff. I am excited for bracket stage. If that was between first and fourth of this group, what is group stage going to bring? What else is going to come through the bracket?
I mean, you can tell how crazy things are because even though Cedar Falls, I mean, hopefully, as you mentioned, if you are not watching these series, you'd think, man, Cedar Falls, they're getting beat up here. But in reality, they're keeping all these games incredibly close. And despite the 0-3 in groups, which is unfortunate, they are not eliminated. They're into the quarterfinals. I think they're definitely going to give run to their money to the other side, who they will be playing against. But speaking of who they're going to be playing against, the seeds are somewhat staggered. So top of the red group is going to actually be the number 1 seed, and then Westwood will be the number 2. Their reward for coming in first in their group is going to be playing against Divine Child, who is last year's national champion. So really, it feels like there's no good results in who you get drawn for in seeding.
Well, welcome to Nationals. That's all you can say. No matter who it is, has some sort of stacked lineup, and that's very fun to think about. Of course, those will start right after this, after we have to take a very short break, but it's been so much fun here on the desk for the HSEL Nationals Rocket League side of things. Of course, there will be some new casters joining us here on the desk. Of course, that'll be Mr. Pepic, as well as Whoops You, Danger Taco. I think we had a hell of a lot of fun here on the day, so let's go ahead, throw it to a break, hear from some of the coaches, and get ready for those best of 7s headed your way. Don't go anywhere.
And we're back with another post-game interview here at HSEL Nationals. I'm here with Coach Rudy from Westwood Esports out of New Jersey. How you doing today?
Not too bad, not too bad.
How do you feel? You just secured the number 2 seed going into the knockout stage of things. And do you know who your next opponent is?
I believe it's supposed to be Divine Child. Yeah.
That is correct. How do you feel about that? I know you played against them at the previous Nationals as well, yes?
Yeah, so it seems like looking at the bracket, it's just going to be a big run back of our playoffs. So these are all teams we've played before. So just trying to remember how the series went and see what we learned and see if we can have that actually happen for today and tomorrow.
No doubt. Well, we can't wait to see how Westwood does against Divine Child. We're very excited to see this run back. So it was good talking to you, Coach Rudy.
Thank you.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because KC Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. It's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Gavin Ma. I teach at Franklin High School of LAUSD East. I've been teaching here for about 5 years now, but we also ran our esports program 5 years ago as well. So we're glad it's been growing and getting more successful year after year.
And my name is Jesus Baladia. I'm in 10th grade and my rank is GC2.
My name is Ivan Bensis. I'm in 10th grade and I'm like GC3-ish. I peaked SSL before and my in-game username is Xlink.
My name is Damien Aguilar. I'm a sophomore. My rank currently is Champ 3.
I'm excited that we qualified for high school esports nationals because we've never had this kind of level of success before. To be able to go to another state and compete is just really exciting, and it's never been done before. We're the first one in our district to do it, and LAUSD is the second largest district in the nation. So for us to be the pioneers into doing this event before anyone else, it's really exciting for us.
Our mindset going into this competition is just to have fun. We don't really care if we do good or if we do bad. We're just trying to have fun.
We're happy just to even qualify to make this land in Kansas City. I'm looking forward to play two of our opponents, which are Waka and Westwood. I want to play Waka since we've lost to them in the playoffs twice in Game 7. So we want to get our get back, and then we want to play Westwood since they're first in the Atlantic. So I want to see how well we can do. If we can do well against them, then I feel like we can do well against any other opponents.
Winning the National High School Esports Trophy would just give me validation. All the hours we put into practice, all the hours I put into this program was worth it, because our program is self-funded. to win would just give us that validation, hey, that all the work that we put in is worth it, that, you know, our blood, sweat, and tears, that the kids also get a reflection of that to earn some scholarship money and get some recognition for their talents and for their hard work. So I'd just be very full of gratitude and also full of joy of the validation of the work that we put in.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements. They say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this, invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
So I'm Coach Rudy. I'm a teacher at Westwood Regional High School. I'm also our coach and our manager. So the opponents that we're looking forward to competing against are all the West Coast teams. We've actually faced all of the East Coast teams from this tournament, from HSEL Premier, and then also other lands during the season. So luckily the group stage on day one will allow us to be able to get a taste of the field for all the opponents we have faced so far, and then see how we stack up against the other schools now that, you know, it's been a couple of weeks at this point since we haven't faced them. So we'll see how they've grown and we've grown as well, and then see how that transitions into the knockout stage. So last year we had a good group, but one of our seniors graduated, and so then we put in Dante. And, you know, these guys have synergy, being friends over the years and playing Rocket League all together. I truly believe that they can take it home, even if the off chance that we don't. The fact that these guys are all juniors, we still have another year together. And so it's really about making a name for ourselves and making a splash on the national scene and showing that these three guys are really a trio to be messed with.
My name is Colt Berry. I am the video game design teacher and the head esports coach at Stafford High School in Stafford, Texas. I've been coaching for about 3 or so years as an esports collegiate athlete as well as a collegiate coach. I used to play for Rogers State University in Claremont, Oklahoma. So I was a part of, I basically created my own esports club there. And then I was part of the first 27 athletes in Oklahoma to be the first on varsity scholarship in the state of Oklahoma. I did a survey of the students real quick when we did our first initial esports program meeting. And that's when I had probably 80 or so students show up to this initial club meeting. My director, Dr. Barry Allen, was like, you can just wait till next year to get everything going, you know, just fill it out, fill the school year out, don't overrush yourself. But then I had 20 or 30 seniors, and I was like, I'm not gonna let these kids go another year without this program. So we built the teams, and my Valorant team was the one team I built, and these kids were they're all diamond and ascendant players, and I was like, oh, okay, I have a good roster here. And so I was a little bit different. So a lot of people are brought as teachers, and then they're, esports is thrown onto them. I was actually brought in as an esports coach and a teacher second. So I was brought in with hey, we know your background in esports, we want a program here, we want this being built out, but can you teach video game design? And luckily, before I went to college, I was a business administration major. I actually took technology classes in high school for video game design. I had actually had certificates and had an associate's in video game design at the time, so I felt very comfortable. I'm looking forward most for in the next school year is that we're now starting district wide. So basically this year initiative was last year initiative was get high school off the ground and get them going. Our district is pretty small. We're a 4A division school, but luckily enough we have a STEM school, a high school, and elementary elementary school and a middle school. So we have all the different ways that students can be involved. So my next big goal next year is that this year we pieced into middle school. Basically, we had a couple middle school teams this year. So I'll be trying to bring in a couple more teachers under my coaching stipend and really fill out an esports director role is what I'm looking forward to, and creating a campus club at middle school, STEM, and high school, and creating teams as well as connecting those with pathways and video game design, as well as video game curriculum to connect these students in not just esports, but in the curriculum that will help them, design video games and be in career fields of in esports and in video games, and even using video games to teach modern day curriculum like math, science, and things of that nature is what we're really looking forward to do. Yeah, so it feels pretty good. It feels amazing. It feels rewarding. I would say is my best word to describe the feeling. To be among the the nationwide nominees for coaches of the year.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
My name is Eduardo Murillo Reyes. I'm a junior in Soar High School, and I'm currently playing for our Apex team. Being selected as one of 5 of 100 nominees is really an exciting feeling. I can't describe how I felt when I first heard about the news. It was really a surprise to me. It's really exciting to think how my achievements up so far has led me here. And so, yeah, my original plan was never to join our esports team. And so she really helped push me into this position. My coach, Coach Fields, and I'm really grateful that she did because, well, I find myself where I am now. And also my teammates, especially our team captain, who calls the shots a lot of the times. He makes sure we're organized, and he really gets our coordination on point. To anyone who may be watching, thank you for supporting me, especially my mother, who made sure that I was on time for my games, and she really went out of her way to accommodate for what I had to do. Thank you.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
My name is Braden Campbell. I go to Stearns High School and I play Mario Kart. I'm mostly proud of making it to the playoffs, like every season that we've had it, and getting as far as we did and, competing against the top teams was really cool. In our last game, the last game we just had, we lost by only 2 points. So yeah, we played the number 3 team. So it was pretty cool. I want to thank Kyle Leathers and Mr. Brown, TJ Brown, because they were my coaches and they made it happen. I'm very thankful for them. Yeah, so I plan to go to Eastern Maine Community College for secondary education. I plan on going there for 2 years and then transferring to UML for my next 2 years of education. I feel like I have a passion for it. I really enjoy helping out others, and I feel like I'll do a good job in that field.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
Hello, my name is Devin Nederazic. I am the head coach and director of esports at Putnam Science Academy. I have inherited our 11-time national champion Rocket League team. One of our players at the tournament is Gavin Oxy Lovasco, and he's currently on the starting team of Akron Rocket League. Our Rocket League team competes in 5 leagues simultaneously, and then currently we are invited to HSEL Nationals. I think it's a really amazing thing because for a lot of our students, this will be the last time they play at the high school level. So for them to get this one last experience to travel will be amazing, right? The students at the high school level don't get to participate in LANs and in-person events as much as a collegiate or a pro player would. And for them, I think, this event could be the make or break for their decision to actually want to play at the collegiate or professional level. And I think for our students, especially being so far away from Kansas, this is like one of the best opportunities they could have right now. So our team is very momentum based. I've noticed a lot of our competitors, their team rosters are ranked very sporadically. Meanwhile, all of our players fall within the top, either top 80 or top 2,000, top 3,000 players and the Rocket League leaderboards. We have SSLs and GCs across the board, and for us, it's a big momentum game, right? It's all over the mind space. Having our team's skill is never really an issue. It's more of just being in a healthy mind space, getting enough sleep, getting enough food, and having that rigid schedule that I've given them to kind of give them that extra push they need to win as a team, as opposed to our competitors, which we've seen have oftentimes fed one player or fed 2 players back and forth. We just need to build momentum and keep going as a team. By the end of next week, we'll hopefully be 13 times championships till then, which will be nice.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom. It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Antonio Gonzalez, and my school is TECA, Tech Connections Academy. We kind of were a new team. We didn't really have any prior knowledge of each other, and we just kind of came in and we qualified. It's great. It feels amazing, honestly. It's going to be an experience playing and even just kind of going around KC, just having fun for the days that we're going to be there. Just as a new team, not having any prior experience, especially for me, this is sort of my first time playing in a competitive environment like this. It would be amazing to win. I mean, even if I didn't win, it would be amazing to get like second or third. That would be amazing. I feel like even just qualifying, first time being here is just an amazing thing to say that I did.
My name is Haley Simpkins. I go to Interlochen Junior Senior High School. I am in 12th grade and I compete in Apex Legends. We took the fall season off because my team and I, we just met each other this year. So we took the fall season off to really get to know each other and build synergy. And so during that time, I spearheaded like VOD reviewing other teams, and they posted their videos on YouTube. And there was a really solid team that we found, and we were just like, these guys are awesome. We need to be like them. And during our very second match in preseason, we actually got matched against them. And to be honest, we were kind of fangirling a little bit. And, you know, all that VOD reviewing and practice and just studying, it helped us so much. And we were able to come out with the win. And it was just a crazy experience. After graduation, I plan to attend the University of Florida. I've already been accepted to major in biology. Through a grant at my school, I have completed enough dual enrollment courses through the local community college that I've graduated my AA degree already. So I'll be ready to hit the ground running in the middle of my specialization for my bachelor's. And after that, I hope to attain my master's in forensic science. There's a lot of people who have truly helped me, both academically as a competitor of esports. There's just too many to choose, but if I had to choose one, it would have to be our coach and sponsor, Mrs. Harvey. To put it lightly, she has no idea about what esports is or how it works, but she's just super optimistic, and she's always just so excited about what we're doing and how we're playing. And it's really good for morale. And at the end of the day, she helps us like de-stress and understand that we're sort of pioneering the way for our school. We didn't have esports until this year, but she's just been super helpful. She's amazing. And a lot of our success this year wouldn't have been without Mrs. Harvey. And it's really, really inspiring to know that just something as simple as playing a game could get people so excited and happy and just like ready to go. Yeah.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, you know, displays their passion for esports, because, you know, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, you know, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, you know, we practice a lot together. You know, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. You know, we haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, you know, dedication, hard work, teamwork, you know, working together, you know, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success, is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that, you know, love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, you know, displays their passion for esports, because, you know, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that that can be put away, that stereotype.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, a platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today. This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Maggie Robinson. I am from Prosper ISD, and I am a CTE teacher and esports coach. If I'm being perfectly honest about this, I don't have to provide a lot of that support because these three just work together so fluidly, and Isaiah has been a phenomenal leader for this group of kids and has been for you've been playing for 3 years, right? So I think anytime you can bring home a national title, especially in a league the size of, HSEL, it's a huge deal, right? So for the school, for the district, I think that is a phenomenal win. I think the one reason that they will be lifting the trident at the end of this has a lot to do with their relationship outside of the game. They are friends outside of, a game that they are remarkably good at. And I think that just helps them communicate with each other while they're on the pitch and playing. And I don't see this happening any other way than them lifting it up, to be completely honest with you.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
My name is Amy Doyle. I am a middle school teacher at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I am the district coach for our esports program. Yeah, so our esports program started last school year when I started teaching here at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I had approached the principal and said, hey, I would be really interested in starting an esports program here at the school. I think there's enough interest with the kids. And he was like, that's an awesome idea. Let's see how they like it. So for the first year, our team was a local team. We competed with students within our school district, and we had little championships, but we had enough students that it was taking multiple days to get through our championships in district. We had about 37 students sign up in our first year of esports, and all we played was Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League. So obviously there was this really strong interest in esports here, and I was really excited about that because I'm a big gamer myself. A couple of things that I'm super proud of with our program: it makes it so accessible for our students who wouldn't traditionally be involved in something with our athletics department. And those students have not only hopped in and participated, they have risen to the occasion and have been able to hop into leadership roles such as team captains for some of our games, which has been just something I've been unbelievably proud of with our students. A specific moment this season that I was particularly proud of was our Splatoon team made it into the playoffs for the middle school fall major, or spring majors, I should say. And they were so excited just to be able to play on the nationals. In the quarterfinal match, we met with the other team, and they said, hey, we're down a player because we're on spring break and they're not able to reach us. We know that according to rules, you guys could just claim the forfeit, but we're hoping that you'd still be willing to play with us. And my students were just so excited to play. They were like, yeah, absolutely. We still want to play. We want to have a good time. It was spectacular. It's the kind of joy and sportsmanship that I really love seeing with this program. I wouldn't be able to do this program without my assistant to the coach, Dr. Christopher Paddocky. He wrangles in our chess kids because I cannot wrap my brain around that game, and he is phenomenal with them. I also very much want to thank Brian Ulrich, who is our school principal, who has supported this program from the very first moment of me saying, hey, I think this is something we should have here at the school. I am so excited this fall to officially launch our high school esports league. We have been rocking it here at the middle school. I know that the high schoolers are itching to get into the program as well. We'll be playing the same 5 games that we play at the middle school, which is Mario Kart, Rocket League, Splatoon 3, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, and chess.com. And then at the high school level, we'll play all 5 of those. Plus, we are going to be adding Valorant into our repertoire at the high school level. I've been plugged in with the video game culture since before teaching. This past year, I had the privilege of being able to present at PAX East about my experience of bringing video games into the classroom and esports, which was just phenomenal. So it's something that I'm very obviously passionate about, and I love sharing that passion with my students.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
Okay, my name is Vic, also known as Vic, and I'm GC3 in Rocket League. How it feels to qualify, it feels great. I'm really excited just to be there. We worked so hard to just get to this point. We've put so much effort into it. We're just really excited to be here. My mindset coming into this is obviously that we want to win, but I really want to make sure that we're able to focus up and we're able to play correctly and just execute correctly in this environment and get everything down right. My expectations for this competition is for us to win, but we just want to try our absolute best. That's our expectations coming in. I want a top 4. That's my expectation. I'm looking forward to playing Tekka because I know their players personally, and I want to show them what we can do as a team. Definitely. Another team that I'm looking forward to playing is PSA, because I want to play against the best, and I feel like they're probably closer there. Winning HSEL Nationals would mean a lot to me, but that's because we worked so hard to get here. We've put in so many hours within the past 3 years. It'd definitely be a dream come true for me and my team. For school, it'd definitely be making history. Because we're online school, we don't really have sports for them to win trophies or anything. So we'd kind of be their first set of sports athletics trophies. The number one reason we're going to be lifting the Trident is because we're the best.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had, this group not have, persisted and, kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
My name is David Truesdale. I'm from Little Falls High School inside New York, and I am a senior. Being one of 5 finalists inside the HSEL Honors Program is one of the best moments of my year. Being able to get that email and understanding that all the work that not just me, but everyone inside this program has put together and being acknowledged for this means a lot. As a school, something I'm incredibly proud of in our esports journey is getting the esports program approved. We had a lot of pushback by the district, and being able to advocate for myself
Mr. Snell here with me, being able to advocate for me, and having teachers I've known forever being able to help me push this through and get this organized meant so much to me, and is the biggest moment of the year. So a few years ago, I had thought about the idea of creating an esports program at the school. It had always meant a lot to me growing up, watching Shroud, watching all these esports players play their favorite games. And I wanted to bring that teamwork, that energy to our Little Falls Public High School. It is I believe, the second biggest club at our high school. We have had a lot of success. I think every single team from every single game that we participated in, we went to the second round, which was remarkable, especially because we were such a small school, and seeing the fact that necessarily not for individual skill, but we were able to build a team that was able to compete. And well, I would like to recognize Mr. Snell right in here next to me. Without him, he came to our school recently, and without him, I wouldn't be able to have this program. We were just talking one day, and he showed me his plans for this esports program, and it worked so well with me and my plans for this esports program. We were able to contribute together to push through, the boundaries that naturally occur when you're trying to create a new program at the school. So it's wonderful. I'm looking forward to going to the University of Buffalo. I'm going to try to pursue a psychology degree, and I'm really looking forward to joining their esports program. It's a very big program at that school. I would like to continue to provide for communities that I join, whether it be UB, whether it be my hometown of Little Falls when I come back. Continue to provide to these esports programs to ensure that kids continue to be able to collaborate with others and to provide a space for kids to continue to grow and achieve.
My name is Jaden Gorham. I teach and coach at Hebron High School. I'm primarily a chemistry teacher teaching honors chemistry, and then on a whim started the esports program during the very tumultuous virtual COVID year back in 2019, 2020, and the rest is history. I know with how early esports is on the national stage and how everyone is viewing it, that everyone and every teacher and coach is trying to start this thing and work with their kids. Everyone is hitting their own unique barriers. I've certainly hit barriers, and to be named one of the 5 finalists is a very validating feeling. Name of the game is just try to get our kids represented and try to get them involved in as many ways as possible. And so everything I've done has tried to get as many kids involved and feel like they can be included in the school's culture. And for a lot of these kids, this is the first extracurricular they've ever been a part of. So it's their first opportunity to get to wear Hebron on their chest. And I've always tried to paint the picture to my kids that, listen, you're one of the first iterations of kids that gets to do this. And so everything that you guys are accomplishing, it's bigger than what Hebron is doing. It's for high school esports as a whole and esports as a whole. And so it's just trying to push past our own school's borders and our district's borders and even our state's borders, just to try to get as many kids involved and represented as possible. So during the COVID year, I was a full-time virtual teacher. And man, you don't get into teaching to lecture to a computer screen, I'll tell you that. And so we had really, really large class sizes where I would have 50 to 60 kids in each class. And our district didn't have a webcam requirement or anything like that. And so really the kids would sign on, and almost assuredly, 90+% of those kids are turning on the lecture and then flipping over to the other side of their bed or other monitor, looking at Netflix or whatever they were viewing at the time. So I'm sure they were tuning me out. And so just trying to connect with those kids, man, it was such a weird time. And of course, everyone's going through their own issues. And so I remember in the very first week, I was telling them, yeah, my favorite pastime is I love gaming. I played League of Legends in order to bond with my randomly assigned roommates at college. And so I'm telling my kids about that. And one of them messages me, private message, and he goes, hey, you said you played League, and I've got buddies over at this school, a couple districts over, that they play for their school's team. Could we do something like that? I said, wow, that sounds awesome. I had no idea that would even be a thing. Like, I'd always followed pro esports. So I looked into it, and then that made it to where all these kids that were stuck at home and they're just looking at screens all day anyway, might as well play for your school. And so from fall to spring, we went from like 9 kids involved in the fall to upwards of like 40 kids involved in the spring, something like that. And then it was that summer, Valorant came out. And then we found you guys, HSEL, in the fall semester. And those kids rocked and rolled. Our program coming back to in-person schooling fell in numbers once again. And so I had 1 league roster, 2 Rocket League rosters, and then my 1 Valorant roster. And Valorant is what, of course, just put us into the forefront of things, because that group of 5 kids won the major. And then, of course, they won Grand Nationals that year as well, which just resulted in just this explosion of kids being interested. And Valorant was just huge. Won Nationals, and it was like 60 kids that applied to be on our teams, try out. And I said, well, listen, let's just make as many rosters as we possibly can. Whether you want to be competitive, you want to be casual, let's just get every kid involved that we can. And that's just been the name of the game since. We are now one of the largest organizations on campus. We have upwards of 130 members. We had over 80 kids actively competing this year in HSEL, and the kids are proud to talk about it. And that's one of the coolest things that we've become ingrained in Hebron's culture. But one of the hardest things about esports, and I know this is a struggle that so many coaches and directors are going through, is there's still that little bit of a stigma where kids don't want to come out and say, yeah, I compete on my League of Legends team or I compete on my Valorant team. But no, when you're working hard, you're putting in hours each week to be the best at something. Why would you not be proud to say that? But now I've seen nothing but support from the kids around us in our entire school community. And I think Hebron's culture is very unique in that they're very positively uplifting of one another and support of one another. But yeah, we're just like any other organization, and it's been really cool to see that transition. I'm hoping to just really boom our media presence this next year, because name of the game is just, make it normal. And that's not just normal for our school, but make it normal statewide, nationwide. And so if our program can help other programs get kicked off or push down any barriers that they have, that's always what I've been trying to communicate to these kids.
I am Tori Van Proyen, and I coach for Michigan Connections Academy. We are the Micah Monsters. This is my 3rd year coaching, so this has been quite the adventure so far. Being one of 5 finalists out of hundreds, apparently, was pretty surprising and very humbling. I feel very honored that my students took the time to, think about how the program has been working for them, and it's humbling to know that I have been a part of that. I had been talking with my admin for years about starting up a program like this for an online school, so this would be the perfect opportunity to do some extracurricular that didn't involve an in-person setting. When the larger Connections Academy conglomerate kind of got together, they were able to finalize a bunch of things. And my principal went right to me and was like, hey, we're ready for you to coach. And I'm like, this is going to be fantastic. We are going pretty strong. We have a good following of teachers on our Twitch now, and all sorts of families coming in to root for the students, and it has been such a good program for our school. Watching the students grow is always the most proud moment for me, honestly. I know that's kind of a generic thing to say, but these students probably wouldn't have been participating in much else outside of something like this, because I was that person. Like, I just want to do my schoolwork and go home and game. This is how I kind of advertise it to kids. I'm like, it's just a bunch of nerds hanging out in Discord together and trying to make school happen. Some students are great. Some students are struggle buses, and that's okay. It doesn't matter as long as we're progressing. Because like in video games, it's all about progression. So, communicating and being as a team together, honestly, it has been phenomenal having my little monster team together, and I get to call them monsters, which makes me happy. Next year, I'm looking forward to trying out different esports leagues for the students. We've been working with HSEL, which has been lovely. Also, our freshmen who came into our program are going to be seniors next year, and I am not looking forward to that, by the way, because this is just a pivotal group of freshmen who came in at the start, and it is very exciting and will be mildly emotional, but I'm really hoping that they will help us out by stepping up and trying to get more students in and showing them what we've built as a community, and try to keep that going throughout the years.
Welcome back to the HSEL Nationals Tournament for Rocket League in 2024. Bepic and Whoops back in the booth for day 2. And Whoops, Orbital and Danger Taco took everybody through the end of round robin. So that means we get the single elimination bracket. It's just quarterfinals today, but man, single elim, it's getting cutthroat.
Yeah, I was going to say, you say just quarterfinals. It's single elimination, Bepic. It's do or die time. The pressure is officially on. No more losses from here on out. You can lose a game or two, but you don't want to lose a series whatsoever, because once you do, you are done. You'll be watching over in the seats in the arena. So shout out to Hy-Vee Arena. We appreciate you guys so very, very much for being here for Nationals. And we have some awesome Rocket League games. So get a good seat, and I promise you guys will not be disappointed.
Yeah, and first up, Putnam versus Cedar Falls. And this is such a weird matchup for me, because I'm looking at this, and I see Putnam going 3-0, only dropping 2 games to the round-robin stage, and I'm like, all right, they are absolutely favorites to win this whole thing. And by that logic, I should look at Cedar Falls, who went 0-3, only won 3 games in the round-robin, and think, okay, they shouldn't be making it past quarterfinals. But whoops, we watched Cedar Falls go to Game 5 yesterday and look so good, just all throughout the round robin stage. I don't think 0-3 accurately describes what Cedar Falls brings to the table in this best of 7.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that one. I mean, Cedar Falls, just yesterday, we were talking about it in the green room, essentially, how Mocha had a couple of chances to score. And, we were talking about how Cedar Falls isn't even in this position, essentially, to, be ranked where they are. And they would be, in the winners column, essentially, with that last series that we watched them play. Mocha put everything on the line, tried to excel his team to that next level. And he's going to have to do the exact same thing again, except get results here in the matter, because they're going up against Putnam, arguably the team who could probably win this whole entire tournament here for Nationals. And he's going to need help from Epic as well on his team, who popped off. He was doing things on offense, doing things on defense, but at the same time, it just was not enough. So they're going to have to bring their A game in this series, because they have the best of the best going up against them.
And if you're wondering what the rest of the bracket looks like, on the top side, the same side as Putnam and Cedar Falls, we have Prosper taking on Franklin as the 4 and 5 seed matchup, then Tekka and Waka. That is just, it's a fun match based on the team names. We were doing a lot of Tekka Wakas in the green room before this broadcast started. And then Westwood and Divine Child on the bottom side of the bracket is the 2 and the 7 seed. But Cedar Falls and Divine Child both finishing last in their groups. Whoops. I think this is a testament to how stacked the HSEL National stage is this year. Those feel like teams that could win through this single elim bracket if they're feeling themselves today and tomorrow.
And the crazy thing about this is, I know that, this is nationals and things like that. We have the rankings for all these teams, but a lot of the games today and yesterday were just so close. I mean, they look like they're 3-0s on the actual stat lines and things like that, but they were such close games, separated by 1 goal. It could have went either way with multiple games, and a lot of overtimes yesterday as well. So even though this is number 1 from gold going up against number 4 from, number 1 from red going up against number 4 from gold, I still think we're going to have ourselves a heck of a game on our hands.
All right, well, here we go. And Mocha has the opening opportunity alongside a double demo from Oxy. And I feel like that is an apt description for how both of these teams like to play. Get Mocha a chance on the ball. Oxy bringing it up with good off-the-ball movement. But no goals in the first 20 seconds. We're all settling in right now. A bit of a longer break, and everything seated, the bracket set up. So hopefully the players are all refreshed right now as Reiki goes for a low to the ground flip reset play that comes up just short as Oxy makes the save.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, you were talking about, just the environment in general. This is not something that a lot of these players are accustomed to. So it's going to see who is going to excel past what their limitations really are, especially being at LAN, seeing the crowd, hearing our voices. You would think that they kind of get adjusted to it, but at the same time, with that longer break, those nerves are going to start to definitely settle in. You start to talk to some of the other competitors and see some of the other results and things like that. Anything can happen. This is Rocket League, and this is LAN as well.
Cedar Falls, so far so good. Plenty of pressure in the first minute. Another shot on target. It's Reiki's second of the game. It's been about 80% possessions in the first minute and change of game 1 for Cedar Falls. A lot of time spent in the offensive end, but an opportunity here as Oxy's up, downfield, cherry picking, but has their first opportunity of the game denied by the crossbar.
Yeah, and Oxy played so good yesterday in his series that we were watching him as well. That was against Divine Child. He's definitely stepped it up big time. And on top of that, the series against Westwood too. Open net opportunity, Reiki, he's going to score it. And on top of that, Cedar Falls going to be on top to start things off.
This setup, though, from Epic is perfect. The double could have been on target. You saw Oxy and Swaz both moving towards the near side right there, respecting that shot very well. Could be on frame, but it hits the bottom left corner, bounces up, and gives Reiki an easy finish on the Putnam goal line. Cedar Falls finding first blood in 4, but Swaz looking for a follow-up, trying to answer quickly, but be satisfied with possession for now.
Right back to work they go. Putnam so very close to equalizing the score line. That one came down to a little bit of love right there from his teammate, but could not put that shot on target, but it was so close. Here comes Oxy now with a breakaway over towards the left-hand side. Can he get this one centered for his teammate? Swaz was there waiting for it, but just a little bit too shallow, but the putback is still there. Defense not found. Mocha was the closest person right there for Cedar Falls.
Someone got hung up on the post right there. Mocha gets bumped by Oxy, has to turn around as they crept a little bit too far into the corner where Reiki and Epic were doing work, and when they have to turn around, that's when they get caught up on the near side post, and it's an easy finish for Swaz. Putnam, that's a phenomenal response. They grabbed possession after that initial kickoff after the first goal and did not relinquish it.
Yeah, such a good game so far, back and forth, and this is what we were talking about. It does not matter what you are ranked. If you come to play, you definitely have to prove yourself out here. Halfway through this game, and what a touch right here for Mocha. We talked about him stepping up big time, and this is a big time play for him.
He forces Oxy to have to give that ball away, and has Oxy and Swaz all jump for that ball. One was to avoid a bump, but regardless, they were all up in the air there as Mocha put a shot on target. Nice angle found, and Cedar Falls, great response. We're going back and forth right now in game 1.
Yeah, that's exactly what we expected, and Putnam has such a huge charger in their back, being that number 1 seed, but Cedar Falls, they definitely have come to play. Nice clear over towards the corner. Swaz off the backboard. Good demolition from Swaz to onto Mocha, trying to open up some doorway for his teammates to kind of put this one in, find the equalizer. Good control right here from Oxy. This one's off the backboard. Mocha's in trouble. Swaz shoots it too far to the right side. Big time missed opportunity right there for Putnam. They're going to have to reload and re-engage.
Falls, though, they reloaded, but couldn't get a shot off. That is a big clear found by Swaz, and a miss force on the defensive end. Oxy has an open net to shoot on, but I'm not sure. Epic just played this a little bit too awkward right here. I think they thought Swaz was going to shoot it on target, so they jumped to block it preemptively, and there was no shot that came from Swaz.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one, Bepic. I believe that Epic thought that he had the read on Swaz, but Swaz just pulling out some mind games right there towards the tail end of that trick, and basically it works out in their favor, just setting up Oxy. So good comms right there for Putnam. They definitely need to keep those up. Strong communication is what's key to any successful Rocket League game.
Miss from Mocha. We'll try to salvage it, but a win at the midfield line temporarily for Putnam as they are sent back the other way quickly after that challenge was won. Fighting possession right now are both teams going back and forth. Reiki, a nice stop on Haz's opportunity, and nice beat by Mocha over Oxy. This is a 3v2 the other way with Reiki pre-jumping. A pass that never arrived as Putnam got back in defense quickly. The speed we're playing at right now in these quarters.
Yeah, this is definitely a different speed from yesterday for sure. A lot of these guys, you can see the aggression. You can see just, you know, they're trying to come out here and showcase what they have and try to push past their competition. The 45 seconds left, 2-2 ball game. Can we potentially see an overtime matchup here? That is the question that everyone's asking. Cedar Falls trying to change that narrative. Here comes Oxy now on the left-hand side. Still in trouble with Putnam's defense. They're running low on boost, and on top of that, they desperately need a clear.
As 13 boost. Swaz's help there on the near side. Right now, it's just cool, calm, and collected for Putnam in defense. Doing well despite a low boost situation. With that low boost, you have some space in the air, and Reiki was trying to take full advantage. You get a shot on, and Mocha right there bails out of a misread play. It means Reiki has to jump that ball quickly, give it a shot to Oxy, and a go-ahead goal with 6 seconds left. Putnam storm ahead.
I was so looking forward to an overtime matchup, and Oxy and Swaz have thought otherwise. The assists coming through for Swaz. Oxy, right place, right time, softest touch. Only 16 miles an hour. That beats the record from yesterday from 18 miles an hour. But let's see if we have any kickoff shenanigans here. Final seconds on the clock now. All zeros, and there's the kill right there. Putnam gonna take game number 1 in this best-of-7 series.
Wow, Putnam demonstrating some impressive resolve in that game. They were down for a good chunk of that game, or tied, going into the business end of game 1. But they find a late one. Whoops, they were playing so much low boost defense, but turned that into a good transition down the Cedar Falls sideline, and we saw the end result. Putnam, a big game 1 victory. It seemed like they were starting a little slow, giving up a lot of room for Cedar Falls to work with in offense. But despite that, only giving up 7 shots to CF, and we got the game win. So Putnam 3-0 in round robin, starting off hot in quarters.
Yeah, it came down to, I think both teams had 7 shots apiece. If I did my math correctly, maybe it's 8. It's 8-7, my apologies, in favor of Putnam. But at the same time, I mean, what the difference was in this matchup wasn't the shot, wasn't the offense. It was the simple fact that Putnam just played more cohesive offense. They drove down the field together. They knew exactly where they were all positioned, so they knew what they had to do as far as to get the ball in scoring position, and they did such a good job at that. On top of that, on the flip side of things, if you look over at Cedar Falls, there were more opportunities for them on the counterattacks because Putnam pushed so far forward. So keep your eye on that as we head into this next game and further out in the series.
All right, game 2. We'll see if Cedar Falls is shaken by giving up that game 1 late to their opponents on the opposite side of the field. I wonder if they are coming into this game, this series, feeling like they're underdogs, or if they're still confident despite a winless group stage from Cedar Falls. They had some good games, forcing Waka to Champions Field in their best-of-5 series against them. Ought to inspire confidence, but we'll see how their mental stands. Whoops, we get into Forbidden Temple.
That's what starts off. A little bit of aerial acrobatics from the Rocket League side of things, and I love when you start to see this. You start to see some of the most interesting shots just like this from Swaz, but take a look back at this tough pass from Oxy. No boost, just kind of floats this one in front. Swaz utilizing like probably the 30 boost that he probably had from the pennies that he picked up on the pitch, just somehow puts that on target.
And Swaz being there, cherry picking, forced Mocha to an awkward spot where they couldn't read the shot. That's another instance of a Putnam player being down the field, ready to shoot at a moment's notice if the ball gets to them. And it throws off the Cedar Falls defense. They have to be prepared for that going forward. They have to be prepared for this as Swaz sets up Oxy for a shot. Rather, that was Haz as Oxy enters the fray. Oxy will pop back up to Swaz. That ball going backwards for Putnam, a little awkward for them. Now with shots given up the other way.
Yeah, that was such a good approach right there from Swaz. He kind of set his team up for greatness in that situation, utilizing his skill sets for Rocket League, a couple of flip resets, a couple of double taps as well, and just put that one in the best position possible to potentially waterfall down for his team to kind of get that one in there. But unfortunately, it kind of fell to the wayside. And now we see ourselves on the defensive end right here for Putnam. Here goes Mocha. Called his name, talked about him in the pregame as well. Also talks about Epic, who kind of just gives this one away. Swaz, flip reset. Good demolition from Haz as well. Not going to find its mark, though. Mocha's going to respawn and get the save.
That's a big clear for Cedar Falls. That was a massive opportunity for Putnam. Oxy again on the ball. A musty going all the way to the Cedar Falls goal line, trying to force a mistake. It didn't really happen, but he's going to collect it. Flick. At the very least, stopping Putnam's advances for now, but Oxy right back to it, getting the ball underneath Epic and around the last defender as well. Oxy making it look easy.
Now, we call this one a ghost hit in the industry. I saw it hit off of that left wheel maybe for Epic, but then at the same time, Mocha didn't see it kind of go through as well. I even think it hurt the contact as well, but I don't know. That one just kind of sneaks its way in and past the defenders there. Easy goal for Putnam.
Such as Rocket League. Cedar Falls on the wrong end the first couple of minutes of game 2. Trying to fix things, though, with the center ball, but your side was stacked with Putnam defenders. Epic off the ceiling, extra touch. It's just a 50-50 with Haz. Possession is found for Cedar Falls. This really has been a far cry from game 1 in terms of setting up shot opportunities off the back of possession. I mean, they had 7 shots game 1, actually 4 so far, but it feels like every time Cedar Falls get an opportunity on net, there are 2, 3 defenders right there for Putnam ready to stop it.
About the midway point through this game, Mocha trying to bring this ball upfield. Nice soft touch. Nobody there to challenge him from the Putnam's defense side of the pitch. They're just going to let him play. Be off the backboard as well. Reiki, he turns on it. He fires a shot. Oxy, routine save. This one's cleared right back towards Mocha as well, and quickly gathered up right back towards the orange half of the field. So every time Cedar Falls drives this ball downfield, you don't really see them get a chance to even set up. Putnam's defense just kind of snuffs everything away. Off the backboard is Oxy with a nice save, and then we go right back to the orange half.
I mean, 6 shots for Cedar Falls, 6 saves for Putnam in game 2. Their defense putting up numbers on the goal line, saving everything so far, and still getting their offense opportunities to shoot and score. I'm sure they would love a 3-goal lead in a game of this magnitude. But he's satisfied with just 1 insurance goal at the moment. Still looking for that 3rd. Oxy, no extra touch right there. No bumps as well as Mocha holds off, finds a clear, but with no boost, they have to allow Reiki into the play to get the next touch, and they can't get it through everybody. As just took away a free 3rd goal. A little bit of overconfidence perhaps out of Putnam, as that would have been just in.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those goals where he was trying to make sure that it was in, and maybe even try to get some points to add his name onto the, or up his name up on the scoreboard just a tad bit. But you definitely see Putnam's having a little bit more fun out here. They're a little bit more loose. You know, this 2-goal lead definitely has them playing a little bit more risque, some might say, but at the same time, 2 goals, how quickly things can change, especially with only 60 seconds left. And we see all the time in the world, almost right on cue right here. Epic gonna go ahead and score this one.
And with a minute left, that lead is down to just 1, as Swaz couldn't make the read off the crossbar. All right, we'll see what Cedar Falls can do in the final minute. I'm still remembering that missed opportunity for a 3rd goal out of Putnam, and I'm very curious to see if it comes back to haunt them. But Oxy can fix things right now with some mechanics right in the face of the Cedar Falls defense, and that's how you respond after nearly losing your lead.
Yeah, Oxy, great job somehow maintaining with the follow-through on this shot, and then turns it into like a weird little musty flick, saving that flip reset towards the tail end of that play, and then getting the dunk on the goal line as well. Heads-up play by Oxy to go right back up by 2. 50 seconds left now. Here comes the cross, the redirect from Haz. Not going to find its mark, but still going to set something up for Putnam. Never mind, they retreat. Trying to maybe play a little bit of defense to keep Cedar Falls out of the net.
Good beat by Reiki. 2 to go. Just 1 to go. That last defender was off collecting boost, but 50-50 goes off target. So no goal for Cedar Falls just yet. They got 30 seconds to score 2. It's another clear in transition. Putnam has been so good at clearing the zone and just wasting clock when they're in these multi-goal lead situations. In this game too, no different. A lot of time milked here, and it's looking like Putnam's going up 2-0 in the series.
Final seconds ticking away. Good shot right here from Reiki. Can't finish though, and that's pretty much been the storyline of the Cedar Falls offense. They've been putting together some good drives, but when the opportunities are there, they just have not been able to strike, and then the opportunities have been few and far between because Putnam's defense has just been so strong. But Putnam wins this one, 3-1, going up 2-0 in the series.
Couple off-target shots. The majority of Cedar Falls opportunities were saved by Putnam's defense. They didn't get spread out at all. When they were under longer periods of pressure, Putnam stayed solid. They went through the motions that they had to defensively, and they were making phenomenal stops on the goal line. 7 saves, the final tally on 10 Cedar Falls shots. So Putnam, both sides of the ball there, looked the part of our #1 overall seed.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that one. They look so good. They look so strong. And on top of that, they're having fun out there, too. You saw when they were up by those 2 goals, like I said before, they let loose a little bit. You start to see them kind of, jump on top of each other, start to kind of, let go of the rotation a little bit. And they just have that skill set that they can do that, which is a little bit of cockiness, but at the same time, a lot of confidence that you have to do that. And like I said, if you have the confidence, if you have the communication, essentially, to kind of do that kind of stuff and still be able to pull off wins, then, I mean, what more can you ask for in that point in time? You know what I mean? Putnam's just doing everything out here.
Yeah. As a caster, you see a play like Has putting a completely open net that was already going in off to the side, and you kind of reserve that in your chamber of things to talk about. If Putnam loses that game, talk about how cocky they were starting to look on Forbidden Temple, but they backed it up. Whoops. Putnam 3-0 in the group stage, still on a tear in the single elim bracket. 2 games so far. They are halfway to a top 4 nationals berth.
Well, here comes Putnam. They're going to go ahead and sub out Kaz for Kazu. Trying to get Kazu some playing time out here. They're up by 2. Might as well get something in. Trying to see if they can get the job done with their sub. So at this point in time, we're going to see how things kind of favor for him, if it does or not. So I love to see it, though, Baptic. It just adds the competitive nature of what Putnam's trying to build here in the overall long haul. Get some of their other players some playing time so they can take that experience with them and maybe pass that along to some of the other players that are going to be still in the program for the next years to come.
It shows depth as well. Putnam, 4 players here that are capable of performing in the quarterfinals stage. So we'll see how the sub works out for him. That's a good demo by Kazu off the ball. Gives Oxy a little bit of space, and 50-50 right there that they win, but ball goes towards Mocha. He'll clear the zone. Try to keep the ball out. Reiki side to side now, but Oxy on the ball again. Wonderful double off the sidewall there, and follows it up with a demo on Epic as well. That's wonderful, but Reiki taking the ball away once again. Cedar Falls, despite the demos, despite the chaos, still finding the clears that they need.
And for the most part, it's just been a back and forth ball game so far to start this one off. A couple of long shots, but easily readable by both teams, and just kind of pop them up over to the corner, get them out of harm's way, essentially. But there's really been no setup so far, and I say that as you see Oxy maybe trying to set something up here. He had no boost, kind of missed that corner boost of Cedar Falls. If he would have got that one, I would have believed that he would have had enough speed and momentum to kind of set that one up for one of his teammates to kind of score it. But unfortunately, that one does not happen. Putnam has to go back to the drawing board.
It's the first shot, though. Good for a second. Almost 2 minutes into game 3. Played solid in the midfield third so far. Haven't needed to do too much on the defensive end, and they just bide their time and wait for a mistake out of Cedar Falls. And there you go. Didn't have to shoot a ton, just their second shot of the game, but an overextension from Mocha means Putnam is up 1.
Yeah, this is exactly what we talked about yesterday as well. Just, you don't have to have the flashy plays, the double flip reset, the musties, whatever it may be. Sometimes routine Rocket League is all it takes, and you see an open opportunity, you have to be able to drill that open net. And look at Oxy just getting a little bit of help to his teammate Kazu there in that situation to get that ball back over towards the orange half. So Putnam not satisfied at all. They are hungry out here, and they're wanting to score more.
Absolutely, they're hungry. Trying everything on the field right now. Open nets, team bumps, sidewall, redirects, whatever works against Cedar Falls at the moment. Mocha will find another clear. Cedar Falls credit. Despite all the smoke and mirrors and chaos in the midfield, they have done well. At the very least, find consistent clears into the blue end, leading now to an opportunity to score that they will pounce on. Mocha finding the answer at a CF.
Yeah, it's just a mistake right here from Putnam's defense. You see Swaz has the first point of attack, essentially. Just kind of floats that ball up, Oxy goes into straight panic mode at that point in time, trying to desperately get it clear over to the corner, but then just lingers right there in front of the net for too long. Kazu can't save it. Cedar Falls actually strike this time, get on the board. It's a tie ball game.
Mistake for a mistake. We're level in game 3. Cedar Falls continuing to keep things close with Putnam, but they need this game. We all know reverse sweeps in a best-of-7 format, they don't come around too often, so you don't want to go down 0-3, quite obviously. Cedar Falls opportunity right there. I think the net was a bit exposed. Not sure how many defenders were back right there, but a lack of communication means the player that could have shot on the open net doesn't. Cedar Falls has to back off.
I know it's a little weird too, but it's kind of an awesome point. A lot of players at the professional level, any level at that fact, play controller, Epic, but there's very few players who are successful. Oh my goodness, Oxy, just let me pause that real quick. Air dribble off the left side, gets the boost, and then somehow, someway gets a demolition into a flip reset to finish this one off. What a thing of beauty right here from Oxy.
Oh, that is so clean. Oxy has been so mechanically on point throughout this series. All of Putnam really have been. But that is a massive display of mechanics down the sideline. You're right, demo into aerial play off the sidewall, but an opportunity to immediately answer again, goes off the post and stays out for Cedar Falls. That would have been a much needed equalizer, but Cedar Falls still going to have to look for it again.
Back to my point, as the final 60 seconds are quickly approaching us in this game, I just want to point out that Kazu, mouse and keyboard player. You see very few of those players being successful at Rocket League. Epic, you're one of them. You're a mouse and keyboard player yourself. And I see very few at the professional level as well. The shot's being fired on target right there from Reiki. So that's going to save that one away and still keep a 1-goal lead for Putnam. 45 seconds left. Can Putnam move on to 3-0 right here in this series? Or we're going to see Cedar Falls win their first game.
Still need one. 30 seconds left. Cedar Falls has the offensive presence, but Glass is going to take away some of that space in the midfield. Oxy slowing it way down, and that is not the right decision right there as Reiki takes the ball away. Looks for Epic in the midfield, but that shot stopped by Swaz. It goes back the other way as Reiki places a shot on target, but it's still saved by Putnam. Getting massive blocks on the goal line when there's someone there. But on that shot from Reiki, there were no blue cars left on the goal line. An easy finish for Cedar Falls, and they tie us up with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, that was such a good take right there from Cedar Falls to recognize that, Oxy had the ball. He didn't really have control of it, and the defense just sort of bailed because he thought that Oxy had it at that point in time. But unfortunately, that one just falls right in the hands of Cedar Falls. Final seconds taken away. 5 seconds to be exact. This one's lingering over on the orange half. Here comes Kazu now. He's up in the air. One soft touch. That one's going to hit off the sidewall and into the ground. We have ourselves our first overtime of the stream. So get up, get loud. Game 2, overtime.
Well, we had several 4 or 5 minute OTs yesterday. This third game, I'm hoping it goes the distance as well. But if Putnam's looking that awkward in defense, it might not last very long. Cedar Falls, the opening couple of opportunities, but we know how lethal Putnam can be in transition. Oxy especially, as that shot goes just a little bit high. Mocha on 0 boost, can't get the first touch they want, but a second sets up Reiki to extend that clear deep into the Putnam corner. Epic follow-up shot on target, stopped by Swaz. Their big stop by Putnam. That's Swaz's 4th of this game. Cedar Falls playing this backwards. Kazu, great 50-50 right there. There's no shooter though. As Putnam's playing it patient, trying to establish offense right now.
1 minute, almost 1 minute in this overtime bout so far. Cedar Falls had a couple of chances. Like you said, Epic, Putnam's defense hasn't looked the best right now at the start of this overtime, but when you have such a good offense, I think you can kind of take a little bit more lax. Here comes Mocha. Nice air dribble. We've seen him pop off just yesterday. Swaz says, no, sir. I'm going to deny that opportunity early. Now it's Kazu's turn. The keyboard and mouse player. Can he get the job done? Epic takes that one away. Right back towards midfield we go. Oxy, no boost. One soft touch. He's going to go ahead and just concede that one. Hopefully one of his teammates can kind of pick that one right back up. And the battle of the midfield commences, Epic. I mean, both of these teams, either one of them could just pop off at any moment.
Reiki on 0 boost. Following Swaz's touch right there. I'm waiting for that pop off. Who's it gonna be? It's a simple shot from Oxy. Nice save by Mocha. Oxy straight down. Ball on target. forces a double commit off the goal line, but Cedar Falls holding it together. Mocha will find a clear. That could have been it. As Putnam get themselves another golden opportunity to try and score, but the defense stops them for now. Kazu on the ball, 20 boost in hand. They're shut down initially by Mocha, but move down the field for a stretch pass. A touch will set up Swaz to the corner, center ball. No one's there to shoot. Don't think Oxy felt comfortable committing for that. This one they do, though, forcing a miss out of Mocha. That net's exposed, but Epic's back in time, stopping Putnam again, and we keep this OT going.
Yeah, and I don't blame Oxy. Wait 1 second. Swaz with a double off the backboard. He's going to drill that one in for Putnam in overtime. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Pretty much another half a game of Rocket League. And I was going to get worried for Cedar Falls here because of the fact that their defense was just, being berated with shots at that point in time. An exactly worrisome moment for me, Epic, because that's exactly what happened. Putnam scores in overtime, and they moved to 3-0 in the series.
They just put so much pressure on Cedar Falls to make the best touch possible on their goal line, on their back wall, wherever, really, in their defensive third. And eventually, Cedar Falls faltered enough to where Putnam could finish one of their 8 opportunities in game 2. That OT took a while, though. Whoops. Yeah. We've had plenty of close overtimes, and maybe Cedar Falls uses that as motivation, seeing how close they were to getting a game on the board here. But now they need 4 in a row, so they got to grasp any motivation they can get going into game 4.
I mean, it's not out of their reach, which is what's crazy. Cedar Falls, they have a bunch of opportunities. They had a bunch of shots, and, even the defensive Putnam, like we said, wasn't looking the best in that situation. It comes down to essentially a little bit more pressure from Cedar Falls. They need to push the envelope a little bit more, be a little bit more risky, because I feel like they're playing good defense, especially against Putnam's high caliber offense. But the problem is that they need to go ahead and just keep on pushing down the field and see results. They have to start scoring. That's the only thing holding them back in these situations, because they're doing all the right things. They're advancing the ball. They're keeping pressure on. They're just not delivering in the end.
And they're playing good defense outside of some key misses in key moments.
Yeah.
And that's what gives Putnam that space to score. And Putnam, they have been so fast to the point where it seems like every time there is one of the few big mistakes from the Cedar Falls defense, they are right there to pounce on it and score. And their offense has scored 3 goals each game of this series so far. So Putnam putting up numbers right now and doing well enough to limit Cedar Falls on the other end, racking up saves and doing so, because every single game so far, Cedar Falls has outshot Putnam. But that goal line defense out of Putnam has been incredible at getting stops when it needs to.
Yeah, I was going to point that out as well, but it's also been the decision-making too. Think back to that last, pretty much segment that Putnam had on the offensive end. Cedar Falls was forced back to their side, and I want to credit Oxy in this situation. You were surprised that nobody was there. If you look at the boost reserves, Kazu had nothing in that situation. Swaz had nothing in that situation. They're both pushed up, trying to make something happen. Swaz makes such a great pass over towards the right side, beats the defense, and Oxy should have been there to put that one in. But with such a close game, especially in overtime, a golden goal situation, Oxy decides to retreat and stick to that third man. He had 100 boost. He could have cheated up and did that. But I like the decision-making in that situation because of the fact that he didn't want to overextend and push into something he wasn't comfortable with. So, I mean, it's a smart play of him. And, Cedar Falls, like I said beforehand, they have what it takes to win. Maybe just one game, just something. They do have what it takes, Bepik. But, now they have the card stacked against them at this point in time. They have to pull off a reverse sweep.
And now there's no room for error. At the beginning of a series like this, there is room for error. You don't have to play flawless Rocket League, but the ambush of Cedar Falls have to play some pretty darn good Rocket League if they're going to win 4 straight against Putnam. And Cedar Falls has just called a timeout. That's why we're talking a little bit extra right now. So hopefully they're settling down at the moment, not letting the mistakes of Game 3 get to them, because this Game 4 on Utopia Coliseum is absolutely massive for the ambush. This could be the end of their season right here, right now, and that is not an easy fact to face, I feel like, and that can add added pressure to your shoulders. So we'll see how Cedar Falls performs with the pressure that Putnam has put on them. 5 minutes here in Game 4. We need something out of the ambush.
And this is what we were talking about as well headed into this matchup, talking about yesterday's stream and, all the games. As hold the phone, Oxy's going to cut me off once again just to score a goal. Are you playing some sort of game out here, Oxy? I'm sorry. I'm trying to make a point here.
It's a setup from Kazu, though. This is what gives Oxy that goal. Again, the speed of Putnam putting them in that position, but that was a wonderful beat by Kazu off the kickoff. 10 seconds in, already pressure added to Cedar Falls plate. See if they can stomach it as Swaz, mechanical as ever, put the shot on, but Epic, wonderful save to keep the lead to just 1 for now.
That was insane from Swaz. I'm surprised that one's not crossed the threshold for him, so I would have loved to see the replay on that one back. Another flip reset, trying to mimic his success that last drive, but opportunity is going to be squandered by the defense of Cedar Falls. 1-0 though in favor of Putnam, and we were talking about, in the pregame, Epic, I'm going to bring up this point again, basically how close these games actually are. I know it says 3-0 on the scoreline or the series score, whatever it may be, but think back, these are only 1 goal differentials from a lot of these teams, and it's a game that Cedar Falls, they could have won.
Oh yeah, I mean, 2 of the 3 games played so far were just 1-goal wins for Putnam, and we've seen an overtime or 2, and I mean, Putnam is so close to dropping games, but they've got ice. They know how to perform in late game situations. They aren't making those critical mistakes in the final minute. In fact, they're stepping up and scoring in that final minute. And Oxy on the ball right now is instrumental in Putnam's success. This is his last event with the team, so trying to show out, but that is a Cedar Falls offense trying to end Oxy's high school career right here in the quarterfinals, and that is a much-needed equalizer 90 seconds in from Cedar Falls.
That's such a good setup right there from Cedar Falls. Finally, something's clicking for them on the offensive end. You love to see it, especially if you're a Cedar Falls fan, but at the same time, you have to go right back to work. You cannot celebrate just yet, because you have to remember you're down in the series. I love this approach right here from Epic, and Mocha, he scores it. Cedar Falls take the lead.
This is why CF, they have the ability to win games because they can create goals. That's a wonderful read by Epic, not just a 50-50 to set up the corner bounce, but reading the corner bounce and placing that center for Mocha. Perfect offensive play. And Cedar Falls, they are taking the opportunities given to them right now and turning them into goals. That's been where their offense has been lacking in the games that they have lost, taking advantage of every single opportunity. But right now, at the beginning of Game 4, they are, and if they can keep that going, maybe there's something to be said for this series going the distance.
3 minutes left on the clock. Putnam trying to fight back. Reiki, great pre-jump, nice read from the corner. He did do a good job centering that one as well. Not too sure why Epic didn't jump on that one. Mocha trying to wait for some boost to kind of spawn in his favor. But this is what we were talking about before. This is what Cedar Falls needs to do. They need to keep this pressure right onto Putnam's backs. And on top of that, they need to score. I want to see Mocha challenge that one. Turn earlier on the point of attack and not make it such an easy read by Putnam's defense.
Oh, that's a flurry of missed balls. And Swaz will play janitor right there, cleaning up at the end of the play. That was strange. Epic pre-jumping Oxy. Oxy not making initial contact, but then following it up with a backboard bounce over to Swaz. And all right, Putnam has tied us up in strange fashion. Their transition game yielding another score.
Yeah, so unfortunate that situation. But at the same time, like I said, doesn't have to be the prettiest goals. Just has to go into the net, and that's exactly what happened there. Cedar Falls now on the attack. Over towards the left side, there's Mocha. He has a shot. That one's going to find its way in as well. No boost. Second goal for Mocha. Cedar Falls take the lead.
I think the pressure of closing out is getting to Putnam, and the pressure of making a comeback happen is getting to Cedar Falls right now. As we're seeing awkward plays defensively from both teams. Swaz chose 100 boost in the corner over ball right there. Mocha says thank you very much. I will take that open shooting lane. So Cedar Falls take their lead back. Reiki trying to add to it with a flip reset center ball. Nice stop by Kazu and out to Oxy. Down to Swaz. Wonderful web of passes. Setting up a shot from Putnam, but it goes just wide.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. That was the equalizer right there. You know you definitely want that shot back. But Swaz says, no, thank you. I want to do it. And I want to do it from a highlight finish. Kazu, nice setup. Epic was there to put a hand up, but it does not matter. The double tap off the ceiling. Swaz drills it in.
Oh my, Swaz took over that play. Off the ceiling, very little boost, but it didn't matter. He had momentum. That's all he needs to put that ball away. My word, what a step-up moment from Swaz. Putnam tying us up, trying to take another lead, but not quite right there. Epic wins the race to the ball, finds a clear out, a shot from Reiki that goes far side and finds its way through. Every time Putnam get close to taking the lead back, Cedar Falls has an answer.
Yeah, Cedar Falls just fighting, clawing their way, and then they're not willing to die just yet. They want to keep this game, to keep the series going and advance to the next round as well. And this is the team that we were expecting to kind of see. We talked about it yesterday. They have the skill set to pull off some of these upsets against these big teams. If not just one game, maybe a whole entire series, but they have to get through this series first.
Kazu will clear out, looking in the general direction of Swaz. These stretch passes from Putnam have been phenomenal. They have worked into a lot of shots on target following clears, but that one is just a shot on target. Reiki, big clear, and he'll follow up his own clear with a shot on. 5-3, Cedar Falls getting themselves a 2-goal buffer.
Yeah, you like this one right here. It's a double tap. It's easy read. Reiki knew he had this one. Defense just pretty much on the rotation back through. It's a tough read in those situations in Rocket League. You have to finish those shots. Cedar Falls did just that. About 70 seconds to go here in this game. Can Cedar Falls hang on is the question.
That is the question, especially with Oxy on the ball. No boost, still gets the ball over to Swaz. A double, puts it center, but Oxy's pre-flip misses. Oh, Putnam, they probably could have taken a bit more time with that play, but I can understand rushing things in the final minute of a closeout game. They'll stay at just 3 goals right now. As a transition the other way, Karam's off the crossbar. Another opportunity missed by the Mustangs.
Yeah, that's a huge missed opportunity as well. Oxy had that goalkeeper dead to rights. He did get the bump off as well. That was Swaz's job to finish that one. And usually Swaz is so good at clutch situations. Speaking of which, look at Oxy on the flip side of things on the defensive end. Mocha going to redirect this one off the backboard. It could be danger. Epic does have the read, though. Final seconds, ticking away, 15 to be exact. Here comes Reiki now, going to stall some more time on the offensive drive right here for Cedar Falls.
That ball is just free. For Mocha has had some struggles this series, as much as they want, but they're able to put that one in. That is an easy finish for Mocha, and Cedar Falls, has step 1 of their 4-step plan to reverse sweep Putnam complete.
8 seconds. Kickoff shenanigans. I know it's not going to be too much. It's 3 goals, so it's pretty much in the books already, but just still try to add something on. The question is, Epic, if you're Putnam in this situation, you said they're struggling to kind of close things out. Do you sub Kazu out in this situation and go with the strategy that you had in game number 1 and game number 2?
I don't think so. I think Kazu's doing fine. I think a lot of that was nerves. Putnam, they've got 4 opportunities to close out this series, and the first one they kind of, I'm not going to say wasted, but they lost it because it looked like they were feeling nervous. This is a big series for them. Single elimination. You got yourselves the first 3 games in close fashion, so Cedar Falls is right on their heels, but those closeout games can still get to you. You think, all right, we're right there. We just have to play well. It's all we got to do. And as soon as you start thinking, okay, we just have to play well in Rocket League, that's when you start playing poorly. So Putnam, hopefully they take a second right now to take some deep breaths. If they've got a coach or a leader on the team telling them what's what, then you gotta talk about just calming down, going back to playing your game, because if their defense makes all the touches that they need to be making in that game, they probably win it again. But they just gave way too many free opportunities to Cedar Falls, and Cedar Falls, for being down 3-0, they were hitting shots that game.
Yeah, not only that, but think about some of the tough transitional goals that kind of happened too for Putnam. They missed a bunch of opportunities. Think back to the one that Oxy, bumps the goalie. Swaz just has to soft touch that one in. And essentially, we might be talking about a different ball game, maybe even overtime at that point in time. But nonetheless, none of that matters. Cedar Falls ends up winning that game. Now a fresh new 5 minutes on the clock. We're going to see if Putnam can go right back to the drawing board and get the job done right here on Aquadome.
Love that pass out. Kazu over to Swaz. Swaz back to Kazu, but Reiki had the entire play read from start to finish. Impressive field vision, really, from everyone on the field. Interrupting passing lanes, not letting Putnam do what they want to at the moment. And I'll scratch that. Whoa! I thought that was a free goal for Putnam, as they had Epic dead to rights, but Epic a rabbit out of the hat to keep us level 0-0.
Yeah, I can't believe that. We talked about missed opportunities. That one hurts big time. 4:15, good shot from Swaz. Epic with a monster save. And I want to see Putnam score first here. We're going to see, I'm sorry, Cedar Falls score first here. We're going to see how Putnam can respond to it. Mocha, air dribble, the bump from Reiki. That's the first goal in favor of Cedar Falls.
You ask and you shall receive. Mocha and Reiki combining for first blood in Game 5. Cedar Falls, that is a much-needed first goal to continue to put pressure now on Putnam, who see this comeback, and I'm hoping they're seasoned enough where they realize the advantage they have in this best of 7 and don't think, okay, Cedar Falls is looking really good right now, we could be in danger of being reverse swept, because they are very early in those stages. Cedar Falls are of reverse sweeping, but the closer they get to winning games, they're chaining multiple game wins together. That will increasingly put pressure on Putnam, who have been making mistakes, but right there, a calm transition as Oxy plays it slow. We'll see if Putnam can now establish possession. Well, they can't. Cedar Falls takes it away.
3:25. Putnam trying to hunt for their first goal of this game. Still struggling to get it clear towards the back half. You'll see a nice little setup right there from Oxy, taken away from Epic. Kazu off the backboard. Oxy with a nice redirect upfield. A good swaz to go ahead. He has enough boost to have a follow-up touch here. Maybe even the secondary one. Good takeaway, though, from the defense of Cedar Falls. I believe that one was, I think that was Mocha who actually put a hand up in the face right there. But, you know, Mocha's pretty much been jumping everywhere, all over the pitch so far, kind of trying to be that disruptor for Cedar Falls. And basically it's been working out for him so far.
Yeah, Mocha can be a game changer in this series, but Epic has been phenomenal in this comeback so far for Cedar Falls. Their saves on the goal line have been absolutely incredible. One of those players where you just don't understand how they get a toe on the ball to stop an offense as dynamic and as lethal as the Putnam Mustangs. But no goals so far for Putnam, just the one for Cedar Falls, but it is still a nice lead to have. If you're a Cedar Falls player and fan, it's a double commit miss. Kazu alone on the goal line, having to get that ball away, but can't really do it with a strong touch, though it doesn't matter. Swaz and Oxy get back into play. They find it clear to the midfield line and look to set up their offense again.
Right back to work. 2 minutes remaining. Nice wraparound pass right there from Reiki. Mocha tried to come up on that one. This could be a fast break now situation for Putnam. Swaz, soft touch, right back towards mid. Good takeaway right here from Epic. Kazu has to pull out a heroic save. This is going to be a soft little setup right there for Mocha. He actually tried to get the job done himself with a double touch off the backboard, but good defense holding strong so far for Putnam. I mean, this is dangerous, though. Mocha, he comes back from midfield with the boost, and he just drills that one in. The second goal for Cedar Falls.
Oxy got bumped into that ball, but Kazu was right there. Just slight mispositioning from Putnam's defense takes all of their defenders out of net and gives Cedar Falls an easy finish after that ball escaped the corner. All of a sudden, a 2-goal lead for Cedar Falls could mean we see Game 6 with the ambush on a bit of a tear, but they still have to close out. We know how difficult closing out games can be, as Cedar Falls is still up against the Putnam team that can pull goals out of nowhere. Swaz and Oxy, usually the two players at the helm of a goal out of nowhere. But right now, he is stopped in the Cedar Falls corner. Nice beat by Swaz to put it back mid. Nice bump as well. Where's the shot? Never comes. The defense gets there before another Putnam player.
Yeah, I believe Oxy was there. He just did not take the right approach, essentially, to that point of attack, and Swaz had the bump, and Oxy just kind of floated over towards the left-hand side, the right-hand side, my apologies. 50 seconds left now. Swaz, a little bit of communication error right there. I think Swaz should maybe pass that one out to Kazu, but at the same breath, you basically have a hot player like Swaz who, you know, has been doing heroic things with the ball, but nonetheless, missed opportunity once again for Putnam. Missed opportunity on the flip side of things for Cedar Falls as well, but 30 seconds left, Epic. This one can still go either way in my eyes.
It could, but this might be 3-0. Epic, didn't have the boost to finish that play quickly. So the defender gets back in time. Kazu, low boost, pop out to the sidewall. Mocha's right there. Another good read on what Putnam's trying to do with the play. Reiki interfering with that shot from Swaz. That one followed up by Epic, making another stop on the goal line. Oxy from the ceiling drops the ball down. They hit it themselves, but they couldn't correct. Realized Swaz had run ahead. So there's no goal for Putnam as the play was too awkward to even get one in the waning moments of Game 5. Cedar Falls win their second in a row, and I see Kazu has left the lobby. Maybe that sub out you were talking about, whoops, might be happening as Haz is coming back in. It's confirmed.
Yeah, Haz is joining the lobby right now. Cedar Falls are like, all right, or I'm sorry, Putnam's like, all right, we've had enough. Okay, you got yourself your 2 games in. Let's go ahead and try to finish this one out now. But the question is it too little too late at this point in time? Cedar Falls, they're on an absolute tear. Mocha absolutely popping off at this point in time. He has himself 2 goals, and that's the player we were talking about that needs to step up for Cedar Falls, essentially. If they were going to be successful, he had to play some good Rocket League. 2 goals, 2 saves, and, he got 5 saves for Epic as well. So Cedar Falls finally starting to get the offense rolling.
Yeah, but to your point about whether Cedar Falls is going to be stopped at 2 now that Haz is back, I mean, Kazu was still putting in work. Maybe it's just a communication thing. I don't know. Putnam had plenty of opportunities to score that game. They put 9 shots on target, and only 2 of them were actually saved by Cedar Falls. So it's still misexecutions on their opportunities, especially in transition, where Putnam is doing a great job of finding shooting lanes. But it's not just the goal line defense of Cedar Falls that is holding off the Mustangs in these games. It's more final touches as well. So they can settle in here on Neo Tokyo. They can close it out in 6. But at the moment, Cedar Falls, a lot of wind in their sails. Right now, Oxy's on the ball. It's always a dangerous prospect. That ball is hovering above the Cedar Falls goal line, so they will clear.
Well, the question is, good shot, good pass as well. But the question is, has Haz sat for a little bit too long, and right now Putnam has the game advantage. So even if they do lose this game, Haz can still try to find, his rhythm back into the rotation here as well. Because you have to think of the mental strain it kind of caused to have a sub in there for Swaz and for Oxy. They had to play some more aggressive style. Now they don't really have to have that aggressive style when you have to start your 3 again. Swaz, almost exclamation point right there. No boost towards the tail end of that one, and he sinks it in.
That's a wonderful shot. Gets past the first, and Epic had no boost to make another miracle save on the goal line. Putnam find their first, and finally, a good execution and an opportunity like that. They got some space, they got some boost. They went directly for net. No extra flair. Oxy off the back wall, dropping it for Swaz, and all right. 2-0. Putnam get a pair of early goals, and they are fixing things in real time.
I guess we're not too worried anymore. Putnam's right back to action. And something we didn't talk about the last game, Cedar Falls actually shut them out. So, I mean, now they have themselves 2 goals in the first minute. It has to be just so frustrating if you're Cedar Falls.
I suppose. Hopefully, though, their mentals stay intact. They need to recover quickly.
Yes.
4 minutes to score 2 goals. It's doable. You can't let Putnam get another, I feel. A 3-goal lead is near insurmountable, especially when you see yourself facing down the end of your season. You're down by 3 goals. You think, oh dear,
man,
this might be it. Oxy, I think, thinking along similar lines as he'll finish off a play from the ceiling. What a read off the back wall at Cedar Falls.
Yeah, that was gross. Pretty much the narrowest little hitbox from that bottom right-hand wheel from Oxy just kind of nicks the ball into the nets. Sometimes it's better to be lucky, I guess, but at the same time, if you're Cedar Falls in this situation, you're starting to see your hopes and dreams get diminished real time. 3-0. It's still doable for a comeback, but at the same time, Putnam's looking very, very strong offensively and defensively.
And you can see the toll that this 3-goal lead is now taking on Cedar Falls, as they were all over the place trying to get aggressive in offense right there. It didn't work out. You go back to what was working earlier. Consistent counterattacks and decent possession. If you can just keep the ball on the blue end of the pitch for 15, 20 seconds, get a couple of shots on target. This Putnam defense is not perfect. They will make mistakes and give you chances, but getting aggressive in transition isn't always going to get you goals. But you give Mocha the ball, and at some points in the tournament, it's felt like that will always get you goals. What a double from Mocha. That's 3-1.
I'm sorry, my jaw is just currently on the floor right now. Let me pick that up. That was disgusting from Mocha. Just drifting over from the right side. That's such a hard mechanic to pull off, especially with the low boost that he had. And that's a good starting point right there for Cedar Falls to start to gain some momentum and to get this clear right back towards the blue half. That's what they needed to have. Depends on what Swaz does in the corner now with the ball. One soft touch. Good demolition as well. Double demolition, actually. So it's a 2v2 temporarily. This is the open net opportunity as well. And a soft touch right there from Haz. I think pops that one over to the corner. So we should see a Putnam clear.
Oh, Epic backed off right there. Had space to go after that on the side wall, but doesn't matter. Follows it up in the midfield line with a great challenge to give Mocha an extension into offense again. But that booming clear will absolutely push Cedar Falls back. Oxy, a shot on target as well, and is now upfield finding demos. But have they overstretched? Have Putnam put too many eggs in their offensive basket? No, they're back in defense in time. Still a very speedy team, and they will hold off Cedar Falls for now.
Minute and 55 seconds left. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, wait a minute. This one potentially could have had some sort of chance, but nonetheless, defense from Putnam gets it clear. Right back towards the backboard. Swaz flip reset. Reiki says enough of that. They clear this one right back towards the blue half now. Wraparound pass. Reiki needs to back off and maybe pass this opportunity off to Mocha in that situation. He had 100 boost, but Reiki had none. Epic now from the side. This one's going to be off the backboard. Swaz, good touch, but gets away from him. Right back towards the opposite half. Putnam pretty much just living dangerously right now on that line. They're only up by 2, and this is why I say dangerously. They didn't really get a respectable touch, a respectable clear, where usually they do have some sort of control and bring the ball towards the opposite half. Instead, we see Reiki just size this one up. Now they're only up by 1. Are you a little bit worried now of your Putnam, Epic?
That depends on what kind of team you are. If you're a confident bunch, which I would expect the Putnam team is, I wouldn't be worried right now. Still, Cedar Falls has to find a goal, and they've had to work for the far. They can earn goals, but building yourself a 3-goal buffer, you would think would be safe. And Putnam hopefully still thinking along those lines. We'll see if it is safe though. As the ambush again gets some possession, Epic pinches that towards net. And that is another worldie that just goes off target from Epic. So 3-2 we remain, but Cedar Falls continuing to press the issue in offense. Nothing there though, and no clear found until Oxy's on the ball, and that will be a clear for Putnam.
35 seconds left. This one's gonna float in. Oxy, he's gonna score his, I think that's his first goal. No, that's his second goal. My apologies. Just one soft touch, utilizing all that boost once again. And time again, he's just been stepping up big time here for Putnam.
That was massive. What a shot from the ceiling. Got through everybody, but off kickoff, I think RC just bumped a potential shooter on an exposed net. What a play right there. And now he's off the sidewall, getting a touch out to the side. Mocha center ball. Shots saved by Swaz. That is huge. That might send Putnam into the semifinals as Swaz is continuing to play now on the Cedar Falls, and 10 seconds left and Cedar Falls need 2.
Final seconds ticking away. Almost a shot in from Mocha, but Swaz, a heroic save towards the tail end. Not enough time on the clock for a comeback here for Cedar Falls. So unfortunately, the Tigers are going to be eliminated here. 0-second shenanigans from Putnam trying to keep this ball up. Epic over to Reiki. Maybe a nice exclamation point for the season. There it is. At least finish it on a high note for Cedar Falls. But ultimately, Putnam going to win this exchange 4-3.
Nice shot on 0 seconds, but Putnam did the work before that to ensure it did not matter. They advance into Championship Sunday. It got a little hairy there at the end, whoops, giving up 2 games to Cedar Falls, but in Game 6 on Neo Tokyo, Putnam stepped up. That 3-goal run they went on in the first couple of minutes, that was so massive. It felt like Swaz and Oxy were just back to themselves, very mechanical selves, and they were threats all over the field.
Yeah, it was such a good series. Either team, in my personal opinion, could have taken that series once again. Putnam started off so strong, and then all of a sudden you start to see the Cedar Falls just fight back. And this is what we were talking about this whole entire time. Any team at any given moment, it could be, this is nationals essentially. You know, they all have the skill set to deserve to be here. You know, it just separates it from with the gameplay essentially as to who's going to progress. Any team could pull off a heroic feat. Cedar Falls almost did that. But guess what, Bepik? It's only our first series out of a bunch, and I guarantee they're going to be closer and closer and closer.
Oh yeah. Next up is Westwood taking on Divine Child. That ought to be another phenomenal series. Already a 6-game best of 7, and that was the 1st seed versus the 8th seed. So theoretically should be the most one-sided, but that was anything but. That match coming up in a bit, but a reminder that the High School Esports League, HSEL, offers thrilling competitions, as you've seen, and a chance to connect with other passionate gamers nationwide. You can join a team, hone your skills, and compete for glory on a national stage. Whether you're a seasoned veteran or new to gaming, HSEL is your gateway to the world of esports. Discover your potential and join the #1 high school esports league today. You can visit hsel.gg to learn more. Stay tuned as the HSEL Nationals for 2024 will be back in just a little bit.
And we're back yet again with another post-game interview with the PSA Mustangs. Another win in the books for you. How are you doing, Gavin?
I'm doing good.
That's wonderful. Tell us about this most recent game.
Yeah, this game, we started off 3-0, and they started coming back. They won 2 games. They played really well. They took a timeout, and I could tell they definitely changed something, and they played really good after that.
Very nice, very nice. And speaking of wins, I'm told recently that you are going to the University of Akron. Is that correct?
Allegedly.
Oh, allegedly. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, what are your plans for college?
Plan to, do my best, keep grinding, get the team chemistry in, and try and win some games. Hell
yeah. Okay. Well, it was good talking to you again, Gavin. Is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
Hello, my name is Devin Nederazic. I am the head coach and director of esports at Putnam Science Academy. I have inherited our 11-time national champion Rocket League team. One of our players at the tournament is Gavin Oxy Lovasco, and he's currently on the starting team of Akron Rocket League. Our Rocket League team competes in 5 leagues simultaneously, and then currently we were invited to HSEL Nationals. I think it's a really amazing thing because for a lot of our students, this will be the last time they play at the high school level. So for them to get this one last experience to travel will be amazing, right? The students at the high school level don't get to participate in LANs and in-person events as much as a collegiate or a pro player would. And for them, I think, this event could be the make or break for their decision to actually want to play at the collegiate or professional level. And I think for our students, especially being so far away from Kansas, this is like one of the best opportunities they could have right now. So our team is very momentum based. I've noticed a lot of our competitors, their team rosters are ranked very sporadically. Meanwhile, all of our players fall within the top, either top 80 or top 2,000, top 3,000 players and the Rocket League leaderboards. We have SSLs and GCs across the board, and for us, it's a big momentum game, right? It's all over the mind space. Having our team's skill is never really an issue. It's more of just being in a healthy mind space, getting enough sleep, getting enough food, and having that rigid schedule that I've given them to kind of give them that extra push they need to win as a team, as opposed to our competitors, which we've seen have oftentimes fed one player or fed two players back and forth. We just need to build momentum and keep going as a team. By the end of next week, we'll hopefully be 13 times championships till then, which will be nice.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
I am Tori Van Proyen, and I coach for Michigan Connections Academy. We are the Micah Monsters. This is my 3rd year coaching, so this has been quite the adventure so far. Being one of 5 finalists out of hundreds, apparently, was pretty surprising and very humbling. I feel very honored that my students took the time to, think about how the program has been working for them. And it's humbling to know that I have been a part of that. I had been talking with my admin for years about starting up a program like this for an online school. So this would be the perfect opportunity to do some extracurricular that didn't involve an in-person setting. When the larger Connections Academy conglomerate kind of got together, they were able to finalize a bunch of things. And my principal went right to me and was like, "Hey, we're ready for you to coach." And I'm like, "This is going to be fantastic." We are going pretty strong. We have a good following of teachers on our Twitch now, and all sorts of families coming in to root for the students, and it has been such a good program for our school. Watching the students grow is always the most proud moment for me, honestly. I know that's kind of a generic thing to say, but these students probably wouldn't have been participating in much else outside of something like this, because I was that person. Like, I just want to do my schoolwork and go home and game. This is how I kind of advertise it to kids. I'm like, it's just a bunch of nerds hanging out in Discord together and trying to make school happen. Some students are great. Some students are struggle buses, and that's okay. It doesn't matter as long as we're progressing. Because like in video games, it's all about progression. So, communicating and being as a team together, honestly, it has been phenomenal having my little monster team together, and I get to call them monsters, which makes me happy. Next year, I'm looking forward to trying out different esports leagues for the students. We've been working with HSEL, which has been lovely. So our freshmen who came into our program are going to be seniors next year, and I am not looking forward to that, by the way, because this is just it's a pivotal group of freshmen who came in at the start, and it is very exciting and will be mildly emotional, but you know, I'm really hoping that they will help us out by stepping up and trying to get more students in and showing them what we've built as a community and try to keep that going throughout the years.
My name is David Truesdale. I'm from Little Falls High School inside New York, and I am a senior. Being one of 5 finalists inside the HSEL honors program is one of the best moments of my year. Being able to get that email and understanding that all the work that not just me, but everyone inside this program has put together and being acknowledged for this means a lot. As a school, something I'm incredibly proud of in our esports journey is getting the esports program approved. We had a lot of pushback by the district, and being able to advocate for myself, Mr. Snell here with me, being able to advocate for me, and having teachers I've known forever, being able to help me push this through and get this organized meant so much to me, and is the biggest moment of the year. So a few years ago, I had thought about the idea of creating an esports program at the school. And it always meant a lot to me growing up, watching Shroud, watching all these esports players play their favorite games. And I wanted to bring that teamwork, that energy to our Little Falls Public High School. It is I believe the second biggest club at our high school. We have had a lot of success. I think every single team from every single game that we participated in, we went to the second round, which was remarkable, especially because we were such a small school, and seeing the fact that necessarily not for individual skill, but we were able to build a team that was able to compete. And well, I would like to recognize Mr. Snell right in here next to me. Without him, he came to our school recently, and without him, I wouldn't know I wouldn't be able to have this program. We were just talking one day, and he showed me his plans for this esports program, and it worked so well with me and my plans for this esports program. We were able to contribute together to push through, the boundaries that naturally occur when you're trying to create a new program in the school. So it's wonderful. I'm looking forward to going to the University of Buffalo. I'm going to try to pursue a psychology degree, and I'm really looking forward to joining their esports program. It's a very great program at that school. I would like to continue to provide for communities that I join, whether it be UB, whether it be my hometown Little Falls when I come back. Continue to provide to these esports programs to ensure that kids continue to be able to collaborate with others and to provide a space for kids to continue to grow and achieve.
They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today. This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Antonio Gonzalez, and my school is TECA, Tech Connections Academy. We kind of were a new team. We didn't really have any prior knowledge of each other, and we just kind of came in and we qualified. It's great. It feels amazing, honestly. It's going to be an experience.
Hello, everyone. Wow. Game 6 in our first playoff match. That is not too shabby. Just shy of the potential reverse sweep. All right. Let's keep that up. Our next match features our defending national champions, Divine Child versus Westwood. These teams have met before in our spring premiere not too long ago. They're pretty familiar with each other. Let's see what happens at HSEL Nationals 2024 presented by Oakley. Let's welcome Divine Child and Westwood Regional High School. Let's go. Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much for that, David. Welcome back. Thank you very much for sticking with us through that break as well. This is the HSEL Nationals 2024. My name is Whoopshu, and this is Bepic here in the booth with me. And Bepic, I mean, David did such a good job introducing these two teams. Like he said, Divine Child, number 4 in the red group, taking on the number 1 gold group winner over here, Westwood. It's going to be a tough game right here for Divine Child, even though they're the defending champions.
No kidding. I mean, they had an 0-3 round robin. I don't think too many people were expecting. And Westwood on the flip side, looking incredibly good through yesterday's and the first half of today's festivities, playing for seeding. So I'm very interested to see how this goes, because we saw, I mean, the 1 versus the 8 seed in the last best of 7, that theoretically should be a sweep or a 5-game set. But even the 1 and the 8 seeds went all the way to Neo Tokyo. So we get deeper into today, I'm expecting Champions Fields and Neo Tokyos consistently.
Yeah, well, now we have number 2 Westwood, like I said beforehand, taking number 7 Divine Child, and like I said, the cards like a little bit stacked against them. Westwood played so good yesterday in their performance. You know, on the backs of Jodoku, you have Nick and Adent. You just anybody on this roster popping off for Westwood yesterday. We had the privilege of watching them versus Prosper, the team we just saw on the stream, and we thought it was gonna be a little bit more of a competitive game, but Prosper just kind of ran through Westwood. So I mean, Westwood definitely has their flaws as far as offensively and defensively, so Divine Child just needs to take advantage of those.
Well, we'll see if they can. I mean, Divine Child, we know they've got offensive firepower. It's about whether they can put it all together as a unit, I feel like, because Opbomb and Gribble absolutely can make magic happen on the offensive end. We'll see if Lil Welchie is up to the task as well here, as Divine Child will need to be firing on all cylinders to pull an upset over Westwood, who have been consistently solid. Their mechanical ability as well can compete right there with Divine Child. Nick is a menace on the field. And already off kickoff, has the ball and is going nearly off the ceiling. That's something to watch today.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. Nick Day, the person who we have to watch for over on the blue half of the pitch for Westwood. If he gets going, it's going to be a long day for Divine Child. But on the flip side of things, like you said, Opbomb, Lil Welchie, Gribble and Opbomb, you know, committing over to Michigan State University for CRL. First shot being fired away, and Dent cannot make it. Either can Nick. That one just rolls out. What a missed opportunity right there for the first opening goal.
Oh, it went off the bar, and then Dent's car as well, just to dribble further off of the goal line. My word, Divine Child getting bailed out a little bit right there, as already the offense of Westwood is cooking. But Divine Child, an opportunity to respond here. Lil Welchie, a great double there off the sidewall. The dribble for a follow-up. Welchie for a follow-up as well, but either one makes contact. Opbomb's missed, and that ball goes bar down and in. 1-0.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate right there for Opbomb. He had that one, and I think he just did not have enough boost and just kind of misread it as well, trying to get the backflip save and just stall enough time for his defense to kind of rotate through to back him up there. So unfortunate for Opbomb to be in that situation, driving backwards. It's always so rough. Another shot being fired away. That's Adent. He's going to score his first. Up by 2 now is Westwood.
Immediately finding a second goal. Great cheat. Was the more aggressive of the 2 cheaters on that kickoff, and Adent just used pure speed to get that ball over Divine Child's defense. So a great start for Westwood. I mean, they were probably watching that previous series when similar out of Putnam, seeing what that fast start got the Mustangs in their quarterfinals. So I'm sure jumping out to this quick lead is motivating for Westwood to see what they can do early on the offensive side of the ball.
Well, not only that, but when you have that 2-goal comfortable lead, and you can start to let loose a little bit, have a little bit more fun out here on the pitch. 3 goals, of course, is better than 2 always, but at the same time, you know, you start to see a little bit more teams get more relaxed, start to approach the game a little bit differently. It definitely gets that monkey off of your back, some might say, in those situations. But if you're Divine Child, you're definitely starting to feel all that pressure when the cards were stacked against you going into this matchup. Now they're stacked against you double time, now triple time for Gribble, missing that mistake right there. So it's unfortunate, but would have cut the lead in half.
Well, there was a defender on the goal line, so I think he was saved either way. Maybe going for a double off the back wall if they could get back and read it. But either way, a nice little passes to at least set that opportunity up. And the fact that we're seeing now Divine Child settling in and operating their offense it bodes well for them, but that shot easily saved despite the smoke screen. And a couple of miscues for Divine Child, but they're trending in the right direction.
Speaking of miscue, that was a misread right there from Westwood. Wasn't sure who that was trying to get the read, but the awkward bounce from the corner definitely delayed this clear for Westwood's defense. Dribble from his own corner over to the right-hand side, going for a nice little musty flick, trying to get as much power and get this ball as far as possible away from this Westwood offense. Hot bomb now, gets the 100 boost. This one's just gonna find its way in. Nick gonna drill it from the left side. Watch this angle.
Well, the angle I was watching it at originally, I did not expect that to just go in. That's like a 2-degree angle right there. How on earth did Nick hook that shot in? That's absurd.
Yeah, you really don't see those ones, especially being that shallow with the goal line against the backboard. Somehow he just got the right angle with his octane and got enough power on that one as well to kind of just float on in. And you can see the defenders weren't expecting that one either, but nonetheless, 3-0 in favor of Westwood. 2 minutes remaining now. This should be a drop down pass over into the hands of Nick that's just a tad bit too high. Duco, he was in an awkward situation with no boost as well. Bomb gonna go ahead and score first here for Divine Child.
Finally, Divine Child on the board. Took 3 minutes, but it finally connected. One of their midfield passing plays into a shot, and that time with the defense, awkward as you said, whoops. That's an easy finish right there. And Divine Child, they were settling in, getting more possession on the board. Finally, all that possession turns into a tick mark on the board, but only 2 more with 2 minutes left.
That was a weird kickoff strategy right there for Westwood. You had, both left and right corners pushed up. They elected to go for the cheat over on the left-hand side. This was going to bar in towards the left side. Divine Child now only down by 1.
All right, another good counterattack. Lil Welchie has some space to work with. No boost, but just confident as ever. Sends a shot near side. Recognized an opening and fit the ball into the tiny little gap between the defender and the post. 3-2, Divine Child making a comeback here.
And then 30 seconds left, though, still have to score the equalizer. Here comes Nick. Nice musty. Dribble's going to pick that one up. Back towards midfield we go. Jaduko is kind of stuck in no man's land once again with no boost. Nick going to try to slow things down, maybe try to establish some sort of control. This one's off the backboard. Jadoku, good 50-50. Gribble try to put that shot on. Good advancement right here from Nick as well. He's just been absolutely controlling and slowing the pace of play down for Westwood, trying to set some stuff up for his team. Not only that, but stall precious seconds off the clock.
Throw boost to Duco on the sidewall, getting it clear and wasting more clock, but seconds left, has to do more stalling in the corner. Gets it out, needs Nick's help though to make sure that isn't a shot on target. It wasn't quite set there for Westwood, but it certainly is now. Through the corner, Jaduko again finding a touch out. Can't extend it though again. Situation for Westwood, not great, but Nick, oh, that's a great fake. Went up for the ball initially, but bailed out. The defender had already expected Nick to get a touch on that ball in the air. So they don't make a read, and this is precious time being taken off the clock here for Divine Child.
On top of that, a respectable shot from Westwood there too. Almost caught them lacking Divine Child's defense, I would say. Lil Welchie was in a weird situation. I think Gribble had to kind of help him out and bail him out in that situation, but nonetheless, final seconds ticking away. Last-ditch effort right here for Divine Child. They pushed everybody up. Lil Welchie over towards the right-hand side. All zeros on the clock. This one floats towards mid. Bomb fires a shot. Nick is going to get credit with the save. This was right back towards midfield. The 50-50 reigns supreme for Westwood, and they hang on and win this matchup 3-2.
Hang on is completely correct, though. Divine Child put together a nice little comeback there at the end. I was worried. We had all this talk about wanting to see Game 6, Game 7s, and then Westwood comes out and goes on a tear to open up Game 1. I was concerned about Divine Child's prospects of keeping it close with Westwood. And they did drop Game 1, yes, but they showed us what they can do. In transition, especially that game, Westwood actually was outpossessed by Divine Child right there, but both goals that DC found were off kickoff or in transition from defense to offense. So, all right, 3-2, 1-goal game. That's a much better look than what could have been a multi-goal win for Westwood.
Yeah, on top of that, I mean, if you're Divine Child, you have to be thinking like, oh man, if we just played better at the start of this game, they would have never had 2 goals essentially to open up this ball game, and we would be right back in this one, still probably playing some overtime. So, I mean, the confidence has to go up pretty much dividends at this point in time. If you're Divine Child, they definitely deserve to be here, like I said beforehand. And on top of that, you know, they're proving their worth. They can win this game. They can pull off an upset against Westwood.
And I posed questions about Lil Welchie coming into this series, and Welchie performed admirably there. Had a hand in, I believe, both goals for DC, and set up a lot of other opportunities for Divine Child's offense. So happy to see that. That is an important part of Divine Child. But again, Westwood, a solid team through and through. Despite all of those good looks out of Divine Child, found a way to take game one. They're looking for an early lead here. Forbidden Temple, but that one stopped and cleared away. Two players just missed the ball. Nick's off the back wall, a little bit awkward, to a chance for Divine Child. Actually still stopped by Nick. Wonderfully done in defense.
And that boost just spawns right in his pocket as well. Now he's hunting for a demolition to maybe try to open some things up, and kind of going to rotate back through towards midfield. Dent's just going to pop that one right back down towards mid. Gribble does play that one over to the corner. Good center as well. Blue Welshie there to kind of scoop that one right back up. Both of these teams not really taking the most noticeable approach, some might say. They're trying to, you know, think outside the box just a tad bits and keep the defense off guard. Like the advancement right here from Lil Welshie as well. Op bomb, nice pass over to Gribble. Gribble, he's going to fire that one away, but Nick is there for the save.
Go follow with low boost off the back wall, doesn't connect. So the defense a little spread out, congested on the near side. Not so spread out, but either way, the defense prevails. Westwood doing well on the back end of the ball, despite 60% field domination through the first minute and a half, more than likely. But that is a nice skim from Nick. Tried to clear the zone, but Lil Welchie was prepared for it. 50 in the corner. That was in Nick's favor. Jaduko will follow it up with a double off the sidewall, and Westwood allowed to play offense for about half a second as Opbomb sends a nuclear clear the other way.
Oh, that was an opportunity right there for Opbomb. Definitely wants that one back so he can fire it away. All three defenders were there. He had a good angle on the left-hand side and just shot that one too close. Nice advancement. Good clear as well from a Dent. Still not out. This is Gribble from the corner. He might have a go-ahead goal here. 1v1 versus Jaduko. He wins that exchange. Opbomb fires away. A Dent with the save. Oh my goodness. Almost escaping was Westwood's defense. But nonetheless, Divine Child score first.
I mean, we've seen so many saves like that not turn into goals on the follow-up. I was expecting Westwood to somehow get out of that. But Lil Welchie, right place, right time. Good read on the play. Came in and saved it for Divine Child. They're keeping their streak going. Scored 2 unanswered at the end of game 1. Adding a third to that streak here in the first half of game 2. That is what you want to see if you're a DC fan. But Westwood, clearance out, 50-50 taken by Jaduko. Then a Dent will follow up and have an open at the shoot-on. What just happened? DC dissipated.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened to the defense here. There was a double commitment right there from Opbomb and Lil Welchie, and then Gribble just misses the advancements as well, so he drives right by the ball. I love what a Dent did there. A lot of people in that situation try to go for a flashy finish and then just end up like shaking the goal off to the right-hand side or whatever it may be. He selects to go for the equalizer. Heads up, smart play right there from a Dent.
Opbomb, back wall, shot was off, would have hit the backboard there, but Jaduko made sure the initial opportunity didn't go in. The follow-up though from Opbomb hasn't come just yet. That's picked up 100 boost in the corner, but interfered with enough to need a teammate to step up and set up Gribble in the infield. Nice pass from Welchie, and that shot from Gribble just goes in. A 22-mile-per-hour shot puts DC back up.
Oh my goodness, Gribble, just the softest touch, and just the bounce is what is so deadly, especially that close to the goal line, and it just finds its way in. But credit right there, we were talking about smart plays just before that one. Credit to Opbomb. He elected not to go for that aggressive touch in that situation. Let Lil Welchie make a play, and it paid big time for Divine Child.
Kickoff though, Westwood trying to find an answer quickly, and they won't find it in that possession. Nick off the back wall, plenty of boost, has momentum going forward. Opbomb's already gone, so a ground pitch is what Nick elects to go for. And is stopped by the defense of Divine Child. Well done that time around. Jaduko setting up a Dent. Defense again in the way. Westwood's mechanical long-distance carries not panning out at the moment, as there seems to be always an orange car in their face to intervene.
There goes Opbomb, a far shot. Jaduko maybe on the respawn back and kind of save this one. There it is. Opbomb almost had that shot, or the net at the rights in that situation, but just missing a huge opportunity right there to tack one more on for comfortability's sake. Divine Child still have the lead though in the situation. Dribble, nice air dribble. Duco off the right side. Adet with the demolition as well. This might open up an opportunity right here. Adet just could not get a grasp on it. Gribble takes it away.
Goes low. Over the first, high over the other. Up bombs the last to beat. And Adet trying to help out. Can't do much. So the other way, a 1v2. Duco will win out in that exchange, but love the idea there in transition from Divine Child. Just better defense from Westwood, who have to turn their better defense into an equalizer the next 45. They want a chance of winning game 2, taking a 2-0 series lead. As Divine Child, they went on a run to start this game, or to end game 1, and then continue to start this game off on the right foot. With that right foot, they have continued walking towards a tied-up series. 30 seconds left. See if they can walk it over the finish line.
Off the backboard, that's a dent. That one's going to linger in front of the goal line as well. I don't know how it doesn't go in for Divine Child, but still, Westwood escape right back towards midfield, over towards the left-hand wall. This is Jaduko. He does advance this one upfield. So last chance right here for Westwood. Driving downfield, good demolition from Opbomb. The pickup from Gribble as well, going into a ground pitch. It's on target. It's saved by Jaduko and Nick in transit, but the ball is going to hit the ground, and Divine Child is going to win this matchup 2-1 and tie up the series.
Great response. Very controlled from Divine Child. They did such a good job of keeping possession that game. 60% of the game spent in the Westwood half, Divine Child's offensive end. And the shot numbers, you can see a stark difference. 13 for Divine Child, just 3 for Westwood. That was so controlled from Divine Child. And Westwood, I mean, they were right there. It was a close game, but they had to be a little bit more efficient with their opportunities, as DC played well enough on the defensive end to hold off Westwood.
Yeah, it's just so shocking to me, to see that game number 1 to game number 2 comparison for the offense for Westwood right there. But you hit the nail right on the head. It's just the fact that Divine Child just woke up essentially at this point in time, and they just had just a barrage of shots on the offensive end, and they did not let Westwood breathe whatsoever. Demolitions were a factor. You think back to a couple of saves that they had on the respawns there for Westwood, and yeah, Divine Child's offense, it was just there, alive and present, and they were flourishing as well with the communication skills.
And in defense, they had the right read on the strengths of Westwood, as Nick had several opportunities with plenty of boost off the sidewall, his own back wall, wherever. And we saw a lot of Nick scoring from those positions yesterday and today. So getting in the face of the very mechanical Westwood is the key to success for Divine Child, and it's reflected in only allowing 3 shots to Westwood in that previous game. So we'll see if it continues, or if Westwood are able to find a way through those orange cars that always have a hand in the face of their mechanical carries. Nick has room right now, goes low with it, but shut down on the goal line. No shot delivered right there to Westwood's offense. They're stuck empty-handed on that possession.
Nice soft touch, soft approach as well from Gribble. He's in or I should say early minute at this point in time in this ball game. Good shot, no panic from Gribble and company. Just love to see the poise in some of these situations that these teams, kind of carry, like how they carry themselves. You don't see any panic, and you just see them just controlled, cool, calm, collected the whole entire time. But then all of a sudden, it's just like a catalyst. The spark just goes off, and it just starts, the pace of play just starts to pick up dramatically.
That is what happens when you see very mechanical players on both sides of the ball. They could just, at a whim, do whatever they want with the play. We saw the passes from Divine Child, the highly mechanical setups from Westwood. They could find goals if their opponent's defense isn't awake, it feels, and playing the right position in their backside. Nick, no boost right now, trying to follow up that ball. It's his teammate's job now to find a way out. Jaduko going back wall, double tap opportunity, no good. Glazes the backboard right there, but it's the follow-up that ends up converting for Westwood. Nick finds their first.
Yeah, it's a good shot right here for Westwood. They escaped on the defensive end. And that was courtesy of Nick. And then, to kind of flip the script over there, Jaduko with just a great clear off the backboard. The double didn't find its mark, but the patience pays off keen. And you see Nick, just a smart player, just kind of finish that one, towards the tail end for Westwood. So good opening play, a team play right there for Westwood. It's definitely going to build some momentum for them.
Absolutely, and now they're trying to use that momentum to convert on their next opportunity in offense. The player running forward, now a secondary player running forward and trying to shoot. Would you believe that it's Nick on the Westwood side trying to do all that in one play? And now back on the ball, but sent away by Gribble. So a dent backing off and to the Westwood back wall, tries to collect, but it's bumped off of it as well. Great counter by Divine Child right there. Short-lived, but there's a clearance from defense, forcing Westwood to try again now. A dent, not a great touch right there. So we'll wait a second to see what happens.
2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Divine Child still hunting for this first goal, and it's so strange to see them in this situation. It's gonna be 2 goals now. A big miss right there for Gribble. Unfortunate circumstances right there for Divine Child, but the rotation back through. Jaduko recognizes that Gribble, just in an awkward situation. If he could just put this one on target, then, maybe it's like a 50-50 chance that the other defender that's on the post can save it, and it works out in their favor.
That right there, I think, is the pressure of land and getting to players. Gribble could have just played that slowly, but instead rushed it on little boost and put himself in a spot that is a little awkward when you don't have boost. Just missed time to flip into the ball, and it's an easy goal for Westwood. So 2-0. We are going back and forth in this series. Nick downfield trying to put that one on target following a demo. Divine Child starting to succumb to some of these creative plays and shots that Westwood are absolutely known, at the very least this weekend, for putting on.
And 40 seconds left. And Divine Child scored their first goal. This series has just been so crazy so far. You've seen domination from Westwood in game 1. Divine Child turning it up in game 2 with their own little form of domination as well. Gribble with a great shot to Duco. How did he get that pre-jump off and knew exactly where the route was going to be for that ball? Heads up play right there for the defense of Westwood. They try to escape towards the other end now. Off the backboard, it's going to go. Opbomb, he's there with the follow. Jaduko going to pay the price and try to keep that possession over on the orange half.
He's got boost and 2 players heading right at him. That is a terrifying sight. Rocket League turns into a horror game, but Divine Child, they do well to counter that with a clear to the other side. They need something soon. Less than 60 seconds left, and they have had shots this game, but none falling so far. Only 4 on target, a far cry from the 13 they had in game 2. Still, they've been decent looks on that Westwood side. Dribble trying to set up another with boost in hand, putting another shot on target, but making away.
30 seconds left now. Opbomb and company just getting a little bit more desperate, which is 100% fine with me. You're down by 2 in this situation. You have to go for it. Lay it all on the line in this game. Gribble, the soft touch. Opbomb tried to finish it. Defense for Westwood, though, standing so strong. 20 seconds left. Opbomb's going to try another attack, another approach here. Gribble there for the backup as well. Going to pay the price for his life. And you thought that maybe if Gribble would have had a chance, if he would have been alive in that point in time, there would have been a chance for Divine Child to score it. But the final seconds ticking down now. Insult to injury. Maybe Nick going to go ahead and not going to get credit with that shots, or get credit with the shot, but not the goal. My apologies. Westwood hang on 2-0 in this matchup and go 2-0 as well in the series. But a good showing. We talked about it during the game here, Bepic. It could have went either way, and it's just so surprising to me that these teams, they're going at it. Game 1, like I said, Westwood, they had it in their favor. Game 2, Divine Child. Now Divine Child gets shut out.
Right, and that time Westwood's defense is what stepped up right there. 7 shots for Divine Child in game 2. Game 2, obviously, they had 13. So stepping up in terms of blocking potential shooting opportunities was Westwood. But when shots did develop from Divine Child, 6 saves on those 7. So Westwood performing very well and reading where DC's trying to go with the ball from their own goal line. So Westwood, big time defensive play in game 3 to respond, to get themselves the series lead back. But this is such an ebb and flow type of series.
It really is.
This really does feel like a chess match where one team has a slight advantage and taken away by the other. And we just keep going back and forth, trading pieces until eventually there's only going to be one left standing.
Well, I mean, just think about some of the pre-reads that Westwood had on the defensive end. Think about that one shot in particular where I pointed out Jaduko somehow, some way, just saw the passing lane, saw the shooting lane. My apologies, and just jumped the gun and took away the opportunity before it even presented itself. Like that to me is just such a 200 IQ play, and it's just so deflating deflating, my apologies, if you're a Divine Child in that situation, because you know for a fact that you're like, oh, maybe I got them beat here in this situation, and then all of a sudden it's like someone's there, they're blocking you, you can't even get the ball close enough for even a follow-up attempt for your teammate to kind of come through and punch it in for you too, to maybe even cut the deficit in half, get some momentum in your favor. It just is not working out. So it's so frustrating in that game, at least for Divine Child, but they have to go back to the drawing board because now there's a new 5 minutes on the clock, and it's a whole new ball game.
It is, and you have Mythics being subbed in for Lil Welchie as well, which is something we have seen from Divine Child previously, making mid-series substitutions. So I'm wondering how that'll pan out for Divine Child. We'll see. Substitutions aren't common at this event. We have seen several teams doing that, but going into game 4, we're sorting things out on the technical side as well. So it's kind of a timeout for both teams to settle in, make sure they're still staying calm up on the land stage, even as we do get into the back half of this quarterfinal single elim best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, get up, and not get up necessarily. I'm not sure what the rules are as far as like the competitive standpoint goes, but like at least sit there in your chair, shake it out a little bit, put the controller down, wipe the sweat off your hands, because for a fact, there's some sweaty palms out here. But at the same time, I mean, like you said, it is like a little bit of a timeout. Both teams do, in fact, have a timeout in the series because it's a best of 7. We did see one utilized last series. Haven't seen it utilized just yet in this series, but I mean, maybe after this game, we could potentially see that timeout being utilized and maybe get something going there for a little bit of strategery for these teams. But nonetheless, we're going to hop into this next game. Game number 4 officially underway over here in Utopia Coliseum. We're going to see who is going to win this one. Is it going to be Divine Child to tie up the series, or is Westwood going to move on to match point?
Ooh, nice touch right there. Had a lick of boost left and used it to get an extra little bump on that ball. Threw off the Westward players advancing. And we'll follow it up with a sidewall pinch that forces a Dent to play that ball backwards into the corner. And that's a touch from the sidewall. Nick attempted skim. Not sure if he made contact, but either way, Mythics was there to meet it. And we are in a serious bout for possession right now. No real opportunities to score for either team just yet, but this could be the first for Westwood. And out of nowhere, a Dent fires one off the crossbar, and the follow-up from Nick turned aside by Afam.
Yeah, I expect that shot to be made by a Dent if it was somebody else, but a Dent, I mean, right place, right time, great execution, just a tad bit off target, so it's just so disheartening to kind of see that photo finish there towards the tail end. But a minute off the clock officially, both of these teams, I would say more or less Westwood at this point in time, had a couple of opportunities to kind of score first, but nonetheless, they fall to the wayside.
Chasing this ball down, we'll beat Mythics to it, and Mythics needed to get a touch on that ball apparently, as the net was exposed for Divine Child, and Nick, I guess, realized it, placed his shot on, and easy does it. Westwood's up 1-0.
Yeah, good job right there for Westwood, scoring first. It looked like they were in danger too on the defensive end, but at the same time, they found a way to break away and just turn that into a stroke of luck and a stroke of on the offensive end. Sorry, I have a little bit of a stroke myself as far as that goes, but nonetheless, still a good opening goal right there for Westwood.
You can't just say something like that and then throw it back to me, Whoops. You're killing me, my man. But
I love you, Bethik. You're good enough for it, man.
Nice save by Mythics there. Westwood setting themselves up on the offensive end again. They've been doing a much better job the first 2 minutes of this game and the previous at establishing themselves in the offensive end, getting multiple shots on target before Divine Child can find themselves a clear. And right now, they are just peppering that backboard of DC before eventually nearly finding a goal. That first opportunity is no good as Mythics came up clutch on the goal line, and Gribble called into action next up, making a wonderful block. Now clearing down the side. It was a double from off bomb over towards Mythics, but they couldn't put a shot on. Oh my word, Divine Child. Getting close to conceding in defense, but nothing there.
2 minutes and 35 seconds left. Here comes Mythics now. Good 50-50 right there from Nick. Listens over into the corner. Right back towards midfield. A breakaway right now for Westwood to try to set it up. I was going to say Nick was the perfect person in that situation to try to do that. Dent's going to fire a shot towards the right-hand side. He saved away right there initially from Opbomb. But a little bit of a mix-up I was concerned about over on the defensive end right there for Divine Child. You've seen Opbomb and Mythics. Both of them were on the same spot, and neither one of them kind of called the I got it. They do escape that situation, and now they're trying to mount their opportunity here on the offensive end with 2 minutes remaining.
Dribble going up, beaten by Duduco. Opbomb Backing off, recognizing that Jaduko was low on boost, but that plan
in.
doesn't go. All right, speaking of not going to plan, both teams I think had opportunities there to score on an open net, but both were missed. All right, chaos is erupting on the field right now. Off-bomb gets a demo, and Mythic's last back and doesn't actually find the clear. It was a dent finding the last touch. What is going on?
And this is what we were talking about. The catalyst is what I was referring to. Somehow, some way, the pace of play just gets picked up. More mistakes start to happen, and you start to see more demolitions, more risks start to happen as well. Westwood was on the receiving end of that one, though. Divine Child had them dead to rights. Speaking of which, now Westwood's pushing their own offensive agenda onto the backs of Divine Child's defense. And Divine Child's defense stands so strong. Nick now with a clear, still not out of trouble just yet. That was Mythics trying to center that one for Gribble potentially. Gribble now a little bit of trouble as well. Hotbomb and Gribble, both future teammates over from Michigan State. They're fighting for the ball, trying to desperately get this one over towards the blue half to maybe tie this one up.
Oh, Mythics flies past that one. Gribble will have his teammates back. Find it clear down the other end. Divine Child needs to make something of this. At the center ball, two blue cars jump, but Jaduko had the boost to stay in position and get back to the play. Find a clear. Look for Nick. Look for the back of the nets. Westwood a 2-0 lead with just about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, we see a play similar to this one that was being presented early on. And this time the execution is flawless. It's Jaduko and Nick for the tail end of that passing play, and it was just a thing of genie right there. The second goal finding its mark. Westwood trying to make their mark here as well on the series score tally sheet. 25 seconds left for match point. Divine Child needed for everything at the backs of Westwood's board. And there's a shot. It's open. It's Op-Bomb from the side.
It's not everything just yet, but it is something. Nice setup by Gribble. A simple corner bounce, and there was space in the Westwood defensive rotation to take advantage of that. Good shot by Op-Bomb as well to polish off the play. And all right, 1-goal lead for Westwood in the final 20 seconds. Take an opportunity to put it back to 2. Sets up Jaduko off the back wall, who then sets up a dent for an easy finish. 3-1, and we can take a deep breath again.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just so disheartening right there because the Divine Child, they fought for that last goal, and to see an easy one off of the kickoff, just so disheartening right there. But Westwood definitely earned that one. Just got to put that shot accurately on target. They did just that. Unfortunate. Now a little bit of trickery right there. I like that from Nick. Going back to just stall enough time, get that 100 boost to try to maybe control the ball. This one's lingering though. Mythics covered up by Jaduko. Not going to find its mark, so the ball's going to roll towards midfield. Westwood hang on, win this matchup 3-1.
How many times have we seen Jaduko and usually someone else caught out of position in a double commit or a misread or whatever, and then Jaduko somehow get back to make a read on the play? That very easily could have been a setup for some 0-second shenanigans at the end of game 4. But Jaduko, great defensive performance. And on the offensive side as well, 3 assists, a playmaker badge on the offensive side of the ball. Nick and a dent doing all the scoring, but Jaduko dishing it out that game.
Yeah, I mean, Jaduko was the person who we haven't really talked about. He had a good showing yesterday. We called his name a few times on the offensive end. I don't think he's really had much luck today in this series in particular as far as like a scoring wise goes. But, you know, you got to credit the passers. Sometimes you got to give the rock to the hot hand. In this situation, it's Nick. In this situation, it's a dent. Whatever it may be, it's a team game. Ultimately, at the end of the day, everybody has a role. And basically, if your role changes mid-series, or maybe you're just not feeling it, you didn't get a good warm-up, maybe your seat's just a little bit awkwardly leaning to the left. I don't know what it is, Bepic. You know, some crazy things happening out there. But regardless of what it is, you know, he's still making his mark here on the offensive end for Westwood.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously 3 assists in that game. 2 goals out of the 10 that Westwood have put up in the 4 games so far in this best of 7. So contributing on both ends of the pitch. It's good to see. This is why I said Westwood is so dangerous, because if you look at the lineup, Jaduko can be overshadowed at times by Nick.
Exactly.
It was a mechanical explosion waiting to blow up, and Nick hasn't always been needed for Westwood to win games. Has created space absolutely in offense for Westwood, but there have been games where Nick has been held in check, where Divine Child has had a good read on the solo play heavy transition game of Westwood, and then you see other players step up for Westwood. So Divine Child, they got to find a way to counter the entire team, and at times that is just too much.
Yeah, well, Divine Child is going to talk about it right now. There is a timeout on the pitch for Divine Child, and there's also another sub as well. They're bringing back, I forgot, my apologies. They're sitting Mythics, my apologies, and they're bringing Welch back. So Lil Welchie has the green light to start. This potentially could be the last game of the season here for the defending champions, Divine Child.
Your season could end now, and more kickoff shenanigans. You'd hate to end your season on a weird kickoff play like that, but Nick just loves taking the ball into their own corner and then bumping, stopping the ball. I don't know, whatever weird stuff you can dream up on a Rocket League pitch, Nick is probably doing it. But it doesn't pan out as DC is given the opening shot of the game. Dribble stopped by a Dent. Juduco, no on boost. A Dent the same, so up plays a 50-50 that should leak back center. Or Gribble, flip reset. No, a pass to Op-Bomb. Love the opportunity right there, but the defense is all over it.
Yeah, that was a good take right there from Op-Bomb. He actually made contact with it as well. It took two members from Westwood right there to kind of get in the shooting lane. And in possession, speaking of good shots, Juduco just going ham right now off the sidewall. Flip, reset, getting it past Op-Bomb.
Oh, went from 3 assists, no goals last game to a worldie of a goal this game. 40 seconds in, that was the first possession offensively for Westwood, and Juduco made the most of it. Now right back to it. Ground pinch. That's in. Juduco stepping up big time. What a pair of plays.
Yeah, I guess he heard me during the intermission right here, but 53 miles per hour right in the face of Lil Welchie, who had a first-class seat to that ground pinch. That was a thing of beauty, and that is why Westwood is such a strong team. Juduco stepping up big time for his team, but on the flip side of things, look at Nick stepping up big time defensively. 2 saves, only gets credited with 1, but at the same time, those are 2 big time saves right there for Nick.
That's got to be a little disheartening for Divine Child. Hopefully they recover from it, but my word, what a showcase of mechanical ability from Juduco in the opening moments of a closeout game, which I was talking about earlier, being tough to perform at your best during. We saw nerves affecting Putnam in the last series, but quite obviously, Juduco was unfazed, though that is a miss. He is still human, good to know, as Westwood will keep their 2-goal lead intact. Divine Child can't build offense off the whiff.
Yeah, it just hurts so much as well because Divine Child called a timeout after this one. This is the breakaway right here for Gribble. He might have something, but Juduco going to go ahead and pick up a save for himself on the flip side of things. But like I was saying, though, Divine Child, they definitely called a timeout there trying to talk about some things, and they even subbed Lil Welchie back in. Not working out for them opening out, but still a long game to go, only 2-0. Speaking of which, the deficit going to be cut in half now. A great goal right here from Gribble, but the setup from Op-Bomb is what makes it count.
That's a bandage goal right there for Divine Child. It stops the bleeding. Westwood was on a tear. They were really putting it to Divine Child and looking confident in doing so, but that brings them back down to earth, and it cuts the lead to 1. You forget sometimes when you give up 2 crazy goals like what Juduco scored, it feels like you're down by way more than just 2, and I mean, now Westwood have their lead cut to 1, make sure they're still settled in after the early celebrations, perhaps, after a pair of phenomenal goals, but we'll see. Still a game of Rocket League, or still half a game of Rocket League left to go, and Nick required on the goal line to make a big save.
Yeah, another big save for Nick. I believe that's his 2nd or 3rd at least of this game. 4th, keeping his team 4th. Yeah, I just looked at the scoreline myself. Ground pinch going to be denied by Nick once again, but does not have enough muster to kind of get that one over towards the left side. He's going to pick up his 5th save, but Lil Welchie going to pick up his 1st goal here and tie the ball game right back up at the midway point.
Dribble says, you like ground pinches? Here's a ground pinch for you. Forces a bad touch off of Nick's car, and that is an easy cleanup for Lil Welchie, making an impact after being subbed back in. 2-2, we're tied just like that. I was getting hyped for Juduco, but now Divine Child taking the spotlight right back, and Op-Bomb to change things for the go-ahead goal. Can't get the ball past Juduco, though. Next touch from Lil Welchie. That's a lot to be desired. Dribble has to get back to the play. Westwood given a little bit of time in offense.
Yeah, such a good setup right there for Westwood, and a little bit of panic defense right there for Divine Child, but at the same time, they escape. Speaking of escape, look at Gribble now trying to tack one more on. 2 unanswered goals to tie up the game in favor of Divine Child, trying to hunt for the third. Hop bomb. Awkward situation, no boost as well. There goes Nick, he's up in the air. Gribble with a great takeaway. A dent, soft floater. Jaduko, always dangerous. He retreats back to his side. Hop bomb, no contention. Nice little ground pinch pass to himself and fires a shot on target, but that's saved away by Nick, who picks up his 6th save of this game.
Dribble's looking for Op-Bomb, but Adent's the player that ended up shooting off of that pass center. Op-Bomb does get a chance on the rock, though. And it's a double commit out of Westwood to stop him there, which leaves that exposed. And Divine Child on a run right now. Gribble scoring his 2nd of the game, and DC's up.
Yeah, if DC needs to get hot, it's definitely in this situation right here. Westwood on match point. Divine Child fighting to stay alive. And they take the lead late here. Minute and 17 seconds left. See if they can pull off another goal here. Good kickoff strategy. Lil Welchie pays the price to advance that one. Adent says, next time, let me get that ball. Over here towards the right side now. Gribble. Adent's going to push that one pass right back towards the orange half. Slow touch. Lil Welchie. He might have an open net here. Jaduko has to play it fast. He does off the backboard. Op-Bomb going to try to size it up. Jaduko just everywhere on the pitch out here. He's going to fire his own shot now. Gribble's going to save it away. 50 seconds left. Can Westwood tie this ball game up and force overtime?
In this position, Welchie's the first to the ball, but off the backboard. That is a nice clear found by Nick. Op-Bomb collects, however. Low on boost, still the teammate center, but Jaduko in the middle of the passing lane. Nick to extend. Jaduko in a 1v1-ish. 2 players on low boost. Op-Bomb rotating back. A double commit in defense for Divine Child. Doesn't matter. Great touch right there to get the ball out of danger, out to the side. DC holding on to their 1-goal lead.
16 seconds left. Good save from Gribble. Jaduko, he fires a shot as well that was respected by the defense. Final seconds ticking away. DC, they have possession. They're dropping back to the defensive side as well, trying to stop Westwood from tying this one up. Jaduko finds a lane, though. Off the backboard is Gribble. Gribble kills it right in the face of Nick. Divine Child hang on, and they win the 2nd game of the series to force game number 5.
Man, if you left to get snacks or whatever after kind of the 2nd minute of this game completed, and you come back to see Divine Child won that 3-2, you are probably astounded right now. That was a nice comeback by DC. Levied 14 shots on target, and that was just too much for Westwood, despite 6 saves put up by Nick. That's kind of absurd, as Westwood, with the heroics of Jaduko early on in that game, I thought they had it. But
I thought they had it too.
Again, a closeout game proves too much, at least initially, for the team that goes up early on in a best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the 6 saves for Nick over there on the Westwood side of the pitch, but you have to talk about Jaduko, the person who scored the first 2 opening goals here for Westwood, and we were just counting the tallies at this point. We're like, man, Jaduko's activated. This is going to be dangerous for Divine Child, but they just threw all that to the wayside, and they basically were like, we're going to go ahead and pop off ourselves. 3 unanswered goals since those 2 first opening goals for Jaduko, and on top of that, Jaduko was just a monster. 6 shots. And Divine Child had to respect every single one of them to force this game number 6 right here. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. I said game 5. This is actually game 6, and this is Neo Tokyo.
We get Neo Tokyo again. I was worried for Divine Child's prospects, but some stellar defense has gotten them to this point, and it continues to propel them forward. Great save there on the goal line. Dribble coming up clutch, and they do it again. Nick on the ball. Jaduko pre-jumping. Op-Bomb finds the save and Gribble to extend. Is Lil Welchie low on boost, I'll admit, but some time on the ball nonetheless. Op-Bomb to extend. Welchie still can't go up for it, nothing in the tank. We'll stay tied 0-0 with Divine Child getting a little bit of time in the offensive end, which they can't do much with.
Yeah, right back towards midfield. That was Gribble who was dribbling that one. Nick with the takeaway. Right into the hands of Gribble, though. Gribble sees a lane over towards the left side for Op-Bomb. Op-Bomb just had no boost to kind of try to combat that and advance that one over back towards the respectable shot. Good shot right there from Nick as well. Op-Bomb with the save. Wrap around now. Dent still keeping possession. Back we go. A far clear for Op-Bomb. This one could be dangerous, and it is. Divine Child gonna strike first here on Neo Tokyo.
And if you're going just by name, that is the signature play of Op-Bomb. A bomb to the opposite field, just a hard clear on an open net, and Westwood wasn't prepared for it. Way too spread out. That is a great realization by the star of Divine Child, and an important first goal in this game 6.
Well, it's just unfortunate. Speaking of which, look at the dent now. Going to score off the kickoff. I was going to try to break down that play one more time. I was going to say it's just unfortunate because you saw Westwood. They had an opportunity on the offensive end to score that one. It was a great beat, but the wraparound pass, I believe, from Jidoku, I think it was Nick or a dent on the right side of that just could not finish the play. That left that opportunity open for Opbom to just kind of score that one from far, but doesn't matter nonetheless. This goes back to a 0-0 quote-unquote score line over here for Westwood versus Divine Child.
Given room thanks to Lil Welchie putting his life on the line. So we're clear for Divine Child. They move forward. They build off of it. Opbom off the ceiling. Nick kind of the same. Good 50-50. And the follow from Nick. Got it past 2. Is there a third? Yes, indeed there is. Nick just took over to put Westwood in front.
Yeah, we haven't seen this domination out of Nick since game number 1, basically, but man, oh man, what a thing of beauty this one was. You think back to how this one started. It started from his corner, essentially, and winning a big-time 50-50, and he just passes it to himself, calls his own number once again, and he scores towards the tail end of that play. Such a beautiful play right there from Nick.
Coming in, showed why right there. Jaduko, though, could be called the same. Another step-up solo play from a Westwood player. It's Jaduko back in the spotlight.
Yeah, Menace got to put 2 people in front of him to kind of block this shot. Essentially, that one still finds its mark, though. Finds the passing lane. Finds the shooting lane. Apologies, and just a soft touch that he just gathers it right back up. No kickoff shenanigans for Westwood. Opbom off of the ceiling. He has a pinch. Not a hard one, but still makes contact. Gets demoed for his efforts as well. Here comes Nick now, trying to hunt for the secondary touch. He does find it. Jaduko finishes it. A great play, a great setup. And it's all courtesy of Nick right here with this double tap pass.
Oh, and I was watching the player games. I noticed this after Westwood scored their 3rd, but it's still true after their 4th. The pop-off from Westwood after scoring. They are feeling good right now. The adrenaline's going, and the scoreboard obviously very much skewed in their favor. They have put themselves in a phenomenal position to close this series out in 6 and advance to top 4.
2 minutes and 50 seconds for Westwood to see if that storyline comes true. Divine Child, they're time to pop the tail end of games. Can they keep that same momentum? Chance right there for Gribble and Opbom to kind of score, take some of that momentum in their favor. And we haven't talked about this just yet either, Bapik. Westwood, though, they do allow Divine Child back in these games. Speaking of which, Opbom and Gribble going to connect one more time. Only down by 2 now is Divine Child.
Still only the first in a streak of 3 required for Divine Child. And they have 2.5 minutes left to do it. We'll see if they're up to the task, if they have got the ice in their veins necessary to come up clutch in a game like this with their backs against the ropes. Dribble's running ahead, looking for anybody to demo, but finds no blue cards as they were already up in the air, finding clears, finding an opportunity in offense as Nick takes a shot. It is stopped by the defense. Bomb to clear. Locates Gribble up in the air, but off to the ceiling. That ball falls right into Nick's outstretched arms. No shot on target for Nick, but it is possession for Westwood.
And then 55 seconds left. Divine Child on the push. Off the backboard, Gribble just missing the double tap. Welchie shooting too high as well. Opbom, no boost, really. Trying to keep that pressure on a dent. Ends up with the ball over on the orange half. Slow play. Trying to make the defense guess. Good demolition from Gribble as well. Jaduko was sizing that one up. He was maybe calling his number, maybe trying to pull Nick forward as well. This is a soft touch, and it's going to go in. Little Welchie on the cross. Redirect. Going to go ahead and score another one. Down by 1 now is Divine Child.
Hey, whatever works. Sometimes you need a heat-seeking missile of a shot to find the back of a net, but sometimes all you need is a little bouncer. Soft one from Welchie's car, going top left and found the perfect gap in the defense of Westwood. Wonderfully done, and now Opbom going back wall, but a dent redirects it. Westwood still clinging to a 1-goal lead. They're going to add on to it, though. What a counterattack to stop the bleeding and hold Divine Child at arm's length.
Yeah, this is just a good cutoff right there from Jaduko. Little Welchie did not expect that touch to go by him. You saw him try to flip past it and guess as to where that ball was going to go. He guessed in the wrong direction, and essentially Nick was there on the receiving end for that pass. Gribble, though, off of the kickoff. We've seen several kickoff goals, not only just today, but yesterday as well. So I never count either one of these teams out, but oh my goodness, a heroic save on the tail end of that one from Gribble. Juduko, I thought he had that one dead to rights, but nonetheless, 60 seconds left, down by 2 now. Devon Child have to push to force this overtime.
And they're not allowed. Juduko, big clear, finds Nick, and that ought to be it. Westwood balloon their lead back to 3. That is some kind of buffer they now have in the final minute.
Yeah, 51 seconds left, 3 goals. It's definitely doable. You have to believe. If you're Divine Child, if you're a fan of them, get loud. This could be potentially the last game of the season. Good bump. Kickoff strategy as well. Gribble, he had it. He had that bump on the tail end of it, just not fast enough for the offense right there for Divine Child. 43 seconds left. Could this be it, Pepe?
It very well could. I think it might be Jaduko. If that 6th goal wasn't the nail in the coffin, this 7th just might be. 38 seconds, I think, might be a little too little time for 4 goals out of Divine Child. Westwood all but securing their spot in semis.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate right there. That one just rolls in and up by 4 now. 35 seconds left. Almost feels like a victory lap at this point right now if you're Westwood. Just got to stall the clock out just enough. Hop bomb towards midfield. Ricochet off the ceiling. Off towards the back wall as well. Jaduko, dangerous territory. No boost. Just kind of floats that one right there into the hands of Gribble. But nonetheless, a hard-fought victory for Westwood. Their offense just too much to handle for Divine Child in the long run. A secondary shot. The defense standing tall and Dent not going to allow that one to cross the finish line. All zeros on the clock now off the ceiling, and that one's going to hit the ground. Westwood advance over to the quarterfinals. Congratulations to them. 7-3 victory here to close out this series.
That was a great fight by Divine Child, but it was not enough. Westwood was too good too consistently to drop that best of 7. So they move on. Congratulations to them. Good season from Divine Child, but unfortunately couldn't get it done on the Nationals stage. That was a fun one, though. Whoops.
It was.
Again, there were a couple of times where I was concerned about us going the distance, but hey, we got to Neo Tokyo again.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I agree with you on that one, Bepik. It was definitely a heck of a job by both of these teams. I honestly thought we were going to see game number 7 right there, but like I said before, the offense just too strong right there for Westwood, and the Cardinals advance, and I guarantee they're happy about that one. But we're going to see who they're going to be playing as well. It's going to be either Tekka or Waka in the semifinals waiting for them tomorrow. So hopefully we're going to see that match later on today. I believe the next matchup we're going to have now is going to be Prosper versus Franklin, I believe, who's the next matchup. Oh, okay, never mind. It's going to be Tekka versus Waka. My apologies. But regardless, Bepik, I mean, this has been the high school level, the Nationals over here. Over at the Hy-Vee Arena. I want to talk about middle school real quick, if that's okay with you. The Middle School Esports League, the MSEL. You guys want to start there at the middle school level, so go ahead and discover the exciting world of youth esports with the Middle School Esports League. The MSEL is where you can play your favorite games, make new friends, and develop valuable skills for the future. So you want to learn about teamwork, communication, and good sportsmanship, all within a safe, secure, and structured season. Don't miss out on the action for MSEL. And find out how your school can get involved. Visit msel.gg to start your esports journey today. We'll be right back with you guys with an interview with the winners of Westwood. So stay with us through this break. It's Bepik and Whoopshu over here for the Nationals for HSEL.
any second now. And it's that time once again. I'm here with Nick from Westwood High School in New Jersey. How you doing today, Nick?
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
How are you feeling after that last game?
I feel really good. It was a great win that we deserved. Yeah.
Divine Child. Now, I believe that was your recent game, wasn't it? Divine Child. Now, the previous year's winners. How does it feel to defeat the previous champs?
I think we deserved it more. After seeing how they play, after seeing how we play, I think we're just a better team. That we. Sorry.
This cough is sponsored by Oakley.
No, I wasn't really nervous going into the game. I think we just had it covered. So.
Well, I guess now that the defending champ is over, who is your next on the list to defeat?
Probably Putnam. Even though we beat them in another tournament in Connecticut, I still think they're probably the best team that we probably have to face soon. So.
Well, definitely be quite the game, and we're excited to see. It's good talking to you, Nick.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
So I'm Coach Rudy. I'm a teacher at Westwood Regional High School. I'm also our coach and our manager. So the opponents that we're looking forward to competing against are all the West Coast teams. We've actually faced all of the East Coast teams from this tournament, from HSEL Premier, and then also other lands during the season. So luckily the group stage on day one will allow us to be able to get a taste of the field for all the opponents we have faced so far, and then see how we stack up against the other schools now that it's been a couple of weeks at this point since we haven't faced them. So we'll see how they've grown and we've grown as well, and then see how that transitions into the knockout stage. So last year we had a good group, but one of our seniors graduated, and so then we put in Dante. And these guys have synergy, being friends over the years and playing Rocket League all together. I truly believe that they can take it home, even if the off chance that we don't. The fact that these guys are all juniors, we still have another year together, and so it's really about making a name for ourselves and making a splash on the national scene and showing that these three guys are really a trio to be messed with.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is TapU.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. We practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success, is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like two that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
So I know a lot of people that, you know, love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, you know, displays their passion for esports because, you know, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that that can be put away, that stereotype.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, you know, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, you know, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, you know, help guide them through, you know, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now we have, our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building eSport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had, you know, this group not have, you know, persisted and, you know, kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but you know, taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, you know, just beyond, you know, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom. It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it.
They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
Okay, my name is Vic, also known as Vic, and I'm GC3 in Rocket League. How it feels to qualify, it feels great. I'm really excited just to be there. We worked so hard to just get to this point. We've put so much effort into it. We're just really excited to be here. My mindset coming into this is obviously that we want to win, but I really want to make sure that we're able to focus up and we're able to play correctly and just execute correctly in this environment and get everything down right. My expectations for this competition is for us to win, but we just want to try our absolute best. That's our expectations coming in. I want a top 4. That's my expectation. I'm looking forward to playing Tekka because I know their players personally, and I want to show them what we can do as a team. Definitely. Another team that I'm looking forward to playing is PSA, because I want to play against the best, and I feel like they're probably closer there. Winning HSEL Nationals would mean a lot to me, but that's because we worked so hard to get here. We've put in so many hours within the past 3 years. It'd definitely be a dream come true for me and my team. For school, it'd definitely be making history. Because we're online school, we don't really have sports for them to win trophies or anything. So we'd kind of be their first set of sports athletics trophies. The number one reason we're going to be lifting the trident is because we're the best.
My name is Amy Doyle. I am a middle school teacher at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I am the district coach for our esports program. Yeah, so our esports program started last school year when I started teaching here at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I had approached the principal and said, hey, I would be really interested in starting an esports program here at the school. I think there's enough interest with the kids. And he was like, you know what, that's an awesome idea. Let's see how they like it. So for the first year, our team was a local team. We competed with students within our school district, and we had little championships, but we had enough students that it was taking multiple days to get through our championships in district. We had about 37 students sign up in our first year of esports, and all we played was Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League. So obviously there was this really strong interest in esports here, and I was really excited about that because I'm a big gamer myself. A couple of things that I'm super proud of with our program: it makes it so accessible for our students who wouldn't traditionally be involved in something with our athletics department, and those students have not only hopped in and participated, they have risen to the occasion and have been able to hop into leadership roles such as team captains for some of our games, which has been just something I've been unbelievably proud of with our students. A specific moment this season that I was particularly proud of was our Splatoon team made it into the playoffs for the middle school fall major, or spring majors, I should say. And they were so excited just to be able to play on the nationals. In the quarterfinal match, we met with the other team, and they said, hey, we're down a player because we're on spring break and they're not able to reach us. We know that according to rules, you guys could just claim the forfeit, but we're hoping that you'd still be willing to play with us. And my students were just so excited to play. They were like, yeah, absolutely. We still want to play. We want to have a good time. It was spectacular. It's the kind of joy and sportsmanship that I really love seeing with this program. I wouldn't be able to do this program without my assistant to the coach, Dr. Christopher Paddocky. He wrangles in our chess kids because I cannot wrap my brain around that game, and he is phenomenal with them. I also very much want to thank Brian Ulrich, who is our school principal, who has supported this program from the very first moment of me saying, hey, I think this is something we should have here at the school. I am so excited this fall to officially launch our high school esports league. We have been rocking it here at the middle school. I know that the high schoolers are itching to get into the program as well. We'll be playing the same 5 games that we play at the middle school, which is Mario Kart, Rocket League, Splatoon 3, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, and chess.com. And then at the high school level, we'll play all 5 of those. Plus, we are going to be adding Valorant into our repertoire at the high school level. I've been plugged in with the video game culture since before teaching. This past year, I had the privilege of being able to present at PAX East about my experience of bringing video games into the classroom in esports, which was just phenomenal. So it's something that I'm very obviously passionate about, and I love sharing that passion with my students.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
My name is Haley Simpkins. I go to Interlochen Junior Senior High School. I am in 12th grade and I compete in Apex Legends. We took the fall season off because my team and I, we just met each other this year. So we took the fall season off to really get to know each other and build synergy. And so during that time, I spearheaded like VOD reviewing other teams and they posted their videos on YouTube. And there was a really solid team that we found and we were just like, these guys are awesome. We need to be like them. And during our very second match in preseason, we actually got matched against them. And to be honest, we were kind of fangirling a little bit. And, you know, all that VOD reviewing and practice and just studying, it helped us so much. And we were able to come out with the win. And it was just a crazy experience. After graduation, I plan to attend the University of Florida. I've already been accepted to major in biology. Through a grant at my school, I have completed enough dual enrollment courses through the local community college that I've graduated my AA degree already. So I'll be ready to hit the ground running in the middle of my specialization for my bachelor's. And after that, I hope to attain my master's in forensic science. There's a lot of people who have truly helped me, both academically as a competitor of esports. There's just too many to choose, but if I had to choose one, it would have to be our coach and sponsor, Mrs. Harvey. To put it lightly, she has no idea about what esports is or how it works, but she's just super optimistic and she's always just so excited about what we're doing and how we're playing. And it's really good for morale. And at the end of the day, she helps us like de-stress and understand that we're sort of pioneering the way for our school. We didn't have esports until this year, but she's just been super helpful. She's amazing. And a lot of our success this year wouldn't have been without Mrs. Harvey. And it's really, really inspiring to know that just something as simple as playing a game could get people so excited and happy and just like ready to go. Yeah.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97, 98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage?
Hello and welcome back to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. live in Midwest. We have a battle of the Connections Academies, East versus West. One of them is a back-to-back fall-spring premier champion. Fun fact, each of their finals games went to Game 7. Maybe we'll see one right now. Had 2 Game 6s, one out of Game 7. The other is coming to you all the way from the East Coast, the Tech Tyrants. So let's get this match started. Washington Connects Academy, Tech Tyrants, bring them onto the stage. Let's go.
Welcome back to the HSEL Nationals Tournament for Rocket League. We are halfway through the quarterfinals of our single elimination bracket. Whoops you. Both series so far have gone to Game 6, have been absolute bangers, but the higher seeds have won so far. So going into this Tekka versus Waka match, I suppose Tekka are the favorites, but who knows what's going to happen here.
I mean, it's a coin flip, literally a coin flip. I would agree with you, though, that Tekka is, in fact, the favorites probably in this matchup. Number 3, Tekka taking on number 6, Waka. Of course, the Tyrants, though, trying to make their mark out here. There's a little bit of a slow start yesterday, you know, but at the same time, they started to pick things up towards the tail end of the stream for us. And on top of that, you know, impressive performance nonetheless for Waka as well, flipping on the other side. Colette, a little bit slow start for him, too, during our series. But, you know, he showed supreme as to why he was indeed the HSEL MVP finalist.
See, but for Waka, of all the teams finishing below 500 in series in the round robin stage, they had the best game differential. Only a -2. They went 6-8 with, I believe, a couple of Game 5s in there, in addition to their series win. So they are the best looking bottom seed, or at least in the bottom half of the bracket. So I really think this is going to be a very close series. Tekka coming out of the red group beat who they had to beat. They couldn't take down Putnam, but that's a quality loss. I don't care who you are, as Putnam has looked fantastic throughout this event. But I'm just very eager to get into this because so far 2 Neo Tokyo visits. I'm still waiting on the Champions Field visit. Maybe this is the one to deliver.
I 100% agree. This could be the game for Champions Field, the best of 7. You know, that could go to game number 7 for sure. But at the same time, I mean, this is Rocket League. We're going to see which team is going to reign supreme. We could see some sheer domination for Waka to come out here and maybe take out the Tyrants. But at the same time, we could see Tekka maybe come out here and put their best foot forward and maybe potentially take out Waka. But let's get started. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 1 officially underway.
Carlos going for a pinch, didn't have the boost funds to make that transaction, and so it's turned immediately the other way. Waka finding the opening goal out of nowhere.
Yeah, good goal right here, opening. Oscar just a dunk, like you said, trying to go for a cheeky little pinch and maybe get that one center for his teammates. Not necessary, just needed to put that one on target, and he did just that. Waka take the lead early.
Carlos a chance for redemption here, driven a shot towards Colat, but nice save on the goal line, keeps Waka in front. Colat will clear, only as far as Nuclear at the midfield line, but Vit next up, shot on, deflected by Bluey, and this time, no dunk on the Tekka goal line. So, 1-0 for now. Waka jumping out to an early lead, looking to add on to it, but that is a nice clear found by Carlos.
Yeah, if we have any success for Tekka right now, it's going to be off the back of that man right there, Bluey, who's going to bring up the ball. And yes, he's so gifted mechanically. You know, he pretty much just has this free rope to kind of just roam around the field in the 1v1 situation, and he just fills that role so well. And then on the flip side of things, you have Carlos, who just can pop off at any given time as well, and can, you know, pretty much just approach the net with poise and shoot some fiery spot-on shots on target. But it's going to take all 3 members of Tekka to kind of combining together to push past Waka.
Nice flip by Colat. Bluey had to play red from the get-go. So the transition into offense for Waka is short-lived. Tekka given another opportunity. 3 shots for them so far, nothing finding the back of the net. That one won't register though. It is way wide. And now Colat's got boost off the sidewall. A shot on, a shot in. Waka, an early lead as they go up 2-0.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate. Bluey been a little bit aggressive here in this situation. Carlos, he had enough boost, but he just kind of got himself out of position by boosting to a certain spot on the field. So unfortunately, on the backside of things. Nuclear could just not rotate back through fast enough for that shot. There's just a great touch towards the back end as well for Waka going up by 2. This double tap might find its way in. Carlos misses contact, but Bluey's there for the finish.
Third time's the charm here. I thought Nuclear might score it off the back wall here. Then I thought Carlos might score it, doubling it off the ground. But ultimately, it's Bluey that gives Tekka their first goal of their quarterfinal series. So 2-1. Waka's streak has been ended in the first 90 seconds. Good start from them, but now they might be going level, if not for Oscar making 2 big blocks. A pair of massive stops on the goal line keeps Waka in front.
How does Oscar make those saves? That is the question. I'm going to have to break that one down on some film review or something because that was insane. They had that goal to the right just like this one for the equalizer. Bluey's going to find his second. But man, oh man, you have to be feeling good in that situation if you're Oscar, but only a short-lived feel-good moment for him.
Right, and then another kind of Rocket League moment. You're feeling jubilation making those 2 big saves, but then you make a big mistake giving that ball right to Bluey. And Oscar was sort of the third man right there. So it's an easy finish for Bluey, and right back level. It only took about 90 seconds for us to come back level again after a fast start from Waka. I thought, okay, maybe the underdogs in quotation marks here by seeding might be having a fast start, trying to take it to Tekka early, but Tekka responded extremely quickly.
Yeah, and this is why we thought that this game and this series in particular can go to all the way, you know, the distance, the best of 7 essentially, because these 2 teams on paper and how they played yesterday basically are just so evenly matched. You know, either team can pop off at any given moment, and we can see this first game here go in favor of Tekka, or as Waka scores, we can see it go in favor of them, but I think it's going to be a back and forth series the whole entire time, all the way to game number 7. I can't decide who's going to win it, especially with how these 2 teams are playing.
Oh, that was a big mistake from Tekka, though, sending 2 for that center ball, and in the 50-50 challenge with the defense, it took an awful bounce if you're going to commit everyone to that offensive play. Easy finish for Oscar. Waka back out in front. Maybe another found here as Vic slams it off the back wall. Bluey backing in to the play will block Colat there.
There goes Nuclear, name we haven't called just yet. Bluey with the redirect. Oh my goodness. He does it in fashion for his 3rd goal. He got himself a hat trick already. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in this ball game. Phenomenal play right there. I was sizing up Nuclear for here because we saw him yesterday. We haven't even got to call his name just yet, but right now he's getting overshadowed by his 2 teammates.
Magnificent response right there. Bluey, right place, right time.
Oh,
wonderful
man.
Field presence, but it's countered immediately by incredible mechanical ability. This is why Colat is an HSEL MVP finalist.
Yeah, if you guys are a fan of offense in Rocket League, you come to the right place here for game number 1. Defense is not found right now. 2 minutes and 3 seconds left here. 7 goals scored. Lots of shots being taken as well. Some tremendous saves, but ultimately it's been the offense of each of these teams that have pretty much been going back and forth. Another chance right here for Bluey to tack one more on. He's denied though. That's Vic putting his hand up in the face of Bluey. Nuclear now trying to pop off. Collat says, I'm not gonna give you any space to make you feel comfortable. Nuclear race into the ceiling, just missing contact. This could lead to an opportunity right here for Waka.
Oh, Colat misread, but Carlos respected possibility to hit the ball right there, so it's a wifty, but that coming away with possession. Nuclear, a carry, goes off the crossbar, and now Carlos on the wrong side of an odd man rush, but his teammates do get back quickly, and regardless, it doesn't matter. That is a wonderful touch. Great read by Carlos. Again, making a big stop, finding the ball out to Bluey, who tries to dunk Vic, and will get a piece of that ball. So Tekka doing well to keep this game in a manageable state, but they are still down by 1.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now out of Tekka. Even though they're down by 1, their strategy, I can see it. Carlos is kind of like playing this Daniel role from G2. Basically, he has free reign to kind of either go for an individual play, but he's also being that solid 3rd man in rotation to be the hero and the savior. Then, of course, you have Bluey right here, who's been absolutely popping off, has himself 3 goals, but 8 shots total for Bluey, so he has kind of free reign. And then you got Nuclear, who's just kind of picking up all the slack as well. But nonetheless, 30 seconds left here in game number 1. Waka lead by 1.
Oscar, a little lobber towards net, making sure Carlos is awake, and Carlos going after it is awake, but doesn't make contact. So more offense for Waka, and a low boost call is again needed on the near side to pinch out, clearing the zone, but they really don't have much position right now in the offensive end. And now Bluey's in a 1v2, but dodges the bump, gets the ball out to the side, and sets up Tekka for maybe some late game heroics.
I was going to say that was a chance right there for Tekka on the counter attack, but Waka just kind of snuffed that one out. Still 0 seconds. Carlos has enough boost to kind of keep that one up. Oscar pops it into the corner. There goes the 50-50. It's going to ricochet off the ceiling right into the hands of Nuclear, who kind of just hits it towards the side, towards midfield, to no avail. Waka, the underdog, quote unquote, in this situation, going to go ahead and take game number 1.
That was a great game, though.
It really
13
was.
shots for Tekka, 8 for Waka, and it's just that early lead. I think that helped Waka. Once you have a buffer in a series like this, it calms you down a bit, because obviously these teams played round 3, round robin on the stage today, or at least on LAN today, but now you're in single elimination. The complexion of a LAN match changes when you are put down to your last life. We were playing for seeding yesterday in the first half of today, but now it's do or die. You have to show up on the LAN stage or your season is done right here. And Waka, that comes with nerves that they weathered very well in the opening stages of game 1.
I agree, man. Both of these teams came out absolutely on fire, and it just came down to who had more gas in the tank, almost literally at some points in time. And basically, Waka just kind of snuck by through here. They did tremendous on the defensive end, taking away a lot of those opportunities, and they started to find an answer for Bluey, who had himself 3 goals, like I said beforehand, for Tekka. So, I mean, a good job bouncing back, and on top of that, you know, redirecting your game plan, essentially, as to what was happening out there on the pitch. So hats off to Walker for winning game number 1.
And taking advantage of the rare mistakes from Tekka, the openings through the midfield towards open nets, or just to get any kind of agency in offense. Waka had some pretty good field vision from their defensive third, but Tekka dropping game 1. We'll see how they answer back here on Forbidden Temple. Carlos has early presence now, slams it off the back wall, forces a miss out of Colat. But Carlos's shot at the ultimate end of that play was stuffed by Oscar.
Still not done just yet either. Collat stretching out for that one, using all of his boost, trying to maybe have that one ricochet off of the ceiling, maybe waterfall down for one of his teammates to kind of pick that shot back up, but kind of falls to the wayside. It's a good pass upfield. That's Oscar firing a shot. Carlos does pick up a save for it. Not really a threatening shot just yet, but still keeping the pressure on right now is Waka. Open net. Oscar. What a bump I believe Collat had on the last defender.
Yeah, Carlos popped that up, tried to get a flip reset, but it didn't go anywhere. But it doesn't matter. You got Bluey and Nuclear behind you. Nope. Bluey sent in the next week, and that is an easy finish for Oscar. What a heads-up play I call that.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar popped off yesterday as well. He did definitely, helped out Collat and Vic some of their games, but didn't really get a chance to call his name, and it's good to kind of see him pop off and score the first goal for Waka to pick up right where they left off in that last game. Let's go right back to work, though. Tekka, you can't sleep on them. Firing the shot right there is Bluey. Usually that one on target for him. It's going to fall to the wayside. Maybe a missed opportunity right there for Tekka.
So they'll play defense as their punishment. They're doing so well at the moment. Vic might have control here. Does beat Bluey to the ball, but they will lose car privileges for a moment. And so with that opening, Nuclear finds a clear. Ball off the ceiling, down to Bluey, but not before it's taken away by Oscar. Field vision and defense, and that was an open net for Vic that they skied. There was a player in their face, so it's not easy to recognize that open net, but the opportunity was there.
Right back to work is Waka and company. This was off the backboard. Vic with the breach of breach. No boost needed. He finds the secondary touch, and Waka go up by 2.
Hey, can't hit the open net? No problem if you make up for it with a shot like that. Wonderful play by Vic. Waka finding themselves another early pair of goals in a massive game. I mean, they are setting the tone very well, not just early in games, but early in this best of 7.
Such a ridiculous shot. Just watching that one back on the replay. Speaking of which, Carlos gonna get credited with another goal. First one of this, actually, I think it's the first one of his series, actually. He didn't score one last game, but nonetheless, still cuts the deficit in half.
Yeah, that's a much-needed goal right there. Nice stuff by Carlos and helped by Nuclear to set it up. Tekka again stopping the bleeding, getting things settled in, and right back to business as Carlos again attempts to score, but somehow Vic keeps that ball out. How many balls have we seen about 90% of the way into the net, but stay out? Absurd defense from Waka.
Yeah, that was insane right there. I don't understand still how that one did not go in, but not out of harm's way is Waka's defense. You see Tekka circling them like some sharks, even though they're tyrants. T-Rexes might be a better term for them as well, for their mascot, but halfway point through this game, find themselves on the back foot now on the defensive end. Bluey trying to fire a shot, open net opportunity. Collat takes that opportunity away, picks up 100 boost for his efforts. One touch, two touch over one, open net! That is why he is the HSEL MVP finalist. Oh my goodness, that is insane.
Poor Carlos, had to try and read that. And I mean, could have hung back a little bit, would have had an opportunity to hit that on the bounce, but feels side flip, man. And that's a big third goal for Waka. They reinstate their 2-goal lead. Might make it 3 here. Vic.
No, man.
All right. What?
That's just trouble. That's just panic defense right there. Vic fires a shot. You see Bluey reversing. He's like, oh no. And then he's just like, you know what? I'll finish it for you. I'll help you guys out.
All right, moving on. Waka up 4-1 now in game 2. And after how close the first game of this series was, it's a bit wild to see a 3-goal lead now, especially, again, considering how game 2 has been very close at times with Tekka. Several opportunities hanging on the goal line of Waka that they can't put in, and that has come back to bite them with 2 minutes left. They need 3 goals just to tie.
And it's so crazy to me too, though, Bapik. Like you see Tekka, they have 8 shots already on target, but they just can't cross the finish line with it. The only shot that has been found was that Cardinal shot from earlier. But it's just so uncharacteristic to see Bluey and Nuclear, these guys just not cross the finish line with some of these goals. So it's been pretty much a scramble offense for them. And on top of that, just paired with some good defense from Waka that has kept them out of this ball game essentially and being up by 3.
Oh, that is so strange right now, but with the scattered Waka defense, we will see Tekka score. It seems Bluey's figured out which net is the correct one to shoot on as he sets up Nuclear for a finish. And all right, it seems like Tekka's calmed down a bit.
I think Carlos actually hit that on the way through too. I heard like a hit sound through, so maybe that kind of trajectory just kind of made the defense miss a little bit, but still down by 2. Minute and 10 seconds left. Tekka might attack one more on. Carlos was so close. Vic, he's the savior in this situation. Nice flip reset in transition. Good takeaway from Carlos as well. Bluey cherry picking on the opposite end, trying to hunt for a bump or a demolition or something. Elects to take the 100 boost away from the defense. Maybe start to suffocate them just a tad bit. Might have free reign as well. This one's off the ceiling, uses his flip, gets beat to the point of attack as well. 45 seconds left. Tekka, they're desperate for a goal.
Oh, and I've just received word, this is a very important notice, that apparently Tekka owned goal back there to make up for one of the Waka players dropping their controller and giving up a goal previously. So that's not Bluey making a huge mistake, that's just good sportsmanship.
Gotcha.
But Waka still maintaining a solid lead here with a big couple of wins by Collat. That's wonderful car control and sets up Oscar for an easy finish.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good heads-up play right there, for the offense of Waka, and good sportsmanship, like you said as well, Bapik from Tekka. It's just unfortunate. We just thought that Bluey just made a mistake there in that situation, but that's what happens when we don't have the admin accounts to kind of press pause, go back in time, and things of that nature. But nonetheless, 15 seconds. Tekka's wishing they could go back in time and kind of change the outcome of this game. 10 seconds now off the wall. There was Carlos, good 50-50. Bluey trying to go upfield, trying to advance it. There goes Vic. Easy to go to the skies. Maybe going for a double touch of his own. He does make contact. I thought Nuclear had enough steam and guessed the right direction, but not enough effort.
Oh, what a clean finish by Vic. There have been a couple opportunities this series where Vic sent a shot opportunity a little wayward, but if you're finishing like that, which Vic has also done a couple of times this series, then you're gonna be all right. Waka hitting the shots they need to collect a 2-0 series lead. Aggregate score, Waka winning 10-5 across 2 games, putting on an offensive clinic.
Yeah, just insane, man. Like Waka, the offense just coming out of nowhere. I think they were sandbagging or something yesterday, Betpick, because, I mean, we didn't see them perform at this level. I know that they looked good yesterday, but, I mean, now everything looks like to be clicking on all cylinders. I half expected Tekka to come out here and just, you know, put their best foot forward and maybe run away with this ball game, but Waka's putting up a heck of a fight, and on top of that, shocking us going up 2-0 in this series. I figured it was going to be back and forth.
Yeah, and it still very well could be. I wouldn't be surprised to see Waka go up by 2, Tekka answer with a couple of games won themselves, but both teams right now seem so scattered. I don't know if there's a lot of dropping controllers or things like that, if it's just land nerves, but there are some weird plays going on where the defense isn't making the best touch on the ball or hitting the ball. And so this is a game of improvisational Rocket League where players are going to have to be heads up on both sides, maybe anticipating mistakes, recognizing awkward positions for defenses and pouncing on that, especially if you're on the side of Tekka, because Waka have been making mistakes defensively, but on the other end, they are way more than making up for it with their offensive presence. So going forward, I'm curious to see if we settle in, get some more traditional Rocket League, or if we stay with the more entertaining version of the game.
Yeah, it's been very sporadic at the very least. You know, both teams just kind of throwing everything at the backboard, throwing everything at the nets as well. Then it's leading to a lot of counterattack opportunities, but it's just been Waka who's been kind of, you know, pretty much taking advantage of those opportunities. Tekka's had some of those opportunities, but it's just been the Waka defense that's been standing so tall. And then you see the counterattacks kind of come out as well. It's just been, you know, kind of sporadic, but at the same time playing into Waka's offense for some strange reason.
Well, not here. Carlos taking away offensive opportunities for Waka, but Oscar will respond in kind, giving a low boost Nuclear some time on the ball. But with Carlos's help, Tekka will clear the zone, develop a kind of half chance right there. The ball wasn't really able to leak center in a scoreable position thanks to the near side defense, and Waka find a way out. And this does feel a little bit more slow-paced at the moment, as both sides think have recovered from the chaos that was Forbidden Temple Game 2. Oh.
That's what you call a caster curse there, Bepic. Bluey gonna score. Good 50-50 right there from Nuclear, but Vic wins that exchange, and then Bluey just kind of unexpectedly shoots that one towards the far post. I'm not even sure who that was for Waka's defense towards the tail end of that, but they had a chance. They had a chance to save that one away.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to watch that one a couple of times to understand what happened. But it is a mistake defensively for Waka, letting the ball like that creep in. And Tekka, for the first time in this series, is going to be scoring first. 90 seconds into Game 3, and that is important. Team that has scored first typically in these games has won. Not just in this series. I mean, obviously, Waka has scored first in both and won both. But typically today on a land stage, it's a comforting thing having first blood. So
Exactly.
Tekka, off the back of some good offense. We'll see if they can defend this lead.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Like I said before in the last series, or I think the series before that one, basically it gets the monkey off of your shoulders. You know, it relieves a lot of pressure. And I'm not talking about the Rocket Monkeys either, who they're playing against, but it just relieves a lot of pressure, you know, scoring that first goal, because it could be so frustrating if you're an offense and you're just driving down the field and everything is covered up. And essentially, you're down the whole entire time, fighting your way back. As Nuclear fires another shot that's going to be saved away by Collat. And to get that first opening goal, to have that lead, and then to stay hungry to score a second one, that's the struggle that Tekka is going through right now.
Nuclear shot on. It's not for lack of trying. Nice save by Oscar. Clear found by Collat. He'll get through one, but not the second. Nuclear staying with this ball and beating Oscar in the air, so Vic's alone in defense for a moment, buying time for his teammates, and that purchase is successful. That's a poor touch, and it leads to a shot from Blue that's off target. The rebound from Carlos can't be put on frame. Big opportunity missed by Tekka right there.
I half expected Carlos to maybe even just fake that shot, or Bluey, I'm sorry, to fake that shot and have Carlos just go for it and have the defense respect Bluey, because he's been popping off so much that they wouldn't expect Carlos essentially to shoot that shot, but he gave the go-ahead goal to Bluey. Bluey just sails it a little bit too far to the left-hand side, so it's unfortunate. The big-time missed opportunity. Speaking of which, look at Nuclear now kind of passing this one in favor of, I believe that was Oscar who picked that one up. Couldn't turn it into a goal, though, for the equalizer. Nonetheless, fight right back towards that midfield line. Minute and 45 seconds left here in game number 3. Bluey, good 50-50 over towards the left-hand side. This should be gathered up by Vic, who quickly puts a shot on target. It's going to be off the left side post and out. It's still rolling in front of the blue net. Somehow, some way, this ball has not found its way in.
Nuclear and Bluey get tangled up in the corner as well. Carlos has to bail out. That shot's not on target. Seems the chaos has returned here on DFH Stadium as both teams are a bit scrambled in the Tekka end. Now it's bleeding over into the orange side. That's a tight quarters passing play, and now an incidental touch towards net. Kolat gets back to stop the own goal. Tekka holding on to their 1-goal lead right now, but I have no idea who will be scoring next, if anyone, as there is so much going down on the pitch.
1 minute remaining. Carlos trying to stretch out for that one. You know he wanted at least like 5 more boosts in his tank. He would have got a goal and pretty much secured this victory here for Tekka, probably. Right back to work, though, is Kalat, just missing contact, trying to get the flip early on. Does pick up a demolition and the boost. Try to maybe create some sort of confusion over here on the Tekka defensive side of things. Good 50-50 advancement right there from Carlos, taking away these precious seconds, but still only a 1-goal game. Shot fired away, that's denied by Oscar. Over back into the corner, good 50-50 up towards midfield. Bluey, 100 boost, he's always dangerous. Gets bumped off the play, though.
Put right back into it as the ball's given to him, and he
man.
almost found a way in, but Kolat, more heroics on the goal line, keeping this game in a tieable spot for Waka, but they need something on 0 seconds now as with 5 on the clock. All right, never mind. Tekka will be scoring their second and putting this game out of reach.
Wow. It was a hard-fought effort, though. You know, Waka definitely fought to the very, very end. Only 2 seconds left here in this ball game, and you know, if it was 1-0, I might say that there's a chance for some, you know, kickoff strategy going on, but 2-0, 2 seconds, I don't think it's possible at all, as this one's going to roll and dive right there in the orange box. Almost a 3-0 victory here for Tekka, but still, first game done on the series. It has to feel good for Tekka headed into game number 4.
Absolutely. I mean, that just held a Waka team that I said put up 10 goals in the first 2 games to a scoreless defeat, and then only 2 shots as well in the offensive end. Tekka did such a good job, despite the chaos, of stopping Waka before they could develop those opportunities on target. And on the other side, put up great numbers in offense. 11 shots, only scoring 2 of them, but that's because Waka were making some incredible saves on the goal line. They put up 8 that game. So Tekka, a solid game from start to finish, both sides of the field. If they can play like that going forward, I could see a world where they put together 4 wins in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say the same thing. I mean, Tekka, they definitely just controlled the game. That's what they were successful with yesterday as well. Controlling the pace of play, not going for risky shots, but methodical shots. That's what separated them from the pack, and why I think that they were the favorite in my eyes, essentially, to win this series. But we've seen game number 1 and game number 2, it was just sheer chaos. It was just the ball was bouncing everywhere off the ceiling, ricocheting, and that's where Waka was playing into and catching them off guard with a lot of these shots. And you saw Tekka just kind of overpursuing a lot of the shots. This game number 3, we didn't see that. We saw Tekka more methodical with a lot of their touches, so that's what led to their success. Let's see if they can reiterate that here in game number 4.
And you can see it in the possession numbers as well. 60-40 in favor of Tekka, but still 40% possession for Waka, and despite all that, only 2 shots on target. And you're right, can they replicate it again? That's the question. A 1v3 the other way, but Kolak comes in from the corner and somehow wins the odd man break the other way. And oh man, what a performance Kolat is putting up so far, 3 games into this series.
Let me go ahead and pull out my old man card real quick, Bapik. That was a flying V formation from the Mighty Ducks, okay? I'm surprised these guys didn't score, but they make up for it on the back end. Nuclear, he scores. You see that Phoenix rising from the ashes there with the goal explosion.
Oh, nice shot. Nuclear undercutting the ball and placing that one in gorgeous out of the Waka corner. I'll give Tekka another goal, and that is several in a row now. I believe 3. I think Waka got the last goal of game 2, but either way, several in a row for Tekka. They are on a tear at the moment that Waka needs to stop.
Yeah, it's definitely 3 unanswered goals. It was 2-0 last game, and almost a 3rd goal towards the tail end of that one, but numbers like 2 seconds up on the clock. But yeah, nonetheless, it's been a while since Waka has scored a goal. 5+ minutes at this point in time. Hopefully, they can get things rolling once again. Definitely need to get this ball off of the orange half of the field. Oscar trying to do just that. Low boost. Trying to still stick with this one. Good job as it wraps around. Going for some sort of doozy dish back to himself once again, but can't make enough contact on that one to kind of sneak it past the defenders. If he had like maybe 12 boosts, it could have worked out in his favor.
Carlos low on boost as well, but gets a favorable flip from Oscar. Going back into the play and clearing the zone for Tekka. They will still have to back off and allow Waka more presence in offense, giving Oscar a shot, and he will more than make up for flipping into the ball by setting up Collat for the equalizer. 1-1.
Yeah, that's just a good take right there from Vic. Basically picks up a demolition and steals the ball away from Bluey. Just takes it away, leaves Collat to do Collat things basically at that point in time. And he just ties this ball game right back up. So finally, Waka scores after about 7 minutes of no scoring. Good shot right there, coming right back to work as Bluey.
The ceiling Bluey goes, puts it right in Carlos's face. Vic is there as well to deny. Waka, good defense to get out. Maybe a go-ahead goal out of Oscar as the shot he put towards net clings off the crossbar. And Carlos from the opposite side, sending that ball straight down. Great read of the play by Nuclear. That's their second of the game, and Tekka takes the lead.
Yeah, this is just a good approach right here from Nuclear. Carlos with a drop-down pass to find that lip in the ceiling, that weird, awkward angle that makes everything just like a waterfall pass. But it was Nuclear's position, essentially, that led to this goal here to take the lead back for Tekka. He was so aggressive. On the flip side of things, look at Bluey trying to maintain this one out of the net. He was in a 1v2 situation. He does a heck of a job keeping this one at bay and still maintaining the lead here for Tekka.
Nuclear has Bluey downfield. I think was looking for him, but kind of flubs the hit right there. So Vic off the back wall. It's a flip reset. And Carlos reads perfectly, just took it right from him. Looked like they were running tandem together, but still opposite teams, I assure you. Tekka get possession off of the back of it. Oscar on the goal line, stopping the initial shot. Carlos next up, tied by Oscar again. We'll stay at a 2-1 scoreline as Waka find a way out.
Off the backboards, Bluey. Risky save, but it pays out for him right now. This one's lingering, though. This is not a good look right now for Tekka's defense. Dangerous territory, not enough boost. The only person that has a lot of boost was Nuclear, and he gives that free range goal right into the hands of Vic to set up Collat for another goal.
Oldest trick in the book. Just hit it hard at the guy in the corner and hope that he makes a bad touch. And that is what happened right there. Nuclear made a big mistake. Maybe playing for a teammate in the infield. And there really was none, just opponents. So, giving one up. Tekka losing their lead with 2 minutes left to play here in game 4. See if they can get it back. But at the moment, having to work from their defensive side. And we'll still be able to work. Carlos in a 1v1 actually now. Vic jumps the gun, gets a good read on it, and saves the day.
Yeah, that was a dangerous situation right there for Tekka. Bluey and Nuclear both fighting over that midfield boost against one another. And then Bluey actually won the exchange, so he was in transition, pushing upfield. Nuclear was left back at third man with no boost, but still keeps Waka's offense right back towards the other end. So hats off play right there from Nuclear. This is a good double setup right there for Bluey. And look who it is one more time. That's his third goal. That's a hat trick. And that is Nuclear.
Nuclear has just set up camp underneath the backboard of Waka. That's the second straight goal where players just set it up. It's come straight down off the back wall, and Nuclear is there for the finish. Tekka reclaim their lead. He could add on to it, but Oscar has no interest in seeing what Carlos can do off the sidewall.
And we talked about having a back and forth series, Bepik, and it's shaping up to be just that. Tekka trying to tie up the score line here, or the series score, my apologies. Currently have the lead 1-0, or 3-2, up by 1, 60 seconds left, sorry. Numbers are hard. Right back into the corner, though, there goes Bluey. Good 50-50, Oscar trying to test his luck. Collat trying to test his luck as well. Oscar from the side, not enough boost. Bluey clears it. Vic fires a shot away. Carlos, he's gonna pop that one away. Collat, big 50-50, but ultimately the clear from Tekka, and the defense stands tall.
Oscar set himself up right there. I like it. Creative angle to clear the zone. Set up Waka for one of their last few pushes in offense. And at the end of regulation, at the very least in game 4, we'll see if they can get that equalizer. Carlos stopping ball right there in the corner. Vic still allowed to shoot. Won't force a double commit off the back line of Tekka. Oscar off the sidewall, though, allows the defense to get back in position as Walker slayering their attack. They need good touches, though. That was a great one with a third man way far back for Walker. Opportunity missed. They'll have to do it now on 0 seconds, but the ball still hangs in the offensive zone. Blue tried to ground it, but an opportunity still given away to Waka. Oscar keeping it up through the corner. Can't get the ball center as Bluey stops it on the near side. Vic using the ramp up the sidewall to keep this 0 second play going until Nuclear says, I've seen enough. Let's ground it and get this best of 7 leveled up.
Wow, absolutely ridiculous series right now between these two teams. Everybody just take a deep breath with me because we are in it for the long haul, essentially. 2-2, almost guaranteeing a game number 7, but nonetheless, Tekka, they played well. They played better. They played into that strategy that we were talking about heading into this game as well, which was maintaining such a fast-paced gameplay, but maintaining poise and control. A little bit shaky on the defensive end, I might add, because they let Waka through a couple of times. On top of that, Waka just had a bunch of missed opportunities towards the tail end of that game.
They did, but Tekka made the saves they had to. And at this stage in a LAN or any kind of championship, really, you just do what you have to do to win. If it's awkward, that's all right, as long as you get the W. And Tekka has now strung 2 Ws together, and they are knocking on the door of a third. We'll move into Aquadome for Game 5. Whoops, this is the first time we've seen a 2-2 tied-up series. All teams today have either gone up 3-1 or 3-0 in a series before their opponent hits that number 2 game mark. So, very interesting series number 3 today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good one as well. Like we talked about before, headed into this one, it's definitely going to be a toss-up. And speaking of which, a toss-up, trying to find an early goal there was Carlos. Could have been anybody's goal for Tekka because all 3 members were trying to put a hand up on that one. And they rush back to the defensive end now. Vic and company trying to set up shop. Oscar trying to get it passed back. Carlos with the interception. Kalat can't find the read either. He kind of rolls up the wall onto the ball. Goes Vic now. Waterfall pass down. Nuclear is going to clear that one away. So right now, Tekka, their defense is surviving, but for how long is the question?
Well, they don't have to survive any longer. They find a clear and almost an opening goal. Carlos flew past that ball, but managed to grab that corner 100 on his way out. So that will stunt the counterattack here. As you can see, all 3 orange cars a little low on boost. Though Colette just dives in, reckless abandon to slow down Tekka's re-entrance into the offensive half. Great challenge game from Waka at the moment, and Vic's downfield harassing Carlos in his own corner. So 0-0, but creative plays from both sides to gain possession, gain opportunities, but Tekka miss on that one.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a big-time missed opportunity right there from Tekka. I believe that was Nuclear who had the shot, who had the goal-ahead goal as well. Now look at him. I love the patience. I mean, I love what he did right here. He left the boost there. He had 100 boosts in the tank, left it for Bluey to pick up, so they didn't have to have some sort of panic, scramble defense. That's just a heads-up play right there from Nuclear. But still, at the midfield, do they have to win this exchange? Put this ball back over towards the orange half because that's where they've been so successful at doing, keeping the pressure onto the backs and forcing a mistake just like this one. Nuclear scores.
All good things come to those who wait. Double commit for Waka, opens the door, and Nuclear didn't go up for that ball immediately, just waited to see if the defense was going to make a mistake, knew we had teammates behind him, so playing aggressive was an option. Pays dividends. Nuclear finding the opening goal in Game 5 for Tekka.
So lots of time left, though, and this series has been a doozy. Battle of back and forth has ultimately commenced. There's Kalat testing his luck. Carlos, last second heroics, keeps that one out. Carlos right back to work, pops this one into the corner. Vic with a pinch pass over towards the left-hand side. Kalat's there to receive it. Defense just picks that one up. Do see a little bit of a boost starvation strategy coming out. Carlos, though, escapes narrowly. Right back into the corner. Oscar, Bluey, interception. It was a good little wraparound pass from Bluey, but just could not make it work and get past that last defender. Vic is there to scoop that one up as well. Just so much pressure right now from Tekka from the corner. They're just relentless. And that is the unfortunate situation of being relentless, is leaving open, being susceptible for a counterattack in this situation.
We spent what felt like a decade in that corner. And then as soon as Waka is given an opportunity to get out, it's just one simple aerial 50 that they win 100-0. And Kolat, I don't know how on earth he does some of the things that he does, but placing that ball on target was a seriously impressive feat. And it gives Waka a tie ball game. Vic trying to grab the lead, but is just off target on that double.
That would have been such a pretty play, because the way that one was set up, it was off of the kickoff, and then Vic had that one just like dead to rights. It was so crazy to see, but a big time miss right there for Waka, and the counter attack from Tekka. Carlos, he's starting to heat up. This one's in for him.
Hey, that's good to see. Carlos again bouncing back, getting open net by losing a 50-50 out of the Waka corner, and just gets right back to it. Easy does it. Puts a shot just underneath the crossbar as Waka wasn't fully in position, and Tekka are back out in front for now. Vic doubles it for Oscar, but Nuclear had the play read. Carlos right behind his teammate gets the ball away, and Tekka maintain their status as the team out front.
Yeah, Oscar with that pre-jump right there didn't necessarily need to, kind of float in the air for that long. Put a more controlled, respectable shot on target, because the longer you're in the air, the less power you're going to have on that touch. The easier the defense is going to read on that one. Nuclear should have a read on this. Good soft touch, floats this one. It's going to head off the backboard. Collat and Oscar, both of them trying to fight to keep this one out of possession of Tekka. Vic now off the side. Nice flick. Not going to find its mark just yet. Here comes Oscar. Should have a double. A little bit out of his reach. Leaves Collat in a weird situation right there, but still picks up the save. Bluey haven't called his number in a while. Since last game, he's been quiet so far. No goals just yet, but it's been this man right here, Nuclear, who has been popping off.
Absolutely. Keep pressure on. Bluey right behind his teammates. Putting a center ball at their footsteps, but no one really right there for a shot. So with 40 seconds left, Waka going to break out. It's a light shot on target. Bluey's there for the save, even though it was a little bit awkward. Vic goes flying past the ball, so Kolat salvaging possession here. We'll find a double in the corner. And again, a center ball, but the defense is right there. Bluey and Carlos spring the trap, but Carlos' shot leaves a little bit to be desired. Oscar the other way is given space. Can't do much with it. Nuclear finds a clear for Tekka. Back and forth in the waning moments of Game 5, but Waka is the team that needs a goal right here. Double commit could provide, but there's no one for a finish.
Final seconds ticking away back towards the opposite end. Tekka trying to go up in the series for the first time. All zeros in the clock right now. Last ditch effort for Waka. This was going to be in the corner. Carlos with a clear down into the hands of Collat. And the whole entire car, for that matter, to block out that chance. This one should hit the ground. And Tekka, no, it's still up in the air. Now a little bit of panic. Oh, no. A free shot for Oscar, and he misses. And Tekka hang on by the skin of their teeth.
I don't know how. I don't know how. There were several opportunities there for Tekka to ball on 0 seconds, but they made a meal of that last play of Game 5. Still hung on for the win, though, and that is 3 game wins in a row. So Waka are calling timeout going into Neo Tokyo as Tekka. I said they had the potential to put a string of wins together, and so far they have got 3 of the 4 they need to advance to top 4.
Yeah, this is crazy right here. This game has just been so back and forth the whole entire time. There's been minute mistakes by both teams that they've been pretty much picking up on this whole entire time. And then even towards the tail end of that play, there was like 2 or 3 opportunities right there for Waka. But that's been the struggle for them the last 3 games, essentially, that they lost, that Tech has been taking advantage of. They've just been not being able to finish their plays, finish their drives, and then on top of that, maintain the lead. That's been the biggest struggle for Waka so far. So this timeout does come at the most proper time, in my personal opinion, because it's do or die time for them. This is match point in favor of Tekka. Waka has to talk about some things, maybe calm down just a tad bit, because I feel like the energy level in the what's the word I'm looking for here? Like the pace of play has just been up here the whole entire time, and it's been feeding into Tekka's hands.
I suppose a little bit, but they have had shots, and
Yes.
they have to hit those. I mean, I think you're right about the pace of play interfering with that, because Vic earlier in the series was hitting double taps, and I don't know why Vic is getting so many chances off of the Tekka back wall, but consistently Vic has had opportunities in that sort of position. But the last game missed 2 big ones, just sent them wide, and those are potential equalizers, go ahead goals, and Waka, they can't afford to miss high-quality looks against this Tekka defense, which, when they're forced to play toe ball, are very good at just getting a little piece of the card on the ball and deflecting opportunities away. So, Game 6, Waka has to find a way through. Their offense needs to get creative, whatever it takes to score on a Tekka defense that has held them at bay the last couple of games. But here we go. Whoops. Neo Tokyo for the 3rd straight time today. Maybe there's Champions Field on the horizon, but Waka has to step up.
I don't think it's just Waka in particular. Collat is putting the team on his back, in my personal opinion. I'm looking at the stats now. Last 3 games, Vic has only had 3 shots on net, none in. 11 for Oscar, none in. Collat has been the only person that has scored so far for Waka in the last 3 games. So, I mean, we have to see a better game out of Oscar. We have to see a better game out of Vic if they're going to have any success in forcing this game number 7.
At the very least, if you're going to miss your opportunities, set up the next guy for a finishing touch. It's about placement, reading the defense. So far, in possession, definitely in favor of Waka. Reading the defense well enough at the midfield line to keep possession going. Vic expending all his boost resources to set up Collat for a shot. It's saved by Carlos, but the follow-up from Oscar, he's denied at the point of contact. Good read by Nuclear. Tekka still can't find a clear to get out, though.
Ooh, almost a double tap right there for Vic. You were talking about those ones, and that one almost found its way in. Just going to find the right angle to pull back his car, and kind of a little bit too close, too shallow to that wall. Good 50-50 right there from Vic as well. Nuclear. Oscar finds the interception. Collat, left-hand side. Carlos, nice pinch right back towards midfield. It's going to slow down just a tad bit, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the double commitment right there from Vic and Oscar. When the pace of play gets slowed down and Tekka starts to kind of control the pace of play, it's like Waka doesn't know what to do. They just want to drive forward every single time.
Should be calling that. They were both back getting boost. It's like on the same timing almost, but
yeah,
they didn't communicate whose ball it was, and so they give a little possession, but Vic off the back wall trying to set up someone. Oscar was in the air right there. I'm not sure if he got bumped or not, but either way, Waka left the back off. So far, 80% field domination for Waka. A lot of time spent in the offensive zone in the first 2 minutes, but Tekka with a real opportunity now. Nuclear moving in to shoot, but it's a worm burner. Collat fields it, clears it.
Yeah, that was just a rush shot right there from Nuclear. I feel like if he would just like faked it, slowed it down just a tad bit, Collat might have forced it, flipped into it, whatever it may be, but at the same time, missed opportunity for Tekka. Collat now on the flip side of things, trying to go for a bump onto Bluey. Bluey to the corner. Oh my goodness, a ricochet off of the left post. The 4th man coming in for Tekka. Carlos passed it right to that post, and somehow, some way, it stays out.
Getting creative in defense is Carlos. Waka, so much pressure, but only 1 shot so far in the first half of Game 6. And that is shot number 7 for Tekka. It finds gold, and they lead 1-0.
And this is what's been the problem so far. We haven't really seen much offense out of Waka, and when they do have the chances, they just cannot finish, and that has been the problem. Tekka's taking full-on advantage of all this space that Waka is giving them. They need to close down, clamp down, and get some opportunities of their own. And not only that, finish those opportunities like this one. Another missed opportunity. I can't make this up.
They're getting space off the back wall, but it's a corner read from Collat that ties us up. How on earth did that just go in?
I have no idea. The Rocket League gods, Collat's math teacher, somebody get him on the phone. I need some tutoring lessons, because that insane angle found its way in somehow for the equalizer. But still 2 minutes left in this ball game.
Louis off the ceiling as a teammate downfield, but that pass is read by Vic. Tekka, though, off kickoff will claim the first possession. Nuclear center ball. Why will field it. Carlos hot on his heels, trying to cut off the play before it develops. You can't do it, but does force a hard touch through the corner that Bluey is prepared for. Nice layered defense from Tekka. It sets up a shot and a score from Nuclear. They're 2 for 4 in Game 6 and step up big time right here.
Like I said beforehand, sometimes you got to get the rock to the hot hand. Nuclear is that player that is going to fire a shot on target regardless of where he is, and you have to respect that shot if you're Waka's defense. So far, he's been popping off. We've seen it earlier today. Bluey and Carlos were kind of popping off. We were calling their name a lot. So far, it's been Nuclear, who's been pretty much putting the team on his back right here for Tekka.
Collat had to touch that into the corner where he was demoed. That gives Bluey some space to work with in the corner. Waka is able to shut down his play. Oscar running ahead of the ball, but Carlos just comes back and he's a free ball, takes it, gives it to his teammate, and Bluey's trying to make something of the play. Before first touch result to anything except for a fight for possession in the middle third. Nuclear trying to shoot over Vic. The defense is right now at their A games with a minute left in game 6.
Yeah, I like that decision right there from Nuclear, though. He took his time. It was a 1v1 situation, and then Vic just kind of rushed the point of attack and did such a good job on the defensive end. So hats off to Nuclear taking his time on that one, because usually he just tries to rush those shots. He puts a soft touch on it. Nonetheless, defense standing so tall. 45 seconds left here. Last chance for Waka. This could be their season. It's on the line. Can they pull it off? Can they tie up this ball game? And can they force this overtime? A shot from Collat right there. Not going to find its mark. Vic off the backboard. 30 seconds left, and this ball is going to roll towards the orange half.
Waka has good pressure. 65% of this game has been spent in that blue zone, but they are still developing shots at an extremely slow pace. Just 2 in the near 5 minutes of play. They need at least one more in regulation. The final 10 seconds if they want to keep their season alive. That's a miss from Vic, though. Collat turns. He'll slam it into the corner. Vic off the side wall. It's a double tap. Gives Collat another touch into the corner, but this is full control from Tekka. Collat keeps the play alive. Vic and Oscar chasing it down, but getting tangled up with each other. Tekka has downed Waka in 6 after winning 4 straight games, and they move on to Championship Sunday to take on Westwood tomorrow.
That was crazy. That was insane. I cannot believe at the tail end of that play they got tangled up. I thought we were going to see some 0-second heroics. I thought we were going to have a This Is Rocket League moment, but nonetheless, they get tangled up. A little bit of nerves there towards the tail end of it. But congratulations here for sure. Tekka moving on, like you said, Bepic, to the semifinals.
What a series from Tekka. Go down 0-2 and then win 4 straight. And 3 of those 4 were 1-goal affairs. It was extremely close, this best of 7 with Waka. But Tekka, like I mentioned, they just found ways to win. Whether it was defense stepping up at the last second or offense keeping their opponent at arm's length, it didn't matter. Tekka was able to do it when it mattered the most, and they move on to semis.
Yeah, such a good showing, but guess what, Bepic? We have more Rocket League. After this short little break, we're going to have an interview as well with somebody from Tekka, so if you guys are interested in that, please stick with us through that break. Whoops you, Bepic! This is Nationals 2024 for the HSEL.
And we're back with a tremendous post-game interview. I'm here with the Tekka Tyrants out of Massachusetts, and how do you guys feel right now?
We feel great, taking down our longtime rivals of Washington Connections Academy.
I feel amazing to be able to qualify for the next day, to be able to get this far, play this much Rocket League. It's amazing.
Honestly, I feel great, especially us being a new team, playing in this week. Like, this is our first time playing together, made the nationals, and for us to make it this far, it's just honestly amazing.
Wonderful. As this tournament, have you expected this outcome so far? Is this par for the course for the Tekka Tyrants?
Yeah, I would say that this is expected results for the Tekka Tyrants because just Tekka's on top.
I would say not that I expected it. I definitely hoped for it. It was definitely the best outcome so far.
I mean, it wasn't expected, but we all played very well, very good. So, again, I'm just glad we made it this far. Was not expected, but again, Tech on top.
Well, we're all very happy for you. We can't wait to see what you guys do tomorrow. Thank you all.
Is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Antonio Gonzalez, and my school is Tekka, Tech Connections Academy. We kind of were a new team. We didn't really have any prior knowledge of each other, and we just kind of came in and we qualified. It's great. It feels amazing, honestly. It's going to be an experience playing and even just kind of going around KC, just having fun for the days that we're going to be there. Just as a new team, not having any prior experience, especially for me, this is sort of my first time playing in a competitive environment like this. It would be amazing to win. I mean, even if I didn't win, it would be amazing to get like second or third. That would be amazing. I feel like even just qualifying, first time being here is it's just an amazing thing to say that I did.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. It's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
My name is Christopher Cantrell. I'm a computer science teacher as well as the esports coach at QI Roberts High School. It's definitely a big honor to be selected as one of the 5 finalists for Coach of the Year. When I had this idea for this program a couple years back, it was really to get a group of students together to do something great and be a part of something great and help these kids build relationships as well as build other skills. And there were conversations about bringing esports to our high school, but we didn't really know where to start. It started out as just a small gaming club where we would come once a week after school and it would be like a couple kids and we'd play video games for an hour. And it took us until we went to I think it was the FTCE convention, and we met up with the Generation Esports and HSEL table, and they gave us a ton of information as far as how to run an esports program for high school esports, where we can actually compete against other high schools in an organized fashion. So that first season that we had, it was fairly successful. We only competed in Halo Infinite that season, and we made the playoffs, and I think we even might have won a playoff game. So we did pretty well, and that gave us like some momentum going into the next year because we had a bunch of like sophomores and freshmen who were really into it. Yeah, I definitely want to give shout out to my principal, Joe Theobald, because he was with me from the very beginning in terms of just having those conversations about what we could do with a high school esports program. And he's always supportive of everything we do. And then I also want to give a big shout out to Lennon Harvey. Lennon Harvey is the IT director here in Putnam County, and he has been a great help in terms of helping us get PCs, like you see behind me. Next year, I'm really looking forward to see what sort of students come in terms of like the freshmen and sophomores. I'm always excited to see new talent come up, new students, and how they gel with our upperclassmen. And I'm always, excited to see students when they first compete and just see that excitement and their growth. One thing we're going to try next year, this is a new thing. I've been working with Lennon Harvey and the IT department to create a mini esports arena in our county so we can have district competitions. And it will be done by this summer. So we're hoping to start streaming with a full commentator's desk and have students commentate our matches. And we're hoping to create some sort of Twitch channel. We haven't done it yet, but next year we'll definitely try and do some streaming and district competitions. If you search QI Roberts on Instagram or Facebook, they're always supportive and shouting us out whenever we do something cool.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements. They say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this, invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
My name is Colt Berry. I am the video game design teacher and the head esports coach at Stafford High School in Stafford, Texas. I've been coaching for about 3 or so years as an esports collegiate athlete as well as a collegiate coach. I used to play for Rogers State University in Claremont, Oklahoma. So I was a part of, I basically created my own esports club there. And then I was part of the first 27 athletes in Oklahoma to be the first on varsity scholarship in the state of Oklahoma. I did a survey of the students real quick when we did our first initial esports program meeting. And that's when I had probably 80 or so students show up to this initial club meeting. My director, Dr. Barry Allen, was like, you can just wait till next year to get everything going, just fill it out, fill the school year out, don't overrush yourself. But then I had like 20 or 30 seniors, and I was like, I'm not gonna let these kids go another year without this program. So we built the teams, and my Valorant team was the one team I built, and these kids were they're all diamond and ascendant players, and I was like, oh, okay, I have a good roster here. And so I was a little bit different. So a lot of people are brought as teachers, and then they're esports is thrown onto them. I was actually brought in as an esports coach and a teacher second. So I was brought in with hey, we know your background in esports. We want a program here. We want this being built out, but can you teach video game design? And luckily, before I went to college, I was a business administration major. I actually took technology classes in high school for video game design. I had actually had certificates and had an associate's in video game design at the time, so I felt very comfortable. I'm looking forward most for in the next school year is that we're now starting district wide. So basically, this year initiative was last year initiative was get high school off the ground and get them going. Our district is pretty small. We're a 4A division school, but luckily enough, we have a STEM school, a high school, an elementary school, and a middle school. So we have all the different ways that students can be involved. So my next big goal next year is that this year we pieced into middle school. Basically, we had a couple middle school teams this year. So I'll be trying to bring in a couple more teachers under my coaching stipend and really fill out.
Hello. Welcome back. HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. We have one more Rocket League match. True to the script that the HSEL admins have wrote. It's been game 6 every single quarterfinal. Let's see if we can at least do game 6. Maybe we get a champions field. But we have some great teams here with us to cap off the night. We have maybe the final boss down south in Texas, Prosper High School. Going for a best of 7 reverse sweep. Maybe we'll get an 8-7, who knows. And we have Franklin High School, no stranger to long and grueling finals and bracket matches. Enough cranial though. Let's bring it to the stage. Prosper High School and Franklin High School for our final rocket quarterfinal match.
Welcome back for one last time today to the HSEL Nationals tournament for Rocket League, as we are about to get started with our last quarterfinal of the day. Whoops, we have seen a lot of Rocket League action today in our single elim bracket, and now Prosper and Franklin High are the last 2 teams to take to the battlefield.
Yeah, Prosper, the Eagles trying to soar high past Franklin, the Panthers. Just essentially, it's going to be a heck of a matchup. Both of these teams, doing decently well yesterday, finishing 4th and 5th place. Prosper obviously finishing in that 4th place spot, and Franklin finishing in that 5th place spot. We saw good things from both of these teams yesterday that could excel both of these programs, to the next level, and essentially could potentially pull off an upset over Putnam, who is waiting in the wings. Although Putnam is, the fan favorite essentially for some people to win the whole thing.
They're my favorites to win the whole thing with how good they've looked.
I was trying to remain unbiased there, Bepik.
I'm not cheering for them, but they have looked the best on the field this entire weekend so far, and that's just my analytical point of view. But Prosper and Franklin, I think, are both teams that could take Putnam down
Agreed.
in the semifinals should they advance there, as they both look solid. I mean, Prosper 2-1. It's been hairy. They went 7-6 in games today and yesterday, but they found ways to win, and they have a very, very mechanical frontman in Mercy.
Yeah, Mercy popped off yesterday. A couple of individual solo plays for him, and if he gets the ball in open space, and you can throw 1 people, 2 people at him, whatever it may be, and somehow, some way, he still finds a way to get it past that second person and score himself a goal. We saw it happen a couple of times yesterday. You actually have to watch out for your boy Coop over on the Franklin side of the pitch as well. Yeah. He can pop off at any given moment too. He had himself a great game yesterday, or I'm sorry, great outing for himself yesterday as well. And on top of that, for Franklin, watch out for Sink as well.
All right, we're getting into it. Game 1 about to get set here in our final quarterfinal of the single elimination bracket. That is the only thing that stands between these players and some others, and lifting that trident at the end of this event. First opportunity going Prosper's way, and Mercy is taking his sweet time with the ball. Gets a couple of defenders, but that is all he will see the ball get past as Prosper is sent back by Franklin.
Here comes Mercy now from the corner. Still has 100 boost in his tank. Nice pass towards midfield as well. That was North. They were trying to hook up as well. What a demolition from Coop. Oh my goodness. Trying to set up his team over here too. Nobody from Franklin to respond though. So unfortunately that one kind of just falls off to the side. Try to reload. Sink. He's from the corner as well. That's Maisie. Trying to put a hand up and try to get this ball over back towards the blue half of the field and give him another chance at this one.
Snapalicious, thanks to themselves. Actually, taking a 50-50 with Sink on the back wall leads to a center ball. I don't blame anyone from Prosper for not being completely ready for that. Maisie prepared for that pass from Coop. Sends it right back to the first man, Franklin, in that play. But it's just possession right now for Franklin. Haven't seen any shots on goal, actually, from either team in the first minute of play. That one is a slow dribbler in the general direction of net, but that too does not count for a shot. This might. Snapalicious just wide, as actually the touch from Mercy is what counted as a shot. Snapalicious one was not registered.
3:30 remaining here in game 1. A little bit of back and forth action. Amazing. The ball away to Mercy, who is still up in the air. Coop was trying to pre-jump that one as well. Snapalicious, he's all left alone in the air, flying through the sky. He's going to score the first goal here for Prosper.
That's a great finish. It's easy, set up by Northwood, I think, bumping the first challenger that would have been going after that ball. Still would have been tough to read with snaps so quickly upon that play, but either way, would have given Franklin a little bit better of a chance to save it, which after that first player was bumped, there was no chance. Beautiful shot from Snap, and Prosper capitalizing on their early bout of possession, but having to retreat now.
Still lots of time left, and pace of play here for both teams. I like it. It's been, soft touches, trying to set some things up. Defense for both teams kind of been allowing things to happen, but at the same time, still kind of jumping the gun as well. Like this right here from North off the backboard, taking away that opportunity from Sink to try to advance this ball towards the back of the net. Good dribble right here from Snapalicious, going going high. My apologies. Ball's taken right back away by Mercy. Taken back by Coop. Snapalicious advancement upfield. That was a chance, I believe, right there for both teams to try to maybe score a goal.
Well, Maisie just narrowly avoided being demoed. I think it was Mercy. Upfield for Prosper, hunting heads, and that would have been the third player taken out, and an opportunity for sure for Prosper. This one is as well, double commit, but Mercy being taken out by Maisie. I love that, seeing some retaliatory physical Rocket League, but it doesn't get Franklin out of defense. In fact, Prosper was given a center ball to maybe shoot with. Snap wasn't there in time though, and so we'll just stay at a 1-goal lead for Prosper for now.
Now, like this right here for Mercy. He was over here at the midfield line, taking away that boost, and then on top of that, utilizing it for that touch to set up Snapalicious. Starts the snaps again. That's his second goal, but a big-time demolition right there for Mercy to set this one up.
And that's what's been coming for a while now. Franklin have evaded bumps or recovered from players being bumped up until this point fairly well, but eventually it felt like a demo was going to connect at the right time for Prosper, and that one was the perfect time. Nicely executed play up front. Prosper, I mean, so far so good. They've allowed one shot. We've gone back and forth a decent amount. Possession numbers are pretty much even, but Prosper, with their possession, is doing so much more at the moment than Franklin is on the ball.
Goes Coop. He goes flying by the ball. Trying to put a soft touch on that one. Maybe have it float in. The missed contact, though. It's an opportunity for Maisie. Give me 50-50. One exchange by Snapalicious, only temporarily, though. Coop. Oh, big-time demolition. Xink was over on the right-hand side. That could have been a goal, potentially, for Franklin, but instead, the opportunity is going to be squandered once again. There goes North. A little bit of a mix-up right there in the defensive end for Franklin. That was, I believe, Coop and Maisie getting tangled up on the goal line there. Still, lots of offense for Prosper. Just haven't really taken advantage of it just yet towards the tail end of this ball game.
I don't know if they're expecting these let balls out of Franklin. They're just letting them go or not reading the ball properly, and Prosper is expecting better touches at the moment. So hanging back, but Franklin can use that to their advantage. Take advantage of the space that they're given by Prosper, which so far they really haven't. It's been dump and chase offense for Franklin in game one. With 30 seconds left, they have to act soon. They need more goals in the next 20 seconds than they have shots in the game so far. And now make it 3. Snapalicious with a hat trick in game one to pretty much seal this for Prosper.
And it's just been all on the backs of Mercy right here. Another low 50-50 that exchange. On top of that, headhunting for another bump to set up Snapalicious. I need 3 snaps in the chat. That's his 3rd goal.
A wonderful showing in game one for Prosper on both sides of the ball. They're off the movement. They're shot. It's a phenomenal ball on target from Xink, but the defense was prepared for it. Boop letting that one go off the sidewall, so Snap will clear, and Maisie helps out a little bit. I think right now, if you're Franklin, you just want to see Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, at this point in time, I mean, I'm not too sure. What? Oh my goodness, Mercy trying to sneak one in. Goop, heroic save towards the tail end. Snap, no, not like this. They have families. 4th goal for Snap, 4-0 in favor of Prosper.
That's a nice shot from Snap, was given space to work with. And that's the first goal, really, where it hasn't been Prosper creating this space. It's a nice pinch, but the defense just didn't react in time to the center ball from Prosper. And a 4th goal, I mean, the game was out of hand a long time ago. But Franklin, they have to find a way to do more with their offense. Maybe just send shots on target, honestly. For me, they were getting good clears, but they weren't finding anything after that. The follow-ups weren't great, so maybe more on-the-ball presence from Franklin. Maybe just force Prosper to make mistakes by testing them with shots. I don't know what's changing game 2. It's a decent bit.
There's a lot to change, in my personal opinion. If you're Franklin, you have to go back to the drawing board. You cannot allow free reign for a team to just sit here and just kind of tee off, especially just one person in particular, Snapalicious. You can't allow this person to get activated and just fire shots after shot after shot and just hope for the best for your defense. On top of that, you can't allow Mercy be in a 2v1 situation. Mercy opened up opportunities for Snapalicious to score those shots. 3 assists for Mercy, 1 for North. But on top of that, Franklin has to be more aggressive, either defensively, offensively, whatever it is. There's just too much time where the ball's just bouncing and nobody's going for a touch. And Prosper's expecting that touch, but Franklin's not delivering.
And better quality touches as well, because the reason the ball is just sitting there is because Franklin's just hitting the ball to hit the ball. It looks like sometimes they have to be a little bit more intentional with where they're tossing the ball in their defensive end. So game 2, I'm very curious to see if we see a better game from Franklin, because I know it's in them. I know they can go toe-to-toe with Prosper here, but they did not show it in game 1. It's Prosper with the opening opportunity. Mercy, it's a shot on target, but that's a wonderful pass. Finding Maisie, setting up Xink now in the offensive end. And Maisie will track this ball down, but I like that. I like that a lot from Franklin. It develops into a shot, a little bit off, but still good presence in offense.
Yeah, but once again, look at Coop. He fires a shot off the backboard, but nobody's there for the follow-up touch. Somebody has to step up and step up big time here for Franklin if they have any chance at maybe even scoring their first goal of this series. They have to come through and give that support to their team. And whether it be the first shot, the second shot, whatever it may be, you have to be a little bit more aggressive. It seems to me that Franklin's like afraid to lose in this situation where you can't do that. You have to just put your best foot forward and play Rocket League like it's any other game.
Well, right there was a boost management issue. The 2 players back didn't have any boost, so they couldn't follow it up, lest they give up a good counterattack to Prosper. Another issue we hadn't touched on yet. the lack of boost at times in the Franklin end. But you got plenty right now and a little bit of presence in the offensive zone, but Mercy is given room to work with. Gets past Coop, bumps Maisie, and Snap is there for a shot on, saved by Xink. Good positioning on the goal line by Xink and Maisie for the initial 2 shots, but the third finds its way through, and Prosper leads 1-0.
Well, this all starts right here at midfield. Maisie, and I believe it was Xink kind of gets tangled up in the midfield trying to figure out who was going to go for that first initial touch. And guess what? Mercy's like, I'm not waiting for you guys to make a decision. I'm going to go ahead and just take this ball and put it in the best position possible for my teammates to score. And Mercy did just that. Coop was trying their absolute best to try to save that one away, but just could not find the safe zone to clear that one into. So unfortunate right there that Franklin go down 1-0, but a good showing right there from Prosper on the offensive end.
That back wall's open. Mercy doesn't have a ton of boost, but that is a wonderful touch with only 12 in the tank. That shows you folks what you can do with a small pad on the field. They are not useless. Mercy makes a big block on the goal line. Prosper found their way out of defense for a moment, but emphatically placed them back on the blue side of the field. Though Mercy responding with a slightly weaker pinch, but I would love to see a game of tennis develop, just pinch after pinch.
Yeah, North Ward is just being so disrespectful. He's over on the orange half of the field, stealing boost and then using that boost to demo the Franklin offense essentially on the rotation back through. So he's trying to catch this deep off guard, trying to open up some openings as well. So keep your eye where North is on the pitch. Mercy pretty much been the front runner here on the offensive end for Prosper, setting things up for Snapalicious to score so far, but at the same time, the opportunity got taken away. Good bump on the rotation back through. This one's going to fall, linger, and this is what I'm talking about. A bunch of dribbles that should not be happening out here on the pitch. Franklin have to start pushing the envelope a little bit more.
Oh, Coop's missed right there. That's, oh my word. Coop playing that as close to an own goal as you can get without own goaling, and then Xink on the other side of the field scores it. That's one of the deepest plays into a playbook I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was insane. How that ball did not go in. I think it was like probably 75% black at that point in time. And then somehow it just ricochets off and then rolls in front of the net. Right perfectly for Xink to score the first goal here for Franklin in the series.
I'm saving that one. That one's going into my personal playbook. So my twos teammates and threes teammates are going to see me clanging saves off my post, and I expect them to be scoring off the back of it. But Prosper trying to reclaim their lead. I'm sure not too happy about seeing that last play turn into a goal. With 100 seconds left, they have all the possession in the world, but Coop takes it all away.
Back towards the blue half we go. Trying to see if Franklin maybe add one more on, take the lead for the first time. Xink. He was trying to get a booming clear. This is a mistake right here from Coop as well. Maisie side flips past the ball. There's a shot. North just kind of ricocheting off the sidewall. Mercy, perfect setup though, off the backboard from Snapalicious. He returns the favor. Mercy scores his first goal.
Touch by Snap. Finally giving something back to Mercy, who has been playing really a true first man in this series, doing all the dishing and space creating for Snap and Northward. But right there, it was North and Snap that set up Mercy for a nice finish. And again, Mercy on the ball, off the ceiling, given room to work with, dropping down to the floor, but that's where Coop was waiting. Will get the ball to the midfield line only as far as Prosper waiting in the wings to add another to their goal scoring pile. It's their 7th of the series, their 3rd of game 2, and a 2-goal lead instated.
This touch from Mercy is not an easy feat. From the side, upside down with about 12 boosts to center that ball is an MVP play right there for Prosper. It's Snapalicious one more time is going to score off the back of Mercy. Another shot being fired away, and Mercy drills it. That's Mercy's second.
Prosper's taken over. Forbidden Temple is theirs. They have moved in. They have put the furniture everywhere, and they're currently hanging stuff up all over the walls. Franklin don't know how to stop Prosper at the moment. They don't know how to score on Prosper at the moment. Their one goal coming off the back of one of the weirder plays that I can't blame Prosper for giving up. They have got to find a way to hold on to possession and turn it into shots. They've only got 3 right now.
Absolutely ridiculous performance. North, how do you save that shot? Xink, you have to be feeling bad at that point in time. Hustle back on the defensive end though. should be able to pick this one up. Coop maybe with the redirect, a little bit of a fake, or maybe a miss, one of the two. Regardless, might be a missed opportunity here for Franklin. Final 30 seconds. Right back towards midfield we go. North Ward, good takeaway right here from McSink. Mercy, a little bit of trouble. Still has boost though. No challenge. Trying to go for a Cuxier pinch, maybe off the left-hand side. Goes for an air dribble instead. Soft touch. Snapalicious trying to finish, and Snapalicious bar down and in. That's Snapalicious's, I believe, second goal of this ball game.
That's a nice shot. And Prosper just adding to the goal scoring tally. Now 9 across 2 games. The aggregate score line is 9-1. As Franklin put up, that's their 6th shot of the game, so a little better in that department, but finding a way through Prosper is a difficult puzzle to sort out. Exink off the back wall, and that was a decent look, but it's a problem that we have been talking at length about. Next player up, not quite there. Even though the game was over, you still want to see one go in at the end for Franklin. Just a little bit of oomph going into game 3.
Yeah, just a little bit, man. I thought Franklin was going to start to pull this one out, to be honest with you. I thought they were going to start to kind of, get things figured out, get things all synced up, pun intended, I guess, on the Franklin side of the pitch. But at the same time, I mean, they showed like little flare-ups of just like, greatness where they were there, they were attacking the ball, they were doing the things we were asking them to do, but it was just like the counter-attack defense that was just lacking. On top of that, they still allowed Mercy and now Snapalicious to just get in the mix of things on the offensive end and be disruptors to open up opportunities for them on the offense.
And timeout has been called by Franklin, so hopefully they have got someone thinking through on their side what they have to do to score on Prosper and also limit what Mercy has done. I mean, 4 assists, I believe, in game 1. I think they were all assisted by Mercy, or at least close to it, set up by Mercy. And then there, 2 goals, 2 assists, 3 saves, dropping 760 points in game 2. Again, they were massive on the pitch, but Prosper is firing on all cylinders. All 3 players look incredible at the moment, and Franklin has to step up next.
Yeah, Franklin has to step up big time, especially calling this timeout early too. A little bit weird to call the timeout here, in my personal opinion, but at the same time, I mean, when you see some things that are happening out on the pitch, you want to slow it down and you want to talk about it. Maybe take away some of that momentum, that feel good that's Prosper's starting to feel right now, starting to build up, but it's a tactical timeout for a reason. Something's happening out there that Franklin is just not gauging right, so they want to kind of talk about it right now. So I know a lot of the issues that we were talking about in game number 1, they started to address those, but it was just the length of the game that they just allowed Prosper to just keep on just taking the ball over back towards the orange half and essentially setting up shop and just berating them with shots once again.
Yeah, I don't know, Whoops. I think if I go down 1-9 across 2 games, I'm calling a timeout after that. I don't think there's anything weird about that because they've only put in 8 shots as well. I mean, Prosper in game 1 had 8 shots, but Franklin through 2 can't generate offense at the moment. So it was a little better. You're right. They're trending in the right direction, and I hope this timeout helps as well. But Prosper is a tough team to beat right now. I think all 3 players, if they're given space on the ball, can create space for their teammates or just honestly score. Their shooting boots are on. They look mechy. Franklin has a 1,000-piece, extremely difficult puzzle to sort out here in Game 3.
All right, well, let's hop into game number 3, seeing if Franklin can take a series away from red-hot Prosper. The Eagles soaring high past the competition right now. Franklin starting things off a little bit rocky on the defensive end. This was off the backboard. That's Exink. A little bit shaky as well. Coop obviously gets a far clear here, but once again, this is the follow-up touch we were talking about. There's nobody there. Obviously, Coop didn't really have the boost to kind of go through, but you have to push forward, especially if you're somebody like Maisie, because good results happen like this.
Hey, that's a great start, Franklin. Capitalizing on initial patience from Mercy, wanting to go mano-a-mano from their corner with 100 boots against Coop, and Coop wins it. Puts the ball mid through the corner, and hey, Franklin, phenomenal job capitalizing on a little bit of foolishness there in defense from Prosper.
Only 30 seconds into this matchup, Franklin get the lead. First time of the series. This one's in the corner. Coop fields it. Oh my goodness, Maisie! Cubs flying in. The Panthers find their second.
And that's why I call a timeout right there. Apparently, Franklin's got some kind of timeout buff. That's a beautiful shot from Maisie. I mean, right now, the Panthers are playing with speed and accuracy that I haven't seen a glimpse of so far in this series. A wonderful start to Game 3 for them.
Great start, beautiful start, but they have to keep it up. That's been the struggle so far. Franklin has literally been handing goals over to Prosper. Sink with a good takeaway, going right back over towards the blue half of the pitch. No 50-50 found. Good demolition from Maisie as well. Demolition on the backside from Mercy onto Sink. They're both going to spawn in on the defensive end. Snapalicious holding his own towards the midfield line. Coop has some chance now. One touch. Good takeaway from Mercy. It's going to ricochet off into the corner. Snapalicious with a good cover up. That one's going to ricochet over to the left-hand side. Snapalicious getting dirty over there on the goal line, bumping Sink, the last person back right there for Franklin's defense. And Prosper scored their first one.
Snap ran so far ahead right there. That ball looked so free for so long. I saw Northwood, I was watching from their perspective, have no boost, and so I was thinking this isn't going to be a goal. But then Mercy moves in a little bit later than Northwood and just slams that shot perfectly into the back of the net. Great placement. Prosper going to get one back here. That physical style of Rocket League still treating them nicely.
And this is what we were worried about as well. We were worried about Franklin just kind of, letting Prosper sneak their way back into it. But the physicality from Prosper onto Franklin has been working so well. Been taking 2-3 people. Look at the 50-50 one right here from Mercy. Sink off the backboard. The good save. No one really pushing forward just yet for Prosper. Northward is trying to go for it. This is going to be left into the hands of Snapalicious and Maisie. Maisie wins that exchange. Sink with a downward shot. Going to be saved away by Northward. And I believe by Mercy, who had a shot or a hand on that one as well.
Good stuff, the midfield line. Race, though, won by Maisie. Franklin getting a little bit more pressure on the Prosper defense this game than previous. Almost 60% of the first half spent on the blue end of the field. So much better from Franklin. Better touches, better passes, better shots. It's just improvement all around from the Panthers. Just only up by one. Mercy has some time on the ball. One touch there is a flip reset over the first. The extra goes off the back wall. And a double demo actually going to set up Prosper here with some offense and more space and boost for Mercy.
I do love that play right there for Mercy and in company as well. It starts off with the interception after the double demolition right here. Mercy just takes their time, hits that flip reset. Best defender right there from Franklin is Coop. And the other two people, Sink and my apologies, Maisie, they were just left speechless essentially with that flip reset going by Coop.
Oh, that's rough. I think Maisie was trying to get in the way of the follow-up shots. That was a pass for Mercy. Just ended up putting it in there themselves. So 2-2. Prosper find their way back after a slow start relative to what we've seen out of them. But Franklin's still very much here to play. That is an opportunity for Coop taken away by Prosper. And now on the other side, Sink having to go in and out to make that save. Wonderful display of defense.
Yeah, great job on the defensive end. But once again, Prosper sneaking their way back into this ball game. Evened it up. And on top of that, they're just relentless with this offensive pressure. Finally, some sort of break right here for the defense. Sink is trying to push this one into the corner, but Mercy has just been everywhere on the pitch. North Ward pushing up as well. Minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Franklin desperately trying to get this, another goal here to go back and regain this lead.
Could have gotten all four wheels in the ground there before jumping. That could have been an opportunity, but instead it's a 2v1 the other way. Coop is back in time to help out Sink, but Prosper given possession now with 60 seconds left. Looking for a go-ahead goal late here in Game 3. Mercy looking that over one, snaps there for the finish, and puts it top right. Prosper, still as accurate as ever. Find a lead with less than 60 to play.
Yeah, this is just a beautiful approach right here from Snapalicious. He gets so fast with that fast aerial over to the point of attack and essentially just puts his Fennec at the right place at the right time, out of the reach of the defender as well. Beautiful goal right there from Snapalicious and a great pass for Mercy.
Drop down ball. This goes to Northward. Can't double it, but that's all right for Prosper. They still got a 1-goal lead. That Franklin trying to strip away. Double commit for Prosper works out. Maisie's been taken out of the play, but Coop has 100. Refield in the corner right there. He'll be able to follow up this touch into the corner. Actually, Sink following it up with a nice shot goes just underneath the crossbar, and we're tied up again.
Yeah, that's going to be a assist right there from Coop into the corner. Exink just drilling this one in, and that's what they were lacking. That's what Franklin has been missing this whole entire series, has just been that secondary effort towards the tail end of plays, essentially. Maybe that one catching Prosper off guard.
Coop, chance to double. Puts it off the back wall, and Exink can't get across that ball before Northward's there. Still only 4 shots for Franklin this game. They have hit 3 of them. That is the biggest change for the Panthers right now in this third game. With 15 seconds left, Coop has taken the lead again. You thought all was lost, all hope was lost rather for Franklin. No, they put together 2 more goals of their own, and they find themselves in the lead.
Coop just putting the team on his back, essentially doing things on the offensive side, doing things on the defensive side as well. Now being that person who has ice in his veins at this point in time, but not done just yet. Prosper still have a chance to come back. Mercy has the ball. Dangerous, always flip reset. Demolition coming out from North Ward as well. Not going to find its mark. Franklin going to hang on and win their first game of the series.
Nice comeback. I mean, Franklin, they score the first 2 goals. You're like, all right, they're doing really well at the beginning of this game, but you got to play a full 5 minutes in Rocket League. And then Prosper notches 3 in a row. You're thinking, all right, we're going back to what we've seen out of Prosper and Franklin across 2.5 games around then. But then Coop leads the charge in a pair of great looks for the Panthers, and they finish him off, shooting 4 for 5 that game. Whoops. I mean, the shot tallies haven't increased greatly from their first 2 games, but man, were they efficient there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good showing right there from Franklin. It started off with that first opening goal as well. Like I talked about beforehand, that first goal is always just so crucial, especially when you're down in the dumps, especially after you call a timeout, Epic. And we saw not only 1, but 2 goals initially off of that timeout buff. But then, like we talked about beforehand, that's what we were worried about. We're worried about Franklin, essentially, in this point in time. Worried about them just giving the game back to Prosper, and that's what almost happened there. And basically, Franklin just stuck it out towards the tail end of this game, and kind of just sealed, signed, and delivered it. So, hats off to them, doing a good job. Guess what? You got to do it again.
And then again, and then again. If you want to play Putnam in the semifinals tomorrow, still a long road ahead of both teams. Honestly, with Prosper, they've only found 2 game wins so far. Still have to find double that. They want to move on to semis, but Philadelphia Coliseum could either be the site of their recovery in Game 4 or the site where Franklin responds. The quick start Prosper found in this series and levels it up 2-2. But we'll see what happens. Center ball right there. Coop at the forefront of the Franklin comeback in Game 3. And at the forefront right now as that ball leaks center. No one keen on touching it until Mercy collects and is stopped by Coop momentarily.
Oh, no. That's not good at all. I was going to say Mercy was there for maybe a follow-up touch, and Northward just comes through and it's kind of gives Mercy a little love tap there forward, trying to maybe excel Mercy into the ball. We've seen that happen before. A teammate bumping another person in, and then we score a goal, but it doesn't work out for them this time. Back over into the corner. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. This game just got underway. Both of these teams going back and forth. Right back towards Maisie's hands. Mercy, interception towards midfield. Exink now fires a shot towards the net. That's going to be respected by Snapalicious and then taken away by Northwood.
Maisie has some room off the back wall. Not going to be chased down by Northwood or anything. Using mechanics, clear the zone momentarily, but Mercy with some control here. It's through 1. Is 50 by the 2nd. And Franklin, such a much better job of getting into offense and staying in offense. This game and the previous. That trend has continued. It looks so much better than in the first 2 games. I don't know what switch flipped for the Panthers, but I'm genuinely extremely impressed at their turnaround because that is extremely difficult to do.
Yeah, hats off to the coach or whoever's helping them out there on the stage. Definitely did a great job assessing the situation with that timeout and then trying to have them go back and implement this game plan, but they have a lot of work in front of them, especially when they're not going to get it clear and leave Snapalicious with an open shot like this one.
Well, I mean, Coop just misreads it. I don't know what happened right there. Coop was in position and it doesn't come up with any kind of contact on the ball. Snap stuck around thinking maybe there's a miss. You got a teammate behind you to help out if there isn't, and is rewarded for their sticking around the play. 1-0 Prosper. A little surprising one right there.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate. I believe that was Xink who just had full-on faith in Coop for getting that touch.
Yeah.
But Coop just slips the wrong way. Xink had enough boost as well to try to touch that one in, but doesn't find its mark. Good shot right there from North Ward. Xink gonna save that ball away. Right back into the corner. Mercy, slow play. Always so confident with his gameplay. Back into the corner, wraparound pass, parks his car right there on the back wall. Good job by North right there, advancing that one right back towards the orange half, taking away some of that pressure, and on top of that, some of the clock away.
Good boost grab by Snap. You can see Maisie hunting it down, eyeing a little bit of boost control in the offensive zone, but Snap controlled it. Still might not matter as Xink fires a shot on target. Mercy makes the save, but this should be Franklin with possession, but he'll fall up to the corner. Maisie will turn around at the midfield line, but can't follow up that initial touch for the second. And Snap is right there, wins the challenge, and this ball hanging in the air. Xink wins the race, but the ball really doesn't go anywhere.
And we haven't really seen Prosper be like how they were in the game number 1 and game number 2. And as I say that, North Ward's going to score the first goal here, or I'm sorry, the second goal here for Prosper. My apologies. Just a little bit of a mistake once again from Franklin's defense, gifted into the hands of Prosper. But what I was trying to say was, you saw so much synchronicity with the offense of Prosper in game number 1 and game number 2. You saw the assists, the bumps, and now we're starting to see that from Franklin. We're starting to see the aggressiveness come through for them. You saw Coop on the bump towards the tail end of the play before that, but it just did not work out in their favor. And they got to play better defense.
Prosper has been capitalizing on mistakes so far in game 4. Both goals conceded were off the back of misses in defense. This one not going to be conceded as Mercy is on top of that play. I trust Coop to place that kind of shot on target, and I think Mercy did as well. So Prosper have to find a way out. They do, but Coop sends it right back to then Prosper end. Nice touch by Northward as the third player back with Prosper. At the moment, we're slowing down. I think Franklin retooling their last couple of possessions of this game. They need some goals soon.
60 seconds left. Is Franklin going to get on the scoreboard? That's the question. Definitely need one quickly. Then maybe off of the reset from the kickoff, maybe have some sort of strategy, but North Ward has different plans. He's going to pick up his second goal, the third one in total here for Prosper.
So Maisie, I think maybe expecting a follow-up from Coop right there, so doesn't stay on the top side of the sidewall and go for that ball. I'm not sure. But Franklin making some mistakes in defense that Prosper has been all over. And 3 goals out in front, it's looking more than likely Prosper will find themselves moving a match point after all is said and done here on Utopia Coliseum.
Yeah, it's a tough ball game right here for Franklin. Pinned up against the wall. Only 35 seconds left, but on top of that, I'll get into the breakdown later on after this game's over. A couple of demolitions coming out as well from Prosper. 30 seconds left. Good shot fired away by Mercy. Mercy's going to pick up his first goal as well. He's activated. He's back in the play. And on top of that, Prosper have a 4-goal lead.
That was a great demo. Snap, just ruining the defensive rotations of Franklin right there. And that absolutely will secure game 4 for Prosper. Great play, great setup, great finish, all around nice from Prosper. Maybe something for the road here out of Franklin, but it seems like the greatest first touch. And just tries to salvage possession, which they can't do. Northward collects the midfield line, and Prosper flipping the field just to waste the rest of the clock.
10 seconds left. First team company. Wrap around. Call this one the around the world right here, where you just kind of take the ball, stall it just a tad bits, and hope for the best that the defense doesn't kind of jump on you in that situation. Ball hits the ground. Prosper win 4-0. We were talking about how Prosper essentially were not reminiscent to game number 1 and game number 2, Bepic, and I think this one is more realistic as to how they have been playing as they move on to match point. They win by 4 here, and that's exactly how much they won by in game number 1 and game number 2. It's 4-0 game 1, 5-1 game 2, and now 4-0 once again.
The scoreboard definitely similar, but Franklin is doing a much better job at shutting down the first player up for Prosper's offense, and so they really can't play similar to how they looked in games 1 and 2, where Mercy was just able to create so much room for Prosper to work with as the first player up. But Franklin solidified somewhat in defense. You can't be missing balls like they were in that game if you want to move on to semifinals. That's just not a top 4 look at HSEL Nationals. But outside of the whiffs, Franklin looked decent 5 shots on target. Couldn't find a goal that game, as Prosper was solid on the back line as well as in offense. But going into game 5, I mean, Franklin is right there. They can win games. They showed us in game 3, but they have to put it together.
I agree with you. You hit the nail right on the head once again. In my personal opinion, I was going to say the same thing. It was just too many mistakes on the defensive end for Franklin that led to so many opportunities right there for Prosper to prosper. Pun intended once again, Bepic. I'm so sorry. But I'm telling you, it's been pretty much Franklin this whole entire series, handing goals over to Prosper. They have to be able to have that first point of attack actually hit the ball, and essentially they will start to be successful on the offensive end, because some of those clears, or some of those would-be clears, should have been clears.
All right, Mercy's first on the play. Off kickoff here. Nice shutdown by Maisie. Good first defender approach from Franklin still going into game 5. Let's not get through 1. Maisie last back. Had low boost, but still makes the save. Coop is flying past the rock, then puts it center. That is dangerous. Fortunately for Franklin, Exink is on top of the play.
I think Coop has a car change here as well. I think Coop was in a Octane. I'm sorry. Oh my dear. Oh, that's not how you want to start off if you're Franklin. That's unfortunate. But if you're a Prosper fan, it's what you love to see. Ricochet. Easy routine save. There's nobody even there for Prosper to shoot the ball back. It's just a rush save.
It's not even a save. That was not on target. That was going to the opposite corner. Franklin, another miscue in defense. Prosper cleaning up on these miscues. I mean, even if Franklin's not allowing them to play similar to their play style in games 1 and 2 when they were destroying, Prosper rather is just sitting back and seeing when the defense is going to make a mistake or leave an opening for snap. That shot was just off, but could have been a big second goal for Prosper.
Exink trying to keep the aggression. I love this from Mercy right here off the backboard. Snapalicious parks on the goal line, but Coop becomes the savior in this storyline. Over towards the left-hand side now. Maisie picks up a big-time demolition. Franklin starting to be a lot more aggressive in this situation, but running out of steam.
They have to be. They need something in offense. They've been shut out in 2 of the 4 games this series. And one of the other 2 that I didn't mention right there was a 4-goal loss, but they only scored 1. So Franklin, they need offense on the board. And if they can get aggressive and get in the face of Prosper, make them make the defensive errors, then that's the way to go. Because I don't know what you have to lose at this point. Franklin, with their backs against the wall. Their season could come to a close after this game. They have to throw everything they've got at the Prosper defense.
And that's exactly what I was going to say as well. You have nothing to lose at this point in time except for the ball game, which you're already down by 1 goal as it is. I'm not trying to say get ultra aggressive because there's still a lot of time on the clock. Good save right there from Mercy. But at the same time, the success that was working for you in the previous series, you have to be a lot more aggressive and put your best foot forward there. And they're starting to do that right here with about 2 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Stopping ball, but Mercy next up. Prosper, I'm sure they would love an insurance goal going into the second half of this game 5. That is a clear for Maisie. The ball finds its way to Mercy, of course. Doing a lot with the space they're given, though Northward jumped that play early on. Mercy still hangs on to possession here, gets it all the way to the orange box, and will not turn in the corner. Mercy actually will let one of their teammates touch the ball for once.
Here goes Coop. In this one right back towards midfield, but Mercy has just been a absolute menace on the pitch. Snapalicious. Oh, wins that one off the backboard. Northward up in the air. Good defense though by Franklin. This has turned into a combative ball game now. Only up by 1 still is Prosper. But this is a different Franklin team that we've been seeing since the start of the series.
So only down by 1. This is a manageable game for Franklin. Only 2 shots on target. Reminiscent with how the other games have gone, honestly. They haven't had a game yet where they've hit double digits with their shots. 2, 6, 5, 5 has been the total shot numbers for Franklin at the end of each game. So they're only down by 1, but they need to generate offense. They're struggling to right now. 60% field domination for Prosper. And with that 40%, Franklin's only 2 shots. We need to see something soon. 80 seconds left. This is their season on the line.
Yeah, I mean, musty flick coming through. No one there to see it either. We haven't seen a musty flick in quite some time, so I know why it caught the defense off guard, but look at how many people are back here for Franklin, and not one person was on the backboard to even combat that shot right there for Mercy. Beautiful timing, beautiful position, and great execution.
Yeah, Mercy, I wasn't talking to you when I was saying someone to make something happen. I was talking about Franklin, but if you want a clip in a quarterfinals massive national stage, go ahead. You've earned it, but Xsync going to answer back. 60 seconds left. Franklin's not done yet.
I mean, good job to Franklin fighting their way back, especially that huge momentum swing. 60 seconds on the clock. This is do or die right now for Franklin. This is your season. I want everybody to get loud. Let's go. 1 minute on the clock for Franklin to try to fight their way back and force this overtime.
Also, time for Snapalicious. Find another one for Prosper. That's a nice dunk, though. Coop sending Prosper back. Eagles will retreat into their own end. Northward on the ball. A couple of touches and given all the time in the world to work with until Xsync has had enough of that shenanigans. Northward taken out. And Franklin gained themselves a little bit of possession here. A center ball and Prosper's defense, the one making the error. Xsync gets a freebie and we're tied.
There we go. That's what Franklin needed. But now they need to finish this game right here. 34 seconds left. Or are we going to see the flip of the script and Prosper going to start to get activated here late. 34 seconds on the clock. 50-50 champion. Oh my goodness. I was going to say 50-50 is won by Xsync. My apologies. That one falls to the wayside. Here comes Coop now. He's going to try to size this one up. This might be a waterfall pass. He goes for the fake. He sets up Xsync. He shoots it too high. And it's off the backboard. Macy fires a shot back. Franklin's being activated here late in this game.
Oh, Northward. That shot light. I'm not sure if it was on. Regardless, Prosper, maybe an opportunity to claim this game back, as it might be stolen by Franklin in OT if we do end up getting there. Snap. The ball alive on 0 seconds. Xsync trying to kill it, and Xsync will succeed. Overtime on Aquadome. We're tied at 2 apiece. Franklin trying to keep their season going.
Yeah, I want the Hy-Vee Arena to get loud, but wait, Mercy, double tap in the stars. Xsync seen that. Coop now with a nice redirect upfield. Northward on the rotation back through. Mercy clears it right back towards midfield. Snapalicious had the go-ahead goal. Xsync took that opportunity away. This is left for Mercy now. This was going to ricochet in. There goes North. He was trying to get the finisher as well here in OT, but it's going to fall over into the corner. Snapalicious has 100 boost, and it's going to fall towards midfield.
He had nothing in the tank, though. Couldn't follow it up. That's an easy one for Snap. Double sends Prosper into the semifinals. Snapalicious called game. Prosper advance.
Wow. That's all I have to say. It ends like that. Snapalicious once again being the savior, being the hero. And I want to see those snaps in the chat right now. That was ridiculous. Shout out to Prosper for winning this one. They're going to be taking on Putnam tomorrow. But shout out to Franklin as well for making it this far. You guys absolutely played your hearts out. And you guys, oh my goodness, the micro adjustments that were happening out here on the pitch was definitely a different team that we've seen in the first couple of games.
Franklin made it tough, but Prosper proved that they're a top 4 team, and they will play Putnam tomorrow. Whoops, that ought to be an incredible series. A best of 7 between a Prosper team that put in, let me add it up real quick, 19 goals across 5 games against my current favorites to win this entire tournament. That will be an electric semifinal, but that brings the quarters to a close. All but one of the series went to Neo Tokyo, and even then, the one that only got to Aquadome was a banger. Whoops.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see our Game 7 champions field by any means, and I'm not too sure I know for a fact I'm not going to see it. You'll probably see it tomorrow, Batpick, especially with some of those teams who are out there. We got Tekka versus Westwood. We're going to have Putnam versus Prosper, like you said, and you talked about already. It's been a heck of a weekend. And hats off to all of you guys. You guys are way better at Rocket League than I am over here in the HSEL.
All right, so we're gonna take a quick break, go to an interview, but before we do take that break, a reminder that HSEL Nationals 2024 is presented by Oakley, with which you can elevate your gaming experience with the Holbrook, Latch, and Helix gaming eyewear collection. Designed with precision and style, Oakley's gaming glasses are engineered to provide ultimate comfort and superior protection against eye strain and fatigue. Experience sharper visuals and reduced glare thanks to Oakley's advanced lens technology. Level up your gaming performance and protect your eyes with Oakley, and you can visit oakley.com and see the difference for yourself. So, short break, interview coming up. Don't go too far.
And we're back here at HSEL Nationals 2024 with the final Rocket League game of the day. I'm here with Prosper Esports, and they've secured the number 4 seed going into the knockout stage tomorrow. How you guys feel?
We're feeling pretty good after that win.
It feels good. I mean, everyone wants to make it to championship Sunday, and we did, so it feels amazing.
Feeling good. Feeling good.
Now, it's looking like you're going to be facing the number 1 seed, right? Putnam. Putnam. So how are you feeling about that? What's the game plan?
We're pretty glad that we're playing them again. It's good to get a rematch. We get to play a full series this time, and I don't know. I feel like there's more from him.
I mean, just playing our game, playing how we did today. We played really well today, especially that last match. So if we do that again, we'll be fine.
Just want to go out there confident and just kick some butt, pretty much like that. That's it.
Well, we can't wait to see it tomorrow. So we're very, very excited. Good, congratulations, everyone. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good luck, fellas.
Welcome back for one last time on day 2 of the HSEL Nationals 2024. We got to break things down for tomorrow and talk about the schedule. But first of all, whoops, Mercy's doing all of that cracked Rocket League stuff and in plaid pants. That's crazy to me.
The disrespect, right? I mean, the plaid pants is coming over here, showing up and showing out. Oh my goodness, Mercy! Somebody get this man a designer. I don't know what to tell you. No, I'm just playing. It's looking good out there, Mercy.
He keeps hitting shots and setting up his teammates like that. He'll get designer pants soon enough. But we do have to talk about tomorrow's schedule. Of course, everything will be on the main Esports U channel, as this is Esports U2. So we're moving over there tomorrow, starting off the day at 10 a.m. Central Time with the Brawlhalla Grand Finals. A best of 7 there between Green Wave Esports, Zebra Pet, and LNHS Esports Zasiv. And right after that, best of 7 in Smash between Lumberton Smash's Crackshot and Bargain from Tyler Legacy Esport. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, and of course, to round out the best leg of the tournament, in my personal opinion, is Rocket League. Of course, the semifinals match number 1, kicking off at noon. So if you guys want to find that action, you guys can find it over at the main stage as well. And then you can find pretty much game number 1, which is going to be Putnam versus that Prosper matchup. And then afterwards, it's going to be Tekka versus Westwood over at 1 o'clock. Then we're going to wrap things up at 2 o'clock for the Rocket League Grand Finals, which in my personal opinion, that pick is going to be such a tough one, and I believe that one's going to go to a best of 7 as well.
Yeah, that'll be a very fun day on Championship Sunday for all esports. Of course, rounding out the day with the awards ceremony and Valorant. Whoever's playing there, we haven't sorted that out just yet. But that brings us to a close on day 2. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for the HSEL Nationals 2024 Championship Sunday. We'll see you there.
Is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Gavin Ma. I teach at Franklin High School of LAUSD East. I've been teaching here for about 5 years now, but we also ran our esports program 5 years ago as well. So we're glad it's been growing and getting more successful year after year.
And my name is Jesus Baladia. I'm in 10th grade and my rank is GC2.
My name is Ivan Demsis. I'm in 10th grade and I'm like GC3-ish. I peaked SSL before and my in-game username is Xlink.
My name is Damien Aguilar. I'm a sophomore. My rank currently is Champ 3.
I'm excited that we qualified for high school esports nationals because we've never had this kind of level of success before. To be able to go to another state and compete, it's just really exciting, and it's never been done before. We're the first one in our district to do it, and LAUSD is the second largest district in the nation. So for us to be the pioneers into doing this event before anyone else, it's really exciting for us.
Our mindset going into this competition is just to have fun. We don't really care like if we do good or if we do bad. We're just trying to have fun.
We're like happy just to even qualify to make this land in Kansas City. I'm looking forward to play like 2 of our opponents, which are Waka and Westwood. I want to play Waka since we've lost to them in the playoffs twice in Game 7. So we want to get our get back, and then we want to play Westwood since they're like first in the Atlantic. So I want to see like how well we can do. Like if we can do well against them, then I feel like we can do well against any other opponents.
Winning the National High School Esports Trophy would just give me validation. All the hours we put into practice, all the hours I put into this program was worth it, because our program is self-funded. To win would just give us that validation, hey, that all the work that we put in is worth it, that, you know, our blood, sweat, and tears, that the kids also get a reflection of that to earn some scholarship money and get some recognition for their talents and for their hard work. So I'd just be very full of gratitude and also full of joy of the validation of the work that we put in.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry. That amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint. This is Through the Lens, presented by Oakley.
My name is Maggie Robinson. I am from Prosper ISD, and I am a CTE teacher and esports coach. If I'm being perfectly honest about this, I don't have to provide a lot of that support because these three just work together so fluidly, and Isaiah has been a phenomenal leader for this group of kids and has been for you've been playing for 3 years, right? So I think anytime you can bring home a national title, especially in a league the size of, HSEL, it's a huge deal, right? So for the school, for the district, I think that